Good morning, everybody. It's now 9:30 and I shall resume this inquiry into the appeal made by Gladman Development Limited against the decision of Thanet District Council to refuse outline planning permission for the erection of up to 45 residential dwellings at land on the northwest and southeast sides of Shottendane Road, Margate. Now, this is the third day of the inquiry. Yesterday, we had a roundtable discussion on biodiversity and heritage, and then Mr. Hester started his formal evidence on affordable housing and planning, and we got to midway through his cross-examination by Mr. Williams, which we will revert to very shortly. I can see Mr. Hester. I'll just check Mr. Hester as a health check that you're feeling okay and ready to continue. I assume you are from your presence.
Thank you. So I'm not as good in the morning, so I may well be coughing more, but I'm fit and able, so thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear. And yeah, take any time you need to cough. That's absolutely fine. Of course. Just a few housekeeping matters before we commence. Just on conditions, which we may or may not get to later on, I've been working still on the list of conditions that have been attached to the Planning Officer's Committee report. Is that plus the additional suggestions by the Rule 6 party? Is that still the most up-to-date version that I need to consider?
Sir, if I can assist at this point and come in. There is an alternative list that has been in circulation between myself and Mr. Livingston. I sent one last query last night. It could be something that we could simply deal with in the conditions section, and I can provide you with a list now. It was a minor point. Mr. Livingston, I don't know if you want to come in at that point.
Mr. Livingstone? Oh, you're on mute, I think, Mr. Livingstone. I still can't hear you. I think we're having difficulties with Mr. Livingstone's audio. Did you say, Mr. Ball, that it was sort of minor changes to the list that, because I've already considered the list I went through it sort of yesterday in a fair amount of detail. Are there significant changes to those conditions?
It is within the committee report. There is no reference to design and access statement, whereas within the current schedule of conditions, there is a reference to design and access statement being included within a condition or three conditions.
Okay. If it's as straightforward as that, I think that's probably best dealt with in the conditions session. But if we get to the end of today and we haven't got yet to conditions, then if you could send a copy, I mean, send it over anyway. But obviously, what I'm getting to is that obviously, if we consider conditions today, I'm not going to have a chance to really look in any detail at any changes. But if they're minor, we can deal with them in that session. If we do it tomorrow, I'm hoping we can do it today. So if we can do it tomorrow, obviously, I can look at those later on. Mr. Livingstone, your hand's up now. Have you managed to read?
Sorry, you can probably hear me now. It's particularly embarrassing that the council person can't use the microphone, isn't it? Just to confirm what Mr. Ball was saying, I was literally drafting an email to him now about this issue. So it may be a case that we can send something to you this morning, but indeed we can deal with it in the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That is helpful. And similarly, again, I've got the draft 106 from Tuesday. I think I received that. I think yesterday it was mentioned that there have been some further discussions about that. Is there a need for an updated version of the draft 106 to be sent to me so I can consider that before the relevant planning obligations session?
Yes, sir. If I come back in at this point, sorry, it's Mr. Ball. The unilateral undertaking, the district council has no further comments. So that can be provided. There is a meeting going on right now with Kent County Council to discuss the final draft, we hope, of the legal agreement. We've had quite prolonged discussions throughout the week with them in the background, but we think they are culminating now. on that basis, what we are also going to do is provide a planning obligation summary note, which sets out for you the workings of the legal obligation and all the contributions that it captures.
Okay, thank you. That sounds helpful, particularly as from a sort of a brief look at it last night and looking at the compliance, the still compliance statement. There didn't seem too much detail on how the actual figures have been calculated. There was some justification for them, but not actual detail of where the actual calculations come from. So obviously that's important for me in terms of the relevant tests. And I think, as I mentioned on the first day, it would be very helpful to me to have some form of letter from Kent County Council with if you like, final views on the 106 unilateral undertakings, whatever bits that was relevant to them, so I can be sure of their views.
We have raised this with Kent, and they're fine to provide the letter. It may be in form of email, but their principal solicitor has confirmed that she's happy to do that.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Just a couple of other things from me. Yesterday, on one of the speakers that was meant to speak was a councillor, Candy Gregory, from the Salmston ward, and she was intending to speak but couldn't speak when we were doing the session on Tuesday because she was had work commitments. I think she's involved with the vaccination programme. So I think I might have said on Monday, or maybe it was on Tuesday, and I probably should have referenced this on Tuesday, that given that she couldn't attend for what seemed to me like good reasons, if she wanted to basically send a written version of what she was going to speak to, then that would be fine in the circumstances. So that didn't come through on Tuesday, but that came through, I think, yesterday, and may or may not have been sent to, I don't know if that's made it through to you, Mr. Ball, or Mr. Williams. Oh, right, I thought it had. Let me just check my email. Okay, it was meant to have been sent to both main parties. Mr. Livingstone, have you received a sort of a statement from Councillor Gregory?
We did. There was an email that came from Holly Dutton yesterday. I'm just trying to find it myself.
Apologies, I think we do have that. Bear with me. Yes, we do have that.
Okay, I wanted to make sure you did have it, because I'm sort of minded to accept it in the view of the circumstances of Councillor Gregory, i.e. she wasn't able to attend the inquiry, and so a written statement of what she was going to say seemed a sensible way forward. I was expecting it on Tuesday, so it was obviously it came through yesterday, but obviously I wanted to give the appellant any opportunity to comment on that as you see fit.
I'll be completely honest, with all that's been going on, I missed this one.
No, that's absolutely fine. I mean, that's absolutely fine. I'm not, yeah. I've looked through it. I don't think it raises sort of wholly different points to what have already been raised in some detail by residents. And I think it would be, yeah, I'd certainly want, if you could have a look at it, and if there's any, obviously, further comment you wish to make, then if you could do that in your sort of roundup, whenever you intend to do that in your evidence in chief, I assume. Okay,
that's fine. I mean, yeah, as you say, sir, it's many points that have already been raised as part of the inquiry.
Okay, and finally, I've also got an email this morning, which has been passed to me, I think, from Councillor Farrant. I don't know if Councillor Farrant is with us yet this morning. I think I might have seen your name, Councillor. Yes, there you are.
Hello.
And I've not seen this, but you've sent something in which is a link to a news article. I think I'm afraid I'm going to have to sort of put the drawbridge down on this now, because I don't want to get into a situation where we're just getting more and more bits of information submitted, particularly at the stage of the inquiry we are at. I think it's a link. I've not seen it, but I've been told it's a link to a newspaper article. I think that's correct.
Yeah, it's a quote about how many people we have waiting for accommodation in Thanet. and the terrible situation that we're in because we have so little affordable housing, given the nature of the demographic of our population. So I just saw it and it just illustrated something perfectly. So I thought I'd pass it on. But
I understand that, and I think I understand too the sort of the representations that have been already made in terms of the need for affordable housing. I'm not even sure the actual need for affordable housing is a matter of disagreement in principle between the parties.
Okay.
That can be clarified, but I don't want to accept this because I think it's getting sort of so late in the day that we really have to sort of keep to deadlines of submissions. And I think if it was to accept this, I'd sort of fear a sort of other similar submissions, which I think at this stage is just too late to accept. So I'm sorry, I can't accept that. But I suspect what it's saying is not really anything more than what you've already said. Obviously, the municipal articles too, I have to consider what weight to give to them because for where the source is, etc., etc., etc. But I suspect it doesn't sort of make it.
I suppose it reminded me that I hadn't actually given you the figures on our housing situation from the point of view of how many people we have in need in Thanet. So I'd given you figures of deprivation, but not actually figures about housing. So I suppose I felt that I should have included that before.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, is that?
All right, thank you.
Those are my housekeeping matters. Anything else anybody else wants to raise before we move on with Mr. Hester? No? Good. Okay. Over to you, Mr. Williams, to continue your cross-examination. And before you get into it, I've opened several documents and opened several paper documents that you were referring to yesterday. Could you just quickly go through the list that you're intending to refer to in the remainder of your cross-examination, so just so I can have them ready and at hand?
So the list, I'll give the same list as I gave yesterday, and you can check which ones you still have open. It's CD 5.2, which is the committee report and its various appendices. That's Gladman CD 5.2.
Okay, yeah.
We had the local plan policies, CD 5.1.
Got that one.
The PPG on viability, which is Gladman CD 6.07.
Yeah, got that one.
The various proofs and appendices and rebuttals of Mr. Hester, Mr. Couldry, Thanet statement of common ground, CD of the council 6.04, which was the committee report relating to the other resolution of the council.
Let me just open that one. That's the one I've not opened. 6.4. Of the council's core documents, or
of the Gladman core documents.
Oh, sorry. Okay, right. 6.04. Right. Okay.
CD in the Gladman document, CD 1.10.
Yeah.
The viability statement of common ground.
Okay.
And the council's CD 5.4, which was the 2021 local housing need paper.
Yeah, I've got that one already. Yeah, okay.
And we're going to start with CD 5.02, the officer's report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Hester.
Morning.
Could you look, please, at CD 5.02? And within that, are you using the PDF numbers? The PDF numbers in the hard copy are at the top and bottom of the page.
I've got just the paragraphs, that's the version I've printed off. So if I can use the paragraphs, some of them are not. Okay, which I've got the 3 committee reports. Which one are you particularly referring to?
We're going to refer to all of them and a number of the annexes.
Okay, well, I've got the committee reports, some of which have got the paragraph numbers and some that don't. So you may well have to help me in finding where you want me to be.
Well, yes, that's what I was going to do. It's PDF page 127.
Of which report?
Off the document.
Well, I've printed. Can you let me know what the date is of the
It's Annex 6 of the committee report.
Annex 6. Sorry, I printed off the committee reports, but which? Sorry, I'm just trying to find one. So this week, I need to do my refresh because it keeps knocking off. Hang on a sec. And the document reference
5.02, Gladman core document 5.02.
July 21. That was what I was asking for. If you give me the date, but I've got that.
Okay, so if you look, please, at PDF page 127.
Yes, thank you.
Towards the bottom half of that page, we see the response from the council's planning policy department. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the council's planning policy department's position was not to raise any objection on the basis of the scheme being for 450 units. That's right, isn't it?
The officer's response doesn't say categorically they raise no objections. In reference to the 450, they caveat their comments by saying, as long as there is no reasonable means of increasing the level of housing provision at the site, I do not consider this to be an issue. So on that point, sir, they did raise the point for the officer to deal with this.
Just my point, they raise no objection, do they, Mr. Hester?
Well, they don't support or object, so it's a commentary back.
And if you look where the first point they make in their response is that the numbers set out in the plan are necessarily estimates and that will vary over the plan period and will normally balance out.
Yes, that's fair because we agreed that yesterday, yeah.
And they also make the point that a primary reason for the allocation is the delivery of the highways infrastructure through this allocation.
Well, it's one of the primary reasons, yes.
And that impacts on the capacity of the site.
Well, yes, it does. But so in allocating the site, that was the road through the site was considered.
So then turn on, please, to PDF page 131.
Yeah.
And this is now in the officer's report, and it's considering the principle of development. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you then turn on to page 133,
Yes.
There's a reference to the policy team's consultation response. Do you see that?
Yes.
And they summarize the 2 points that refer to the numbers being illustrative and the need for the inner relief road being one of the primary reasons for allocation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And they then give the development control analysis that specific factors have been demonstrated by the applicant to impact on the capacity of the site due to the nature and topography of the site and the provision of new road links. And on this basis, the reduction in the number of proposed dwellings from the allocation is considered appropriate when balanced against the delivery of critical road links and the drainage requirements of development on this site. And so there is no in principle objection to the reduction of dwellings.
So in answer to that question, firstly, that is the officer's view, but I do not think it's, although variations from allocations in plans are normally expected, I do not think that reducing the number by 100 on a site that's been assessed to be able to accommodate primary roads and other infrastructure is something that can be easily given up, in particular because this is a strategic housing allocation. And I go back to we'll probably come on to this, but I mean, it was the committee's view that in the round that it seems that they considered that because of the need for affordable housing on this strategic site, that was what made the scheme unacceptable. So while taking the officer's recommendations into account, they still made a decision to refuse the application. And so whilst the officer's view was that there could be a reduction in the numbers, taking the number to below what would be a strategic housing site allocation to below 500, it seems to be that because of the affordable housing issue, that the members felt that that was a contributory element, that the reduction in numbers on the site was also a reduction in the affordable housing numbers on the site. So it's an officer's view, but the officer clearly set out to the members how to address this particular issue at the end of the report. So I'd like to be taken there for us to look at that.
The specific point is, Mr. Hester, that the number of units was considered justified by officers on the basis of site-specific figures, site-specific issues, and the need to deliver critical road links. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes, they set that out.
And then please turn to page 137.
Yes.
Where there's a heading design, layout and density.
Yes.
And do you see the paragraph that begins the application site as a whole?
Yes, thank you.
In the middle of that paragraph, it's confirmed that it's not considered that the proposal makes an inefficient use of land. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's what the officer's advice was.
And the particular approach in terms of leaving certain areas undeveloped is relied upon in terms of the site and the development being acceptable in terms of its impact on character and appearance?
Yes, sir. But this is the officer's view, because she felt that the application was worthy of being recommended for commission, and so this officer is supporting how she's arrived at her conclusion. So yes, in the report, I would expect to see commentary on why he felt the proposal was acceptable.
No, but specific question again, Mr. Hester, please answer it. The particular layout and the leaving of spaces undeveloped was relied upon in concluding that the scheme was acceptable in terms of its impact on the character and appearance.
Yes, to the officer, yes, that's correct.
Well, we've seen, and we all know what the reason for refusal says. It relates exclusively to the amount of affordable housing provided, doesn't it?
It relates to affordable housing, balance to mixed communities and sustainable development, from memory.
So then please turn on to page 162. Officer's conclusion.
Just while you're doing that, I'm going to just pause for a second because the sun's shining from a window into my eyes. So give me one moment, please.
Excuse me.
Right, thank you. That's better.
So thank you, because I'm having trouble with my eyes and my screen at the moment because they're quite sensitive. So that's why I'm trying to read it from paperwork. So apologies for being slightly behind in getting to the right paragraphs.
That's fine. I appreciate with virtual working, it's not always as easy. So that's fine. Make sure you get to the relevant bit.
It's page 162 under the heading conclusion.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
And the third sentence concludes, doesn't it, that adapting to site-specific requirements, the scheme complies with the principles of policy SP21.
Yes, it does say that.
And it also, in the second paragraph, concludes that the contribution of 450 dwellings to the housing land supply in the district, which is, as is noted, deficient, is a matter that should be given great weight. Now, I take it you agree that the provision of 450 houses is a benefit that should be given great weight.
Yes, it makes a significant contribution. So, Mr. Cliff, what I just want to point out is that this committee report wasn't, or the determination of the application wasn't based on this committee report. It was based on the committee report that followed. So I just want to flag that up, because the officer's conclusions in that report, where the members did make the decision, balanced out the harm versus the benefits.
We're going to look at all the reports. Can you just answer my question there? I think you did. The provision of 450 houses is a benefit that attracts great weight in the circumstances of this district.
Yes, a significant contribution.
Are you disagreeing with the officer's wording, or just not answering my question?
Well, the officer's wording said significant contribution. So
it says this contribution to supply should be given great weight.
At least I'm reading from the first line of the second paragraph.
Second sentence, this contribution to supply should be given great weight.
Yes, that they then said that after that.
And I'm asking whether you agree with that.
Yes.
Yes. the third paragraph confirms that the provision of the link road provides clear and demonstrable benefits. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but so I caveat my response by saying that any other scheme or another scheme could also deliver the link road as well.
What other scheme are you referring to there, please, Mr. Hester?
Or a scheme which would be more policy compliant and which could bring forward the site. The Gladman scheme, this scheme won't come forward. This is an exercise of being able to get a planning permission. So what I'm saying is that another scheme could also deliver the same links and the road.
Well, take it in stages. You agree that this scheme, in providing the link road, provides clear and demonstrable benefits?
It does, yes. But so in context, it's not the only game in town, and it does not outweigh the harm that's been identified by the decision or through the decision.
You don't put forward any other scheme that delivers any housing, let alone more than 450 units, and which delivers the link road, do you?
So the strategic housing allocation does put forward the allocation that the site could deliver 550 units with the link road, and that has been tested and found sound through the local plan, and therefore, in my view, a scheme for the site could deliver the elements that are set out in the policies. So I come back to my point.
We are half an hour in this morning, and I have covered less than 1 page of 20 pages of notes.
Well,
I have to ask you to answer my question. You don't put forward any other scheme that delivers the link road and which delivers more than 450 units, do you?
In my evidence, I have not put forward another scheme, but I've not been asked to do that.
And the overall conclusion on page 163 is that the proposal delivers significant economic and social benefits. And I take it you agree with that?
It does. I've set that out in my proof of evidence.
Then let's go, please, to the second report.
That was the second report.
That was the first report.
The first report was in April.
If I want you to turn to page 181 of the PDF.
Apologise.
June 2020 report. Now, this was where the viability update had been provided, and the offer was now 15% affordable housing.
That's correct.
The second report.
Yes,
and then if you look at the executive summary, please.
Yes, thank you. Got that.
The second paragraph officer's assessment is that the benefits from the application, which includes but aren't limited to the provision of housing, new road infrastructure, contributions towards community infrastructure and 15% affordable housing, is considered to demonstrably outweigh any harm created by the development.
That's what they said, yes.
And we know that on this appeal, the development control test is the tilted balance, don't we? So the council's case has to be not only that the benefits demonstrably outweigh the harm, but rather your case has to be that the harm significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits.
Well, that is the view of the council and my view. That where we are reading from is the view of the officer, which she is entitled to take that opinion and make that recommendation. But I'm here to defend the council's position, which is that the need for affordable housing outweighs the benefits.
No, that's not the right test, is it? You see, that's my point. The point that the officers
I shortened my answer because we've covered this ground.
No, we haven't covered this ground. The point that the officers are making here is that the benefit demonstrably outweighs any harm. The test that you have to show is that the harm significantly outweighs the benefit. That's how far you have to go to substantiate any reason for refusal, isn't it?
Yes, and that's what I've said, is that the council's position is that. The council's position isn't the officer's position. The council's position was considered, which will come to the next report in the conclusion, how that was set out by the officers, and the council planning committee made that decision on that basis.
And if you then turn to page 182, please.
Yes.
That at the bottom, in relation to the corporate implications, the advice is that the delivery of new housing through the plan supports the council's strategic priorities.
That's correct. That's a standard position to take. Yes.
Well, you say that's the standard position, but of course, the reason for refusal suggests that the grant of permission does not advance strategic priority 3, which is the provision of homes.
That's correct, and the corporate implications. I mean, in most circumstances, this table is produced. The corporate isn't particularly site specific, neither is the legal or the financial. The delivery of new housing through the local plan, etc., supports the council's priorities, and so that is a true matter of fact. It's not determining whether the merits of this particular application.
And if you then turn, please, to paragraph 4.3 on page 185.
Yes.
This says that following the assessment of officers and the council's appointed consultants, that's DSP and the RMC, the submitted evidence has shown that the development would be unviable if the affordable housing on site was increased above 15%. Without any evidence to the contrary, refusal on grounds of insufficient affordable housing would be untenable at appeal, as policy SP23 of the adopted local plan outlines. The 30% requirement will only be reduced if meeting them would demonstrably make the proposed development unviable. Therefore, the reduced amount in this specific case, taking into account the other contributions provided and the review mechanisms to capture any uplifts in values or grants, would accord with local plan policy, and any refusal on this ground would be at a high risk of being overturned at appeal, with costs awarded against the council. Now, as a matter of fact, the council had no additional evidence relating to viability to justify departing from that position at the date of its decision, did it?
No, I mean, you're correct. I come back to the point that the members' deferred decision on this report for a further report to come back to them to see whether the officers would be able to suggest whether there would be a reason for refusal. So quite rightly, they asked them to consider a reason for refusal because you're correct, they were not happy with the recommendation, and they were not happy with where the level of affordable housing had reached.
But my question, which I think you answered, although I just want to make sure, as a matter of fact, having been advised that without any evidence to the contrary on viability, any refusal would be untenable, as a matter of fact, there was no additional evidence contradicting the viability position at the date of the decision?
That's in answer to that question, sir. That is correct. But the members at the date of the decision wanted to understand whether there were reasons for refusal, and if I can take you and refer you to the officers' recommendations to the planning committee in answer to that question. In the committee report of the 21st of July, they were asked to consider, they were asked officers to provide them with what would be a reason for refusal if they wanted to refuse the application. And in my paragraph 2.6, which in the planning committee paragraph 2.6, which starts, the key matter is what harm results. So their advice is correct. They say that if members consider that there is substantial harm created by not providing 30% affordable housing on the site due to the specific housing need and acute affordability issues in the district, and that this outweighs both the viability evidence and clear benefits from the scheme, then they could refuse the application on the following reasons. So the committee didn't decide the application in the June planning committee with all of the evidence that had been provided on costs and values. And so I go back to the point I made yesterday that DS were only advising on costs and values, not on other elements of the proposal and the FBA that had been submitted. And it is for the decision maker to apply the appropriate weight to a financial viability assessment. And so I think in combination and with that, what I think is a correct recommendation to the members who asked for this under the paragraph 2.6, they made their decision. So yes, they did take into account, they had to take into account the officer's recommendation and also the advice from DS Dixon Searle on costs and values and their conclusions, but they felt that they considered that the harm from the reduction in affordable housing outweighed those matters.
Okay, come back please to page 186. We were looking at paragraph 4.3 and you confirmed that there was no additional evidence on viability to contradict that position. I now want you to look at paragraph 4.4. Specific advice at 4.4, members should not apply the rationale that as the development can't provide the target affordable housing amount in the local plan, that the site is not suitable for development as a housing site, as this would fail to adequately take into account the guidance within the MPPG regarding viability and the provisions of policy SP23.
Sorry, Mr. Williams, I just want to find it in paper because I'm having difficulty with the brightness of my eyes. Hang on a sec. And the problem is the version I printed off doesn't have paragraph numbers on it. Right, finally. Sorry, Mr. Williams, would you mind taking me back to the paragraph, please?
It's paragraph 4.4 on page 186.
Sorry, I thought I had it. Okay, I'll read it from the screen because I'm having difficulty. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and then we see the options at paragraph 6 on page 187, either approve or come up with something else. I mean, officers simply can't think of any other option that would be reasonable in the circumstances. And then we can go to the third officer's report, please, which is on page 1 of the CD 5.2, paragraph 2.2. First of all, on page 3.
Yes, thank you. Got that.
The specific concern that members had raised was about the provision of affordable housing under the 30% target.
That's correct.
So reflecting the 4.4, paragraph 4.4 advice that we've just been looking at.
Yes.
And what paragraph 2.3 says, first of all, it refers to what SP23 says, and then it says this: the previous reports at Annex 6 and 9, and they're the ones that we've been looking at, outlined the viability evidence submitted with the application and the independent assessment of the viability appraisal by the council's appointed consultants, which confirms that the development would be unviable if more than 15% affordable were provided on site when taking into account all other planning obligations stated. Following the previous planning committee meeting, the viability information provided has been reviewed to assess whether a lower percentage amount for different costs could reasonably be identified, which would increase affordable housing provision to 30%. This has looked at base build costs, external works, professional fees, disposal costs, private revenue and developers' return. Whilst the lower developers' profit figure at 15% could be adopted, this would not result in a sufficient increase to allow for 30% affordable housing, with the approach of a 17.5% figure consistent with the position of the council on other viability appraisals within the identified government range. The other assumptions reviewed in the viability appraisal do not clearly show any reasonable limits of deviation which would increase the viability of the scheme on the basis of the evidence provided by the applicant and independently assessed. Therefore, it's concluded that the development would be in accordance with policy SP 23. So what happened was that in the second report, officers said this has all been independently appraised, and to refuse without any additional evidence to contradict it would be untenable. Members had a debate and said, go away and review the basis of the viability assessment. And officers are here reporting back to say that it's been reviewed, but there is no reasonable deviation from the assumptions used. That's what's happened, isn't it?
Yes, and so as I agree with that, because the report makes it clear that they had another look at base costs, works, etc. And as I said yesterday, and I'll repeat now, sir, is that the costs and the values were considered to be fair and correct, but the FVA failed to actually provide any assessment of a policy compliant proposal, and therefore it has weaknesses. It's not adequate enough. So on the basis of the costs and the values, or the costs and the developer's return that are set out, there is no criticism. So yes, the officers are advising that, but the FVA has been pointed out by me, and also with regard to the concern on affordable housing, has not tested the policy compliance scheme and looked at those alternatives. So yes, that it is correct, but members are entitled to come to their own view and have an understanding as to what their view is, and they don't have to agree with the conclusions of the officers, and that is obvious in this particular case.
But just focus on this, please, Mr. Hester. At the date of determination, members had before them no viability evidence whatsoever to support departing from the independently assessed FVA and its assumption.
Well, in answering to that, the FVA was not was clearly shown. Well, in my view, is inadequate.
Just answer the question.
Because the FVA did not take into account a policy compliant SMAR position, as we see from the Salmerston Grange application.
Mr. Hester, paragraph 2.3 is very clear. It says, in our second report, the FVA was endorsed. You've asked us to look at it again. We've looked at it again. There is no reasonable deviation from it. At the date of determination, members had no viability evidence before it to justify departing from the viability appraisal position as assessed by officers.
So I don't think that there is I'd like to present my answer as with a caveat. I mean, that is correct, but the FVA is inadequate, and so members were not advised that the FVA had not taken into account what is effectively a basic position to take to start with, is what is the policy compliant viability assessment. There hasn't been provided, so they were being asked to make a decision on an FVA which basically assessed the scheme that had been submitted by the appellants, or the applicants at the time, which did not deliver on policy compliance, and at the same time we're being told that, by the way, this is unviable. I think the members have got, or the planning committee have got an absolutely right to come to a different conclusion if they felt that the financial viability assessment was inadequate. And they clearly felt, and that's why they asked for the officers to advise them as to whether there are grounds to refuse the application, which they did.
And when you go on then, please, so thank you for answering the question that there was no contradictory evidence on viability. In paragraph 2.6, officers identify the need to find or demonstrate substantial harm to justify any refusal, don't they?
Yes, that's correct.
And in paragraph 2.7, they say it would be expected that if a decision on the above basis was appealed, significant weight would be given to the viability evidence provided and independently assessed by the council, and substantial weight would be afforded to housing delivery on a strategically allocated site when the council are in presumption in favour of sustainable development, as well as the clear highway, ecological and economic benefits of the proposed development, and the development also complies with policy SP23, and there's no conflict with policy SP23.
Yes, that's the officer's advice.
And that is why you can understand the put forward reason for refusal does not assert any breach of SP23, because it was the clear advice that there was absolutely no basis to find a breach of policy SP23.
Well, as I set out yesterday in my answers, that the strategic priority is the the overarching approach on housing and affordable housing, and the policies come from that. That the officer's view was that policy SP23 was complied with, but there is that caveat in there with regard to an FVA demonstrating that a lower of the affordable housing number should be reduced. Clearly, members, and they are able to, they're entitled to come to their own, planning committees entitled to come to their own view, providing that it can provide reasonable justification. And also the PPG sets out that it's a matter of weight on FVAs. So policy SP23 is a question of judgment, weighing up the question of planning judgment as to whether an FVA overcomes the under provision of affordable housing at 30%.
But we can agree any planning judgment must be based on evidence, mustn't it?
Yes, yes, that's correct. But it's the extent of the evidence and how adequate it is which is important.
And we've already agreed that members had no contradictory evidence to depart from the assumptions and inputs into FVA, and that's what paragraph 2.3 is saying. There is no reasonable deviation from the submitted and approved FVA.
So in answer to that report, that's what Richard answered that question. That is set out in the report. But I go back to my point earlier that if a scheme isn't a policy compliance scheme and it doesn't assess the viability on a policy compliance scheme, then the FVA is inadequate in my view, and therefore the planning committee were entitled to come to a different opinion to the officer's advice.
Could you then take up, please, Mr. Couldry's proof of evidence?
I'm going to go to that. Could you? Oh, actually, I'll do it. Yes, thank you. I've got that now.
And in section 4 of that evidence, what Mr. Couldry does is apply exactly the same cost inputs and valuation approach, but updates it for the purposes of the inquiry. You understand that?
Yes.
And we can agree that if you take that approach, that is, take the same scheme and update it on taking the same input approaches, then that shows on page 11 that the residual land value does not exceed the benchmark land value.
Yes, that's how he's concluded, yeah.
So if the same approach is taken to costs and values but updated, the scheme remains unviable at 15%.
That's how he's concluded.
We don't take any issue with his assessment of those inputs or outputs because that's not a matter for you, is it?
That's right. And costs and values, apart from the one issue about whether to use the Thanet or the Kent-wide approach to costs, we're not in dispute with these inputs.
I'm going to come back to that particular point. It's all, if you take up the viability PPG, please. And this is paragraph 10.8.
10, does it start with what are the principles for carrying out a viability assessment? Is that the one that you wanted to go to?
No, it's giving it the PPG reference number. It's ID 10.
Yes, I've got that. It's got. I have that. Yes.
And it's paragraph 8. It's a simple point, really, that it will always be the case that a more detailed viability appraisal is prepared and can be prepared at the time of the planning application than at the time of the local plan.
So I've now missed where your references are. What is the heading for the subheading for the because it's the way I've printed this off. So
how should a viability assessment be treated in decision making?
Oh yeah. That's what I think you said.
But the question's a rather simpler one, that it will inevitably be the case that a more detailed appraisal can be prepared at the application stage than at the local plan stage.
That's correct.
Now, if you could then take up, please, Mr. Ball's proof of evidence.
Yeah.
And turn to section 4.
Yes, thank you.
What Mr. Ball has done here is summarise material that's elsewhere in the application documents that explains how the scheme has responded to site constraints in consultation with council officers in order to arrive at the parameter plan and the application for 450 units.
It does that.
Now, you haven't produced any rebuttal proof of evidence relating to any of that material, have you?
That's correct.
And your own proof of evidence does not make any reference to site constraints or how they could be overcome.
So my proof does not go to that extent, but what my proof sets out is, and as I said in my examination, that there are opportunities within the developable areas to consider increasing the amount of housing on the site, and in also not having to, the scheme not providing an over 1.9 hectares of open space when it's not necessary if the number of units were going to stay where they are. So in answer to that question, sir, that's correct. I haven't done that, but I've set out where I think the site can thicken up in terms of increasing the numbers on it.
So, for example, we heard in detail from Mr. Travis about flood issues and how that had related to the need to leave some areas undeveloped. You just simply haven't given any consideration to points like that at all, have you?
No, because you don't develop on flood areas, basically.
And when you say you've set out in your evidence how a larger number of houses could be developed on the site, where have you done that, please?
So I under my in my proof of evidence, I've set out my approach to the scheme from paragraphs 3.7 onwards, and I've said that if the scheme did not use up, sorry, say that again, the requirement is for a minimum of open space to 4.4 hectares. The proposal provides for 6.3 hectares of open space, which is 1.9 hectares more than that, the minimum requirement. And in the following paragraphs, I set out and provided a kind of a loose example or a high-level example that if that 1.9 hectares, for example, were to be developed out, that actually could apply the same density, bring the scheme to 518 new homes, in theory, but I mean in practice that it may vary from that. But I've also in my in my examination advised you, sir, that because of the topography, because of the where the proposed 3-story developments are, those areas could be thickened out without, in my view, or certainly could be looked at to be thickened out and have more units without harming the scheme's impact, without that scheme impacting significantly on its immediate environment. So my evidence is basically saying, well, there is an opportunity to provide a different scheme with more units on the site, and that's why I've set that out in my proof.
But in relation to the open space, well, on a point of detail, if you look at Mr. Ball's 5.6.19, the scheme actually provides 5.22 hectares of open space, not 6.3. But the bigger point is that you can't opine on the appropriate level of open space without considering the site constraints, which you accept you haven't done.
Well, I have considered the site's constraints, because I'm not suggesting that. I don't know where Mr. Ball got that figure from, because that's not in the development framework or the parameter plan. But I have suggested that the sites, the parts of the sites which aren't constrained by flooding and the other elements could be thickened up, and I've explained how and why that could be.
The scheme put forward and reflected in the development framework and the development parameter plan was worked up over a considerable period of time with technical input and with the approval of officers, wasn't it?
Well, it was certainly put together in consultation with officers. I don't have an answer to that question. Yes, it probably was.
And with considerable technical input?
Yes, because there were a number of meetings, I think, with Kent County Council and other officers.
It has never been suggested prior to your evidence in chief that the parameter plan was in some way deficient, has it?
I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't at the meetings, but my understanding is that the scheme, it's a scheme that was iterated principally by Gladman, and I think at the very end of that iteration they said, well, we can't get 30% affordable housing, and I think the response was, well, you need to provide a viability appraisal to demonstrate that. So I think that's how it went. But obviously, Mr. Ball, who may have been at some of those meetings, will be able to answer that question.
And if the council had wished to put forward evidence that, notwithstanding the technical constraints of the site could accommodate more than 450 units, it could have done so, couldn't it?
But yes, the officers could have said you need to increase the numbers, and that particular officer did not feel that, or rather, I don't know what they said, but clearly Gladman produced their own scheme. So
through the inquiry process, if the council had wanted to demonstrate or show that the site, with all its technical constraints, could provide more than 450 units, it could have done so, couldn't it?
So that's correct, but I point to the fact that there has been an assessment of the site that could deliver 550. I've said that, and that was done through the local plan process, and that was found sound. The local plan inspectors felt that that number of units could be provided on the site, and that's why the site was proposed or stepped up into the strategic allocation level with the 6 other strategic allocation sites.
And
but my view is that because there is a deficit of affordable housing, the appellant should be looking at where an increase of affordable housing might be achieved. And in my view, looking at the site again with a different scheme, a different set of parameters, will be able to increase the number of units on the site and therefore, or thereby, increasing the amount of affordable housing.
the specific conclusion of officers, which we saw in the officers' report, was that the specific number was entirely appropriate given the site specifics and what had been demonstrated through the application process. We saw that, didn't we?
Well, that's that particular officer's view, yes.
And there is absolutely nothing to suggest in the reason for refusal that the council takes any point at all in relation to the appropriateness of the parameter plan or the development framework.
That's correct.
And even if one were to amend parameter plans to increase floor space, for example, you wouldn't know the financial effect of that without doing a financial viability appraisal of that specific scheme, because of course the costs would go up alongside the floor space and the value may not go up by more than the costs go up.
That's correct, and this is the problem with the appellant scheme. We're at outline stage, and very small changes and deviations in inputs can make a significant change to the viability of the scheme, in both directions. I admit, because of the scale of the number of units, and so yes, I mean any different input, any different floor space will have an impact. So my view is that the 30% should be applied at this stage, and once the details of the scheme are drawn up, then viability can be looked at again.
And in terms of the alternative viability appraisal, as I understand it, the council doesn't put forward any alternative viability appraisal to this inquiry.
That's correct, sir. And the reason for that is because, as I've just said, is that firstly, if you applied a policy compliance scheme, you would get a different set of outcomes. And in view of the fact that it is an outline stage, everything is theoretical at this stage. We're not at the detailed stage. We're at least a year off from that. Things change, and therefore it's, in my view, appropriate to apply the 30% affordable housing at this stage in order for a viability, if it's needed, to come forward on a fixed scheme, because the scheme isn't fixed.
Ms. Hester, it's simply not correct to say that everything is hypothetical at the moment. The application seeks a specific grant of permission subject to a range of detailed conditions and tied into the parameters plan and the development framework, doesn't it?
But what it's seeking to fix is affordable housing at this stage, with all the variables, and it's a high degree of theory at the moment, because a house builder will not take the same approach that the FVA has so far. So a house builder will put their floor spaces in, a house builder will take a view. They don't have their costs under the BCIS. They don't put their costs into the BCIS system. They have their own view and market test of the floor space and the types of units that they're going to deliver. So we will get to another stage where that will be more detailed to enable us to have a clearer picture. And a more set
you're aligning considerations that go to financial viability assessment with considerations that go to the planning permission. The planning permission, if granted, won't be entirely theoretical, will it? It will be tied to the numerous conditions relating to the technical work, for example, the flood risk, the archaeology, the nature conservation, and also the parameter plan and development framework worked up in light of that information. Correct.
That is correct, and that isn't a theory. But what I'm saying is that the affordable housing level is inappropriately being sought to be set at this stage.
Now, come back to the questions of mix and type of units that you explained at the end of yesterday by reference to paragraph 3.12 of the Statement of Common Ground on Viability. This is something that's your domain rather than Dixon Searle's. And I would like you to look in a bit more detail, please, at the Dixon Searle report. Now, this is Appendix B of your proof.
Yes, thank you.
And you asked Dixon Searle to consider two alternative scenarios to the Gladman mix, if I can call it that. That was one based on the 2016 SHMA and the other based on the 2021 local housing need.
That's correct.
And Dixon Searle make clear at the top of the page that they have run these because the council requested them.
Yeah, at the top of page
5.
Yes, I asked them to consider that.
And as we saw yesterday, when you look at the outputs on page 11, the Gladman mix and type produces the highest land value, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So if you amended the mix and type to reflect more closely either of those documents, you would be reducing the site's value and driving down the amount of affordable that the permission could sustain compared to the Gladman appraised mix.
No, that's not correct, because the Gladman proposed mix is an 18.1% profit.
No, you're looking at the wrong figure, you see. When you're working out how valuable the development is, you look at the RLV, the residualized land value.
The point of this exercise, yes, you are looking at the residualized land value on the Gladman scheme. I mean, as I said in my proof of evidence, I mean at this stage it's too early, and benchmark land value is a figure to encourage the landowner to bring forward their land. They will not be. That's the minimum amount that they are expected to get. So I have a caution on that, but the 18.1% gives Gladman their scheme, and they're still sticking to 15% affordable.
Mr. Hester, you're overcomplicating it. I'm just asking about the mix. You see, effectively, the residualized land value is what the site is worth with a particular planning permission in place. And what this shows is that the site is worth the most with the Gladman mix and the least with the 2016 Schmar mix.
But the Gladman mix provides an 18% profit.
You're looking at the wrong figure. The 18.1% figure is simply to take the profit that is shown to be made in the residual appraisal and comparing it to the gross development value. It's not telling you what the land is worth with that assumed planning permission.
So what's your question again?
My question is that if you do what you say should be done and assess a mix that's more closely related to the 2016 Schmar or the 2021 LHN, it drives down the land value and would generate less affordable housing than the Gladman assumed mix.
But it doesn't. It doesn't, because the Gladman assumed mix is has an 18.1% profit, whereas they were proposing 17.5. What that shows me is that, having updated the figures, Gladman will end up with, or the developer will end up with a greater level of profit with the same amount of affordable housing that they are offering. So
sorry, you're just misunderstanding the figures. Which scheme, and I can ask Mr. Caldry to comment on this, which scheme do you think generates the highest land value out of scenarios 1, 2, and 3?
Well, one does. 101 does.
And which scheme is that?
That's the Gladman scheme as they want it.
So the highest land value is generated by the Gladman mix, which exceeds the 2016 or 2021 mix.
So that's correct, but it doesn't increase the level of affordable housing that on offer.
You fundamentally misunderstood this, Mr.
No, I've answered your question. So I've answered the question that the Gladman's, their scheme, their one and only scheme, will deliver a better land RLV than the other schemes. But they will be at 18.1% profit, and they will not increase the level of affordable housing that they've offered in 2020. 2021.
Mr. Hester, you're fundamentally misunderstanding the point. The point is not what the actual RLV is, because that's a matter of dispute. The point is that however you do it, what Dix and Searle are showing is that the Gladman mix generates the highest land value. And that is correct, isn't it?
It is, yeah, on the Gladman scheme. But so that would be contrary to policy. But the Gladman scheme would not be policy compliant, and therefore it would not be something that the council would ordinarily grant permission for if those sales of the units were to come forward.
But Mr. Hester, all that would mean is that if a different mix were imposed at reserve matters, then the amount of affordable housing secured through the 106 was more than if the 2016 or 2021 Schmar had been assessed through the FVA.
But at the end of the day, in answer, it's about whether a policy compliant scheme can be delivered with an appropriate and accepted range of profit for the developer.
You see, if you go back, please, to CD 5.2, the officer's report, I'd go to PDF page 156.
I just need to refresh what sorry. Can you give me the core document again? Because I'll need to look at this on the refresh again.
CD 5.02 using the Gladman core document.
Yes. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I've now got the document up. If you could take me to where you want me to be on
Yes.
PDF.
PDF page 156.
Okay, thank you. I've got that page.
At the bottom of the page, do you see as the application has been submitted in outline form?
Yes.
Detailed values has been conducted using an illustrative accommodation mix for market housing and affordable housing. This mix has an increased amount of larger properties than the mix recommended in the SHMA. For example, providing 55% of market dwellings as 3 beds when the recommended range is 30 to 35%. This is considered to therefore be a robust mix to assess a best case for GDV.
Yes, it says that, and I agree with that. But the difficulty and the problem with the FVA is that it didn't assess a policy compliant position, and so it wouldn't be a scheme that would be in support by the policy and would not follow the SMART. So of course, bigger units and more units is going to produce the best case for GDV, but in the end, it didn't actually increase the level of market housing beyond where the planning committee wanted it.
The point that's being made by officers there is that by varying the mix from the 2016 SHMA in a way that's more in line with what the market wants, you're actually going to provide a best case, i.e. a very robust case, so that if you subsequently substituted in the SHMA mix, that would reduce viability and justify less affordable housing. And that's the point, isn't it?
That is the point. But I go back to my comment before, is that the scheme that was put forward failed to meet standards for sizes for 2-bedroom houses, failed to meet SMART, and as I asked Dixon Cell to carry out, if you put those inputs in, you still end up with a percentage of profit within the general 15 to 20% range. So yes, the scheme, the Gladman scheme produces the best GDV, but it doesn't end up with increasing the amount of affordable housing, and that's the issue.
So I'm just at the moment dealing with mix and type. Officers said in the officers' report, if you go back or if you went to the SHMA mix, it would produce a less viable scheme. You've then asked Dixon Searle to run figures based on the 2016 and 2021 mixes. They've run the figures, and that evidence confirms what officers had already said, which is that the Gladman mix and type is more viable than the 2016 or 2021 mix and type. We can agree that, can't we?
Yes, the Gladman scheme.
So that's mix and type. Thank you.
Just slightly conscious of the time, Mr. Williams, and whether or not, Mr. Hester, you need a sort of a short break. And Mr. Williams, how long do you think you've got?
I'm afraid it has been slower than I'd hoped, probably half an hour.
Half an hour. Mr. Hester, are you sort of conscious of your...
Let's keep going, otherwise,
are you sure, conscious of your health, to make sure that you're not...
As long as you don't mind me coughing from time to time, so...
Okay, we will keep going on that basis.
In light of the time, there's a moot point under SP22 about whether or not the LHN 2021 has superseded the 2016 LHN or SHMA. I'm going to deal with that with Mr. Ball, sir, rather than take up more time in cross-examination, if that's acceptable. The mix and type we've dealt with. Sizes, in your evidence at 3.31, you do make a point about 2-bedroom units, and in Mr. Couldry's rebuttal, please, if you could turn to that.
Yeah.
Paragraph 2.2.7.
Yeah.
What Mr. Couldry has done, as he explains, is he's rerun the viability appraisal, keeping everything as in his proof of evidence, apart from the point that you make about the inclusion of a minimum of 70 square meter 2-bed houses. Everything else has remained the same. And what that shows, that appraisal on page 4, is that the residual land value still fails to exceed the benchmark land value.
So that's correct. But so I point to the position of Gladman in that they were able to accept a deficit of 1.7 throughout the viability assessment.
Well, that's a different point, which I'm happy to deal with, and I'll deal with momentarily. I'm just at the moment, we started off with you saying Dix and Searle deal with all inputs apart from mix, type, size. We've dealt with mix and type, and we've shown that altering those in the way that you requested reduces viability. I'm now dealing with size, and we see that altering that in the way that you've suggested shows that the viability, or it remains unviable against the benchmark land value at residual value against benchmark land value.
Yes, as I've exercised on size, yes.
And also what Mr. Couldry says, and I don't know whether this is something you can agree or whether it's outside your expertise, is that if you start changing sizes, you do actually have to reconsider values because of economies of scale and quantum discounts effectively.
Yeah, I agree with that to a point, but because a house builder there will be a range that the house builder will want to build out their particular units. So there'll be the bottom figure, which is the 70, and there'll be an upper figure beyond which it's not viable for them to do that. So yes, there'll be a range between the two. It generally follows that house builders are looking to increase the density of floor space on their sites to as much as they think is viable.
Okay, thank you. Then turning to the question of updating, your proof, please, at paragraph 3.38.
Excuse me a second. Thank you. thank you.
3.38, you explain that you asked Dixon Searle not to change the Gladman assumptions on costs and values.
Yeah, the inputs into abnormals and the base costs and everything else like that.
Now, if you take up the DSP report again, please.
Yeah.
At the bottom of page 5, assumptions used in current review. Despite your instruction not to change assumptions on costs and values, DSP provide updates on a different cost base, don't they?
Yes, I think I set that out in my proof of evidence, but I just need to check. I've lost the page. And in effect, what we asked Dixon Searle to do is to use the same cost impact and of the Jones Lang and the South viability, but to just look at updating or refreshing. I think the inspector even asked for it at the case management conference to update on the current position in terms of costs and values, and so that's what they sort of do. Not costs in terms of abnormals and everything else, but the inflationary costs that have taken place since the determination of the application. So I think there was a November refresh that fitting in with the quarterly information from PCIS.
That's what you asked them to do, just to update, taking the same approach to costs and values. But when you look at what they've actually done, they have changed the cost base because they've changed from using the BCIS 15-year sample for Kent to Thanet.
Yes, so I understand now. Yes, they did that, and I asked them to do that because that was consistent with the approach in the local plan and the guidance, the PPG guidance suggests that would be the best starting point.
So that was something you asked them to do?
Yes.
Well, that perhaps explains, in their report, they don't provide any justification as to why you would take the Thanet 5-year costs, given that they had previously endorsed the Kent 15-year sample basis. Do they?
Because we wanted to be consistent with how that approach was undertaken through the local plan position. The JLL deviation from the local plan viability, high level viability, was for something for them to explain, because the guidance suggests that we should follow the how it's undertaken through the local plan with a recently adopted local plan.
So the alteration of the cost base was not done on the advice of the quantity surveyors retained by the council?
Well, we were in consultation with them, and they agreed that the best position would be, or the most accurate information would be through the Thanet costs rather than through the Kent-wide costs, as I explained yesterday.
There's no evidence of that at all, is there, Mr. Hester?
No evidence of what?
Any recommendation to take the Thanet cost base?
No evidence. So the evidence is I asked them to do that.
That's not evidence.
Well, what evidence are you seeking for? A letter or something? Or I mean that's in consultation with Dixon Searle. We asked them to be more complicit with the local plan approach.
Okay, so we can agree, can't we, that the selection of the appropriate cost base is a matter of expertise.
Yes.
It's a matter for a quantity surveyor, ideally, if not a surveyor.
Yes.
The FVA was the subject of such specialist review, wasn't it?
Yes.
Can you take out, please, again, CD 5.02, the officer's report?
Yeah.
Page 71 PDF, please.
Yes, thank you.
Now, just to get your bearings, this is appended to the Dixon Searle review. This is the specialist quantity surveyors report. If you look on page PDF 70, introduction, do you see it says ERMC?
Yeah.
Has been commissioned by Dixon Searle to carry out an independent review of the construction costs used in an FVA produced by Jones Lang LaSalle, etc. So that's what this is doing. If you then go back to page 71 and the cost review, under the heading proposed development, do you see that?
Yes.
And it notes that what's been used is the BCIS average for Kent, which is taken over a 15-year period. The next paragraph notes that you can do it on either a county or a local area basis. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it says at the end of the paragraph, given the level of design development of the housing element of the scheme, the JLL rate used is considered reasonable.
Yes, that's correct, and I think that's Dixon Searle called it fair. But...
Well, don't worry about what Dixon Searle called it. We'll come to that. The position is that the cost consultant endorsed the cost basis used by Jones Lang LaSalle.
Yes.
If you then go in the same document, please, to PDF page 54.
Thank you.
You see the heading costs assumptions.
Yeah.
They refer at 3.8.9 to the ERMC specialist advice.
Yes.
And they draw attention to the fact that where there is any disagreement, ERMC have put forward bespoke costs.
Yeah.
And do you see they then provide their estimate of construction costs, residential construction costs, of being 52.72 million?
Yes.
So that's the JLL approach. If you then turn on, please, to back to page 72. Do you see page 72?
Yeah.
The construction costs put forward by ERMC are 52.724 million.
Yes.
So the cost consultant used precisely the same figure for the basis of their cost plan as JLL, and it is based on the Kent BCIS figures.
Yeah.
And if you then go on in the same document to page 157,
Yeah.
back in the officer's report, it says for costs assumptions, the use of the BCIS service median rate rebased for Kent has been considered acceptable.
Yes, in answer to that question, I think Dixon Sell's approach here was that if the figures had been significantly further apart from the Thanet figures, that they would have raised that matter, but because they were close enough, it wasn't something that needed to be differentiated.
And so the position isn't that, well, the position is very clear, isn't it? That when asked to review the cost bases, the cost consultants provided a cost plan that took the same figure, that applied the same approach as Jones Lang LaSalle.
Yes, I mean they didn't. They didn't see a need to differentiate.
And Dixon Searle also endorsed that.
Yes, they didn't see a need to differentiate.
Officers also endorsed that.
They accepted the advice of DS.
And there is nothing before this inquiry from the council in any document that supports in this scheme specific appraisal taking anything other than the BCIS costs for Kent that have been submitted and endorsed by those three bodies.
Well, as I've pointed out earlier, the fact that the application has been refused means that the planning committee were not satisfied with the FVA for a number of reasons, and so to be more accurate in how to look at the scheme and how to look at the viability of the scheme, we felt it was more appropriate to adopt the same Thanet approach to costs than the local plan, in particular, as that is referenced in the PPG, that if you have an up-to-date local plan or a recent local plan, then it would be for the financial assessment to follow that unless reasons are provided. I can't remember the exact wording of the paragraph. So we felt a more accurate approach would be to see how the viability of the scheme compared to how it was tested at the local plan stage, because at the local plan stage it was found to be a sound approach, and the local plan was found to be sound, and so therefore that's the reason why we asked and DS agreed that the Thanet sample size is relevant enough to be able to be used in this particular case.
We have agreed, haven't we, Mr. Hester, that the selection of the appropriate cost base is a matter of specialist advice?
Yes, that's correct.
And I have taken you to endorsements of the Kent base by ERMC, by Dixon Searle, and by council officers. My question was, there is nothing that the council has produced from a surveyor or a quantity surveyor that justifies departing from that position for the purposes of this inquiry.
Well, the DS, Dixon Searle agreed that an appropriate way of looking at this stage would be to look at how it compares with the Thanet approach, which is more accurate. So we're looking at more accurate because there are a number of assumptions that the planning committee were not satisfied with, and that's why we've undertaken this exercise. It's not, I haven't asked them to, I mean, as you correctly say, and as I said, I don't have any expertise in the dark art, but what I do know is that from a planning point of view, we should be looking at some consistency in terms of how the local plan viability feeds into this viability. And that was an exercise that I asked them to undertake, because at the end of the day, as I go back to the point about this is an outline application, the scheme that will eventually come forward on the site will not be this one. So that's why we were looking at more specific, detailed information, which is likely to change in the next 6 months as well. So that's why I think it's more accurate. That's why DS think it's more accurate to use the Thanet sample.
Come back to my question, please. Can you take me to any documentary advice from DSP or ideally ERMC that justifies departing from the endorsed position of the use of BCIS Kent?
The documentary advice is that the PPGs, that seems to be the starting position to take.
So that's all that you rely upon?
I rely on the fact that it's a more accurate sample to use, the Thanet one, because the Thanet is more local, whereas the Kent-wide one, as I said yesterday, includes West Kent, which is a very affluent area and has a very different character. So if we can get the sample size, if we can get enough sample in the stats, then it's a better and more accurate look at the likely costs of development in this particular area.
But we've agreed that's not
it's about finessing the costs, because I'm positive that the house builder will have their own approach to costs and than the BCIS.
We've agreed that the selection of the rate isn't a matter for you. That's why I'm asking you to take me to documentary advice from the specialists that justifies departing from the endorsed position in the documents that I've taken you to.
I haven't got documentary advice to give to this inquiry.
Because in their note, Dix and Searle on page 6 are very careful. They don't recommend Thanet. They just say that they've applied it, and that's because, as you've told us, you asked them to.
Yes, we did ask them to.
And so the only documentary advice, or it's not advice, you wanted to refer to the PPG. Which part of the PPG did you want to refer me to, please?
Well, I referred to it yesterday, and I think you picked it up today. Yes, paragraph 008. I think we went to this earlier today. So where a viability assessment is submitted to accompany a planning application, this should be based upon and refer back to the viability assessment that informed the plan, and the applicant should provide evidence of what has changed since then. So it was trying to be more accurate and more in terms of, firstly, it's trying to be more consistent with the plan in accordance with that advice, and more accurate in terms of the Thanet factor rather than the Kent factor.
The difficulty I have with that is that the Dix and Searle and ERMC gave their advice that Kent was appropriate in the context of a site-specific appraisal, didn't they?
Yes, they did think that the difference was that significant to pick that point up, or to make that differentiation.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to developers' profit in the interest of time. Developers' profit, the selection of the developers' profit is also a matter of a surveyor's expertise, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, it's a sausage machine in terms of inputs and outputs, as I understand it.
And Dix and Searle were happy with 17.5%?
Yes, that's the normal approach across the district.
And in CD 5.2, as we saw, the council noted at 2.3 of the third report that to depart from 17.5% would be to take an inconsistent approach from other applications across the district.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take a site-specific, site circumstances approach, but 17.5 is the mid-range, and that's usually the starting point.
But the point that officers made is that the 17.5% is consistent with the position of the council on other viability appraisals.
Yes, it is. I mean, there is one different one, which I think we're going to look at later on Salmston, but the circumstances around that were specifically justified. So, yes, 17.5 is the normal starting position.
And of course, we know from the PPG on costs that determining for a council to determine cases in an inconsistent manner is an example of unreasonable behaviour, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
One of the examples of unreasonable behaviour given in the PPG on costs is determining cases in an inconsistent manner.
Yeah, if you've got identical circumstances, there is a case for that, but each one needs to be looked at on its own merits.
And in CD 6.4, which is the, committee report relating to Salmston Grange,
Which core document number was that again?
CD 6.04, please.
So I need to refresh for me again. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
This was an outline application, wasn't it?
Yes, for 250.
And the council has no difficulty in considering viability at the outline stage, subject to a 106 being imposed to reflect the viability appraisal.
So just to give you some understanding of this, this is the planning committee report, 5th of August. There are 3 planning committee reports on this particular application. This is the middle one, that's on 6.04. I don't know if there are others that are on the core documents. But the starting position, so for the first application which was first reported, was that the full smart mix and full 30% affordable housing was proposed. There wasn't a financial viability assessment required at that stage. And then, as this report, this 5th of August report says, is that there's an issue with viability because in drawing up a more detailed part of the proposal, which was to do with the road and also some other changes, there was a difference of £4 million in the viability. They came back, which says set out in this report. They came back to say that they couldn't deliver more than 18% affordable on a split of 70 to 30 rent and shared ownership. the members asked the officers to go back to see what more could be done. And in the report of the 11th of November, which isn't there, the applicants came back and said, well, we can still give you a fully compliant SMAR mix. We can give you 30% but affordable housing, but it would be on the basis of shared ownership only, or we can offer 18% on the basis of 70% of that would be affordable rent, and 30% would be shared ownership. Officers then gave the members the opportunity to pick their preferred option, and they picked the option of the 70 to 30 with the 18% affordable housing level. It's I do want to make a point about this, and that is that the Salmerston decision, in my view, can be capable of being a material consideration that you should take into account. But there are material differences between that scheme and the appeal scheme, to the extent that that scheme still is offering a fully compliant SMAR on housing in terms of type sizes, etc. That scheme is for 250 units. It's not a strategic site identified to assist in creating a mixed and balanced community step change in housing. As I said, it originally offered 30%, so there's no financial viability involved. And they still offered 30% with full shared ownership, and members of the planning committee decided they would accept 18% for 70-30 split. The housing strategy encourages negotiations on policy compliance schemes. Where a policy compliance scheme is offered subject to viability, the council will consider a different tenure split. But in addition, the report sets out that at the time of the decision, the current market uncertainty justified accepting a 20% profit. And so in those circumstances, the planning committee decided to grant planning permission, or resolved to grant planning permission subject to Section 106 agreement. So I think in covering this point, the appeal scheme is for 450 and offering 15%. That scheme at Salmerston is for 250, offering 18% or 30%, depending on the tenure mix. And that case needs to be considered on its own merits, and I think it's not directly comparable to carry significant weight, and you're weighing up as to how much weight to give it as a material consideration.
Short point, actually, Mr. Hester, was if you look at paragraph 3.10, in that case, the council considered it appropriate to endorse a 20% developer's profit. That's right, isn't it?
And it is set out as to why that is, if I can find the reference.
Paragraph 3.10. That's what I gave you.
No, the officers stated why they thought 20% was acceptable in these circumstances. And I'm just going to find that for the inspector. Because I've realised that you haven't got all the reports here. You've only got one. I mean, I'm sure Mr. Upton can help me in re-examinations to find where it is. But basically, sir, the officer said, because of COVID, in view of the uncertainty in the market and the particular circumstances, we suggest 20% because of that level of uncertainty. That's how officers advised the members.
Okay, let's move on. Can we if you go to the Dixon Searle report, page 12.
Yes, thank you.
You obviously didn't ask Dixon Searle to run a sensitivity at 20%.
No,
of it,
no.
which would have shown considerably reduced viability.
Well, it would have been more viable for it would be more viable for Gladman, but not actually deliver anything in terms of deliver anything more for the local authority.
So why would it have been more viable for Gladman? I don't understand.
If they had 20% profit, or the developer.
No, that's not how it works. The developer's profit is an input into the appraisal that reflects the reward for the risk of a developer in undertaking the development. It's entirely applicant unspecific.
Yes.
Had you not appreciated that?
Of course, because Gladman isn't building out this scheme.
Yeah, so this has got nothing to do with whether it's Gladman or anyone else who applies for planning permission.
No.
Standardised input.
It's actual profit. I mean, that's the level. I think we're talking about actual profit.
So my question was, please, Mr. Hester, if you'd run a sensitivity at 20% developer's profit, it would have shown worsened viability.
Yes.
And what Dixon Searle say on page 11 and 12, sorry, is that you asked them to do a sensitivity at 15%, but they go to the trouble of pointing out on page 13 that their review on a site-specific basis was that 17.5% was suitable in this case.
Yes, that's right. But the reason why I asked them to look at 15% is because you as an inspector are going to probably look at the 15 to 20% range. So 15% is at the bottom end of the range, 17.5 is the mid-range. But the purpose of putting the 15% to you is for you to be able to see what that looks like in terms of whether more affordable housing can be delivered through the scheme. So the purpose of that is to provide not a worst case scenario, but a scenario where a profit level which is deemed acceptable in the PPG could still be reached in terms of 15%. But that would enable more housing, more affordable housing to be provided on the site.
But if you were presenting a range, it would be fair to present both ends of the range, wouldn't it?
Well, I think, yes, I see that point, but at the same time, it wouldn't, the other end of the range, we know we wouldn't get more than 15% affordable housing. So it was purely to see what the lower end of the profit range might be able to bring forward in terms of affordable housing.
And the only specialist advice that the council relies upon in relation to developers' profit is that 17.5% is suitable.
Yes, that's the starting position in most local authorities, but it's all dependent on site circumstances and the level of affordable housing that's coming out through the sausage machine of inputs and outputs.
Come back to the question. There is no specialist advice that the council relies upon in relation to the input of developers' profit other than that it should be 17.5% in these site-specific circumstances.
That's the starting position of the advice from DS. But my input was that I felt it was important to look at the lower range for the benefit of the inspector to be able to see what level of affordable housing could be achieved, or rather what the change position would be from 15%.
But you say starting point, it's the end point on the basis of specialist advice, isn't it?
The specialist advice is to start at 17.5%.
No, the specialist advice is to take 17.5%.
Yes, to start that as the starting point.
Okay. Now, final question, I'm aware I've gone over again. If you look at the DSP outputs on page 11, there's an exercise at the bottom of the page and over the page, which takes into account a deficit of 1.7 million. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I nodded, but I should have said, sorry.
DSP do not provide any assessment at all of what affordable housing could be provided as against the benchmark land value, do they?
That's correct.
If we look at the PPG on viability again, please.
Thank you, I have that.
At paragraph 10.10,
Yeah.
what are the principles for carrying out a viability appraisal? Viability assessment is a process of assessing whether a site is financially viable by looking at whether the value generated by a development is more than the cost of developing it. This includes looking at key elements of gross development value, cost, land value, landowner premium, and developer return. So that includes benchmark land value, and that's what we're told in 10.13, isn't it?
Yes.
And so it's by comparing the residualized land value against benchmark land value that one is, under the PPG, to assess viability.
Yes, providing that a policy compliant scheme has been tested.
Now, the council, as far as I can see, doesn't put forward any financial viability appraisal at all of any scheme. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the council doesn't assess what amount of affordable housing it says this scheme could generate as against the benchmark land value.
That's correct. And so the reason why that is because we wanted to demonstrate to you that we're so early on in the scheme in terms of outline. The applicant, the appellant is seeking you to fix the affordable housing percentage at 15%, and they haven't applied the policy compliant approach or some of the other elements that are set out in the work that we asked the DS to do. And our point is that you can give the weight that you determine that's applicable to the financial viability assessment, but the assessment fails in a number of ways, and therefore the point of these exercises is to show you that 15% is the position fixed by Gladman, but it's not a position that should be fixed because of the different inputs and changes that could and should be made to the final viability appraisal. In particular, just while we're on that paragraph, the advice is that any viability assessment should be supported by evidence of engagement with developers and affordable housing providers, or RPs, as many people call them. But there's no evidence of that, and clearly that didn't happen anyway, because no developer, no house builder in my experience, and no affordable housing provider in my experience would start off with a scheme that provided less than the minimum level of floor space. And they would also have a scheme which complied with the SMAR, because they, in particular the RPs, input into that exercise. So the reason for doing the work that we did was just to show you at high level stages that if we are so early on in the outline application, the scheme will change, and therefore I don't think you should be putting a significant level of weight to the FVA to demonstrate why the affordable housing should be 15%.
Just take up the correction note, please. And you variously refer in your evidence to the DSP work as being high-level examples, not viability appraisals. I recognise all that. Just taking it at face value, if you go to the updated table,
yes,
the 2016 SHMA scheme that generates a very substantial loss as against the benchmark land value, doesn't it?
yes, 102. Version 102, yeah.
And so if the inspector considers it relevant to have regard to the 2016 SHMA, by contrast to the Gladman mix, that would suggest it's heavily unviable, even with 15% affordable.
Well, so in answer to that question, the profit level comes out at 14.5%, which is under the range.
We've just been through the PPG. You need to compare the residualised land value against the benchmark land value. So, if you do that by reference to the 2016 SHMA, which is what SP22 suggests, it's heavily unviable, isn't it?
It's unviable, sir. And can I go back to the points I've made in my proof of evidence? Is that the benchmark land value at this stage is an exercise, but it's not actually. It's an exercise to encourage the landowner to bring their site forward so that they know what the minimum amount of money they could get from a scheme that came forward. But at the end of the day, the way that this is likely to work is that the house builder will pay the value of the site with planning permission. Gladman will take their 20%, or whatever it is, 15 to 20%, and the landowner will end up with the remainder, or 80% of the value of the site with planning permission. So in reality, although the benchmark land value is an exercise that's part of the appraisals, in reality, the landowner will do quite nicely out of this. And I think it's totally right for the that information to be out there, because the public have a right to know where the public subsidy is going to be going if it's not going to be going to affordable housing. And therefore, the benchmark land value is an exercise, but it's not the position that we will end up with when it comes to selling the site.
But Mr. Hester, presumably you agree that the viability appraisal and assessment ought to be undertaken consistently with the PPG.
Yes, and I'm not saying that the bench land value is not important. Of course, it's important, and the residual land value is important if you actually input the policy compliant elements to it, which haven't been undertaken. But
sorry, Mr. Hester, I don't interrupt you. This is the analysis that you asked them to do on the policy, what you call the policy compliant basis. This is your case, not mine.
That's right.
And it shows, let me finish, this shows that the 2016 SHMA mix is very heavily unviable at 15%.
It's unviable in that there is a deficit of 2.3.
Very heavily unviable on the mix based on the 2016 SHMA. It is unviable. The reason why that's left in there, and not seeking to hide it, is that also that the appellant accepted a deficit of £1.7 million, which goes to show why, in reality, I mean, this is so early on in the process, although it's an important part, in reality, this is going to change over time. And even if you took V103, which is obviously still subject of consultation, and everything else that you want to take, all the other assumptions that we dispute, there's only a surplus against benchmark land value of £600,000.
Yes.
Now, using the proxy put forward by Dixon Searle, that might, on these very high level examples and all of the assumptions that you've added in, generate an additional 4 units. 1%.
It goes to show that if you do, yes, you're right. It goes to show that different inputs produce different outcomes. And going back to the point that the outcome of 30%, the outcome of 15% is seeking to be fixed now with such an outline application, with a proposal which isn't the end result, or with a proposal which will not be coming into the local authority as at detailed matter stage.
But you see, you must see the point, Mr. Hester, surely. Officers totally endorsed the FBA and said there's no reasonable limits of viability. You've come in at the appeal stage and said, well, I want you to relook at mix, type, and size. Also, I want to depart from the agreed cost position and go to Thanet. When you do that, it doesn't actually demonstrate any improved viability.
What it does demonstrate is that fixing viability, fixing affordable housing at this stage is inappropriate, because we haven't actually got a scheme that is detailed and is proposed. So my view, as I expressed earlier, and I think more appropriately as an opinion, is that 30% should be fixed at this stage, and to enable a scheme that's fully compliant to be submitted, and then viability if necessary, and a scheme which also would deliver more units might be considered at that stage. It's too early to allow 15% as the fixed position when everything else isn't.
So is at the end of all of this, is your position that despite all of the evidence showing that the scheme can't afford 30%, that you can't assess the appropriate percentage of affordable housing on an outline scheme?
I haven't assessed that, no, but because the planning committee were not happy with the justification for departing from 30%, I think it's important to look at every other aspect to see whether within reason 30% could be achieved with a scheme that might involve more units, different inputs and policy assumptions, etc. Because that was tested at the local plan stage to be considered sound. We're a year away from the local plan being adopted, and therefore I think it's quite appropriate that because of the high pressing need for local housing, I think that's an exercise that needs to be undertaken. It wasn't. The council was presented with the Gladman scheme and the Gladman viability, and that's it.
Is it your position that it's appropriate to fix a percentage of affordable housing based on viability on an outline application, or do you say that's simply inappropriate?
You can do that, yes.
And on the evidence here, based on actual viability evidence, you don't put forward any evidence that reflects any viability, any percentage that reflects any viability evidence, do you?
No, but I think the starting point has to be 30%.
Thank you very much. They're all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Hester. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. Thank you both. Now, as we've got no supporters of the scheme, then there's I don't think there's a need for me to ask any interested parties if they've got any questions for you. And I think because of the evidence that you've given, I was going to leave it open in terms of whether or not to ask interested parties if they had any questions of you, but I don't think, because of the evidence that you've given in terms of any differences between the opposing parties and you, that it's necessary for me to ask anybody else at this stage if they've got questions of you. I hope that's okay for everybody, but there will be an opportunity for interested parties, of course, to question the appellant's witnesses later on. So that takes us to re-examination. Now, just in terms of timing, Mr. Hester, you've been on for sort of an hour and a half or so, or is it longer? No, it's an hour and a half or so. Do you want a short break before re-examination? I suppose it might depend too on how long you think you will require, Mr. Upton.
Can I actually ask for a short break anyway? Actually, I think just. But no, in terms of my timing, it's probably 10 minutes. It's just that it would be helpful to have a break.
Okay, I probably was hoping for that answer as well from my own point of view. So let's have a break. Let's see. Will 10 minutes be sufficient? Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
We will return at just past 12. Thank you. Right, welcome back, everybody.
It's only you and me at the moment.
I did say just past 12:05. So, okay. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Upton, it is now you to re-examine Mr. Hester, please.
Thanks, sir. Just as I said, just a few points. Obviously, very extensive answers. Mr. Hester, you're being asked about the work done by Dixon Cell Partnership. Can we go back to their report, which is your Appendix B? And obviously, the tables that they produced towards the end come, I think it's page 11 and 12. There's a section that talks about latest trial iteration appraisal results. Is the heading?
Yeah.
You were asked about the measure, I suppose, against the residual land value against benchmark land value. And I just wanted to check your understanding about what had been put forward by, I was going to say JLL, Jason, sort of the Gladman's valuation, because there's a comment here in the DSP report about the applicant's June 21 appraisal, 2021. Including 50% affordable housing offer, and indicating a residual land value of about 3 million, which would lead to a deficit against the benchmark land value of 1.7 million. Can you help us if we were purely looking at that in terms of the PPG test? Is 15% justifiable?
Well, that's in the following sentence. That it would fall within the 15.2% GDV. So in the lower end of the range, that's accepted or suggested as the norm for viability assessments in the PPG.
Right. So I know in a sense you covered this, but when one looks at what the three tables then produce, three different scenarios produced, what being called 101, 102, 103, the indicative residual value we can see there, and then the column says surplus deficit against the benchmark land value. Is it the same exercise or anything different that we need to apply to that? I suppose I'd really ask you, sort of, to what extent is this 1.7 million deficit still relevant? I really ought to be asking.
Well, it's offered, isn't it? I'm not sure whether that figure includes that. I didn't get the opportunity to read it when I was being cross-examined, so so that's the deficit. That's the difference between benchmark land value and residual land value, the 2.24, but a profit of 14.6. but the residual land value is 3 million, isn't it? It should be.
No, sorry, I asked a compound question, which is always a difficulty. But it's really, I suppose, if the inspector was wanting to look at the simple comparison between benchmark land value and residual land value,
yeah,
to what extent is this minus 1.7 million still relevant to that? The result.
I don't know. I don't know what you're asking.
Oh, sorry. Don't worry. It's as I say, often the perils of re-examination that it may be obvious to me, but not to others. Can I pick up this point about developers' profit? Then we can leave aside the.
Well, I think the answer to that question is that there's more scope there's more money in the pot. That's the answer to try and deliver more affordable housing. That's how I read it. But anyway, sorry. So, what was your next question?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. You may recall you were asked about, in terms of what the level of developers' profit that has been used, and we're taken to the Somerston Grange report. And you may recall you were looking for a reference as to why the officers had recommended the 20% was used. Do you have that report to hand?
Yeah. Well, it's the document that we were taken to, wasn't it? On the so the reason I keep bending out of the way is because my microphone's in front of my screen, which is why I put it to optimise you being able to hear me. Yeah. So if we go to that the core document 604.
Okay. You were taken to the, I suppose, the blunt point about it saying at 3.10, the 20%.
Yeah.
And then there was a reference and an explanation that the officers gave as to why. Is it
later
down the page at 3.12?
Yeah, I paraphrased it because I couldn't find the sentence when I under cross-examination, but there it is. So the last sentence at the bottom of page 7, whilst the profit level 20% is higher than that adopted on other appraisals in the district, it's important to consider the current uncertainty around the property and house building market in response to the pandemic, as well as the requirement to bring significant strategic highways infrastructure forward. Kent's position changed between the initial resolution to grant, in that their design scheme added another £4 million to the costs. So the officers felt to accept the 20% on profit on GDV because of the certain uncertainty around the market at the time. So it doesn't. Although we've still got COVID, I think it was a different position a year ago in terms of not being political, but in terms of what was known and what wasn't known about COVID and the impact it was having on the uncertainty as to development and property and house building market. But certainly since the house builders were I think at the beginning of COVID in 2020, the house builders weren't even developing until May. I think they stopped between March and May from memory, in my involvement with them. So yeah, I think that is a particular justification for 20% because of the circumstances at the time.
Thank you. And I suppose the question comes to what extent, I think you've partly answered it, but as we stand here in January, is it just the pandemic that's changed, or is there anything else that you want to highlight about the uncertainty?
Well, I mean, there'll always be an uncertainty, but I think we're back to normal in terms of how we approach this. In terms of the starting position is 17.5%, but I think there's such a pressing need for affordable housing in the district, and this strategic site is highlighted to deliver its contribution towards that. I think that the bar is significantly high, in my view, for the justification that's required under SP 23.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think then just a final point about this, I suppose the updating question. You were asked about the approach to be taken to the, I suppose, construction costs and what evidence base to use from the BICS data. Really not necessary to turn up a document. In terms of, though, the updating that's occurred, it's been both in terms of revenue and in terms of costs. To the extent you're able to help us, I mean, in terms of the revenue side, what's the evidence base that's used there? Is it MedKent or is it something else?
That's more local. That's a Thanet revenue, isn't it? The sales values of local, and I think DSS set out in my appendix B that they used local sales, and I think they also did a sense check with the land registry as well. So it makes sense if you're looking at local sales. It equally makes sense to look at local costs as well.
Right. I think that's all I need to ask on that point. In which case, I think, Mr. Hester, there's nothing further I wanted to come back on, and thank you.
Thank you.
And so I don't know if you have any further points.
No, I don't. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hester, and thank you for your commitment. I know it's can't be easy doing cross-examination in any situation, but when you're feeling under the weather, it can be more difficult. So thank you for your commitment and perseverance. Right. We are now, it's 12:15. So it is now the turn of, where are we? Mr. Coldry, isn't it? Mr. Williams, in terms of timings, it's 12:15. I was thinking, how long is your examination chief going to be? And is it sort of probably preferable to do that before lunch and then we break for lunch before cross-examination after lunch? Is that a...
I think that's sensible. So given we've just had a long first session, but we have just had a relatively recent break, it will keep things moving if we try and get Mr. Coulter done before lunch. And I think we said about 45 minutes.
Okay, well, that sounds like it will take us to 1 o'clock there or thereabouts. So I'm happy with that, and that seems a sensible way forward to me.
And I'm not sure whether it's just my screen, but I'm not sure whether Mr. Coulter has yet presented himself.
I can see him. And good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Coldry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Right, you've appeared on mine. Thank you very much. So I think in terms of documents, and for those people following it as well, if it will mostly be based upon Mr. Coulder's proof, appendices, rebuttal and rebuttal appendices. I think helpful to have Mr. Hester's appendices, in particular the Dixon Searle material that we've been looking at this morning. And the PPG on viability as well, please. And there may be one or two other documents, but I think they're the ones that we should take out now. And I should say, Mr. Coulder, I haven't had a chance to speak to you, obviously, since I've begun cross-examining Mr. Hester. So there may be some points you want to add in light of what you've heard through the cross-examination this morning. But can we start, please, by looking at your main proof of evidence in section 2? You set out at 2.1 that this is report prepared by you. You're a chartered surveyor and a registered value. You're a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, a director in the Affordable Consultancy team at JLL. And in 2.2, you set out your experience in private and public sector, and that after completing your master's in international real estate, you went to what was Druitt Neat. You joined the VOA in London thereafter, and you set out over the following paragraphs details of your experience in this field. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
For an overview, could you turn to section 8, please. And read through your conclusions.
Certainly. In summary, JLL undertook a detailed financial viability assessment to accompany the planning application for the scheme. This was reviewed by TDC's experts DSP and EMRC. Following discussions, it was accepted that the proposed provision of 10% affordable housing was the maximum reasonable amount. In response to members' concerns, the viability was updated in June 21 to reflect changes in values and costs. On this basis, the provision was increased to 15% affordable housing. This was accepted, but the scheme was refused permission. As per the inspector's directive, I have considered the viability of the scheme at today's values and costs. Likewise, in order to minimize the issues to be considered at the inquiry, I've adopted the assumptions proposed by TDC with the exception of the appropriate build cost rate. I've considered this in detail and provided my opinion as to why I consider the rate proposed to be unreasonable and my own opinion. Having reflected these matters, I've updated the viability assessment. This results in a deficit when considered against the agreed benchmark land value. TDC have asserted that the viability assessment should have been undertaken by adopting a 2016 SHAR compliant mix. In response, I have considered this, which also results in a deficit against the agreed benchmark land value. With either affordable housing mix, therefore, a provision of 15% affordable housing remains the maximum viable level. Finally, I've also considered the comments set out by SWRA, their experts, PDC, and CPRE Kent. In conclusion, I consider the provision of 15% affordable to be the maximum viable.
Thank you. And over the page, you've completed a statement of truth in accordance with the RICS code. Can you just confirm that the evidence you've given and will give represents your true professional opinions?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Turn back then, please, to section 3 of your proof. We're not going to take the proof as read, if that's acceptable, and just identify some key points that relate to the various sections of the proof. And I thought, in light, Mr. Couldry, of some of Mr. Hester's comments about the extent to which common ground was established through the application process, it'd be helpful if you just explained the nature of the iterative process and the nature of the reviews that were undertaken by the council and their advisors through the course of the application.
Yes, so JLL undertook a financial viability assessment dated June 2020. I think that's been referred to as sort of the dark arts, which may be light-humoured, but it essentially follows standardised inputs, a traditional residual valuation approach that's very normal for the valuation of development land. This was reviewed by DSP, who adopted the same methodology approach, and the vast majority of assumptions were considered acceptable. That was in their report, October, I believe, 2020, yes. And that's CD 5.2, Annex 2, which we've been taken to previously. At that point, they outlined some differences of opinion. These were predominantly accepted, so the inclusion of ground rents, for example, and there was a difference in some of the construction costs, the abnormal costs. These were discussed between quantity surveyors and later agreed. So at the stage of their report, there were some outlying issues, but subsequent to that, all matters were agreed. An update was later provided to members looking to address sort of changes in values and costs since the original assessment, sort of effective by that time, nearly pretty much a year later. And on that basis, the affordable housing was increased to 15%, as I set out in my conclusion.
Thank you. And then if we just look at page 5 of your report, you set out there the analysis that was presented to members, and you describe it there as the previously agreed position. And then in section 4, you present an updated viability assessment. Could you just explain, please, what you've done by way of updating and what this exercise now shows?
Yes, so at the case conference, the inspector asked that the viability assessment be updated, and that we seek to agree, both parties seek to agree that wherever possible, and I've endeavoured to do that. We proposed to update the values by indexation and cost as well, and TDC proposed those which had been in a draft at the time, a draft statement of common ground that's now been signed, and that was adopted in my proof. Essentially, all other assumptions remain as per the agreed position. They've just been updated. There's been no changes. So I run through each section in my proof, setting out what the results of those are, part by part. So, for example, private housing revenues adopted the agreed value of £315 a square foot, 87 pence, and the revenue that results in. Do you want me to go through each?
No, that's necessary. That's not necessary. I think.
Thank you.
Just ask you, sir, to put an asterisk next to 0.4.5 in the report, which deals with build costs, because we'll come back to that when we're dealing with the rebuttal. But otherwise, you've explained that effectively the approach is exactly the same as it was as before the council. It's just been updated. And other than the cost point, is there disagreement as to how such points should be updated?
No, those are agreed. The costs in the original funded viability assessment, BCS median cost for estate housing generally default 15-year sample rebased to Kent. That's the full description, was adopted, and I've just taken the latest position of that. It's DSP or TDC. I think they've instructed DSP to do this. Have changed that and adopted a different cost basis.
But other than that, there's no disagreement as to how
the
appraisal should be updated from the previous one.
No.
And then what I don't want you to go through the individual assumptions. I would just like you, and so you might tell us this is unnecessary, but on page 11, I'd just like you to take us fairly quickly through how you read an appraisal like this and what does it show.
Of course. So as I said before, this is standard residual valuation approach that's done for any valuation of land. You can see here the various inputs and outputs. So the values have been agreed. That leads to the sort of the total revenue. You then move on to the various costs. Things like acquisition, construction costs. The majority of these are ultimately all agreed, the only bit being the base costs as we discussed. One of the key costs will be the profit margin. That is in a residual valuation, that is a cost. That's the amount that the developer would seek to retain for the risk of undertaking the scheme. That's been agreed, and that is a cost. And then once all those costs have been deducted from the revenue, one gets to a residual land value. And in this case, it's approximately 4.3 million. And for a viability assessment, one sets that out, judges that against the benchmark land value. And that's the minimum value that a landowner would accept, having regard to existing use value policy, etc.
So just a couple of points arising from that. When you refer to the profit, that's towards the bottom, the line that says profit stroke risk return.
Yes.
In the appraisal as minus 21 million because it's a cost. Is that an input or an output?
That's an input. That's a cost deducted as other costs are deducted.
Thank you. And the benchmark land value at 4.74 million, is there any disagreement as to that?
No, that's agreed. That was accepted by Dixon Searle in the original assessment. It's also very similar. I think it's about £8,000 less than the figure adopted in the local plan. That's accepted, and as you can see there, there's a deficit there.
And at a very basic level, why does comparing the residual land value against the benchmark land value result in an assessment of viability?
Because it shows the value of the proposed scheme with all the contributions that are proposed against a minimum land price. And if the value of the scheme is not sufficient to meet that minimum land price, then it may not be viable.
Thank you. So that's your updated position. And just again, to be clear, the percentage of affordable housing in these appraisals, is that an input or an output effectively?
Well, I suppose it's an iterative approach. It is currently in this appraisal, it's an input. Were it lead to a surplus, then those monies would be reinvested effectively, and lead to an increase in affordable housing, and the opposite is true. So DSP I think referred to sort of for every additional £140,000 in land value, that would pay for an additional unit. So to reach a policy compliant scheme, I think you would need an additional approximately 9.4 million in additional land value over and above the benchmark.
Okay, thank you very much. Section 5 was you anticipating certain alternative viability assumptions, which again, I think we can pass over that and come back to those in the context of the rebuttal, if that makes sense.
Yes, just to say, I think following at the case conference, it was requested that we have the alternative assumptions that we need to test. Obviously, one could test any number of theoretical mixes, a 40-story tower block or something, which would obviously never get permission, but one could test it. And so we requested that be provided. The only reference we received was to the SHMA in relation to affordable housing, the 2016 SHMA on affordable housing. That's what I've done. I think there may have been a reference to a 21 local housing needs assessment, which I think at the time hadn't been published. It may have been since. But yes, that was my understanding of what needed to be assessed from the council's position.
And so just having made that point, on page 16, where we see the residual appraisal there, just confirm what scheme is that effectively appraising?
Well, it's an alternative mix assumptions having regard to the 2016 SHMA, but only in relation to affordable housing, given the officer's clear endorsement of the mix, and specifically in relation to maximising GDV, and the reference to the affordable housing in relation to SHMA. I had erroneously, mistakenly assumed that it was only the affordable housing mix that was disputed. And therefore, this appraisal reflects that, and the values and results, costs, etc., flow through. One gets to residual land value of approximately 4.5 million. Again, a deficit against the benchmark land value of 4.74.
Thank you. Then section 6 of your report, you have gone through the statement of case produced by SWRA and the various points raised. Since then, we've had Mr. Aust's proof of evidence, were there major differences between Mr. Aust's proof of evidence and the statement of case?
No, they were essentially the same in the points they were making. The only matter I noted that was that Mr. Aust stated in his experience that he or his firm sells affordable housing. He said in his reports that one shouldn't include a fee for the sale of affordable housing, and that seemed to be inconsistent with his own work. That's the only sort of particular difference I noted.
And it was said, I think, yesterday that Mr. Aust, his view was that his assumptions were consistent with appraisals that were routinely taken. That was said by Mr. Hans, I think, rather than Mr. Aust. Can you just give us your view, please, on that point, and whether you agree that the points put forward by Mr. Aust are points that you would view as being assumptions routinely made in these assumptions?
No, I've gone through each one and explained why I disagree. Obviously, these all items were considered detailed by both ourselves, myself, and Dixon Searle, and in the case of the costs, EMRC. I think there is some, dare I say, selective use of it. No evidence is presented apart from the evidence that we used. There is some selective use of that. They remove certain evidence because it's in a lower value location, which we noted and considered and stated as much, and then relies upon evidence that's in a higher value location. I set out, where I disagree and the reasons why.
Thank you. And so we're in your hands. I mean, obviously, Mr. Aust isn't giving evidence. I can't cross-examine him, but here is where Mr. Caldry has effectively presented his case in response. I don't think there's any point going through it in any more detail. We'll leave it for you to assess. Equally, then, in section 7, please, Mr. Caldry, am I right that you've effectively done the same in relation to points made by CPRE, which again, we don't have a specialist proof of evidence on that matter. Is there anything you would like to emphasize in relation to your response?
No, I think the matter of profit sort of is there, and we'll come on to again. Has been disputed, as we know, as we've heard. That's been agreed with DSP, haven't been considered in detail. I set out some further reasoning on that. I think where it's mentioned by a number of parties, everyone has sort of assumed that one can apply the lowest profit margin that automatically, rather than considering it in the rounds. And Mr. Hester's evidence, he didn't ask DSP to test a 20% profit margin, for example, as I think was brought up in evidence. I think there's also some commentary against the review mechanism, which might be dealt with at a later time.
Okay, thank you. So can we then put that document to one side and take up your rebuttal proof of evidence? And I want to go through this in a little bit more detail. You start at, well, in section 2 on page 2, you raise the question of the planning practice guidance and the relevance that Mr. Hester sees in the fact that the applicant is Gladman, who is named to be a land or site promoter rather than a developer. Could you just explain, please, in relation to undertaking viability appraisals and what the PPG says about inputs, what's the role of the identity of the or nature of the applicant?
None, essentially. What one undertakes, as I describe, a sort of applicant blind assessment. The planning permission runs with the land, whoever owns it, and indeed the applicant, I believe, is not the landowner, and any party could come along, assuming the site was to get permission, and deliver the scheme, not just the applicant, and therefore one does not, reflect any sort of special benefit or hindrance because of who the applicant may or may not be. These are PPG sort of requires essentially standardised inputs, a standardised approach, which I've done and DSP have done as well.
And any issues that would bear upon how or whether the land is sold, would they fall under the umbrella of the benchmark land value or the residual land value?
The benchmark land value, as I said, represents the minimum price that a landowner would accept, and it sort of therefore reflects the landowner's position. It's the minimum having in regard to existing use, etc. It is applicant blind. I don't know the landowner. They may personally be in dire financial situation and would therefore personally maybe accept a lower figure. They may be incredibly wealthy and personally require a much larger figure. That viability assessments are blind to those issues.
Okay, thank you. And the second heading, types and sizes of dwellings. I wanted to take out the DSP note at that stage, please, within Mr. Hester's appendices. And you obviously were listening earlier when I asked a number of questions of Mr. Hester that related to these three scenarios. So on page 5 of the note, there's effectively, in terms of mix, size and type, we've got the Gladman mix, size and type, and then there's an 2016 Schmar-based mix and a 2021 Schmar-based mix with an adjustment in relation to the size of some of the 2-bedroom houses. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, I think the adjustments to the size has only been made to V102, V0103.
That's right. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, sorry,
I deal with that later.
Yeah.
Very shortly.
But I just wanted you to help explain in terms of the value consequences of changing the mix. I'm not interested at the moment in the pounds and pence at the outcome, but just if we look at DSP's own material in terms of mix and type, how do we ascertain which is the most valuable planning permission to obtain?
Yes, I think that's in my own proof. I included the table, but limited just to the residual land value to make this point. The whether it's viable or not, the most viable scheme, the most valuable scheme is the what DSP referred to as the Gladman appraisal, the sort of appellant mix. That results in the highest residual land value. That is therefore the most valuable scheme. It is therefore the scheme that would provide the most amount of affordable housing, contributions to infrastructure, etc., irrespective of viability. Viability dictates how much. All three mixes, schemes, etc., assume the same contributions in terms of infrastructure, same levels of affordable housing. So the only difference is the mix. And as I say, it's the appellant mix is the most valuable and therefore provides the highest provision of affordable housing.
Put another way, if you put the 2016 Schmar mix or the 2021 Schmar mix assessed by DSP into your appraisals, would they justify more than 15% affordable housing?
No, I deal with that in my reply in detail.
Thank you. And just explain to us on page 11 in the table, the final column is described as being actual profit, but
yes,
assessed against GDV.
Yes, so the profit is a percentage of GDV. What they've done here is they've not set out the profit used in the appraisal itself. Those are at the agreed inputs. At least in these appraisals, there are some tests that are done at 15%, not at 20%, as we've discussed. So those are at the agreed fixed levels. What they've done here is they've taken the surplus that they identify and then say, well, combining the fixed profit and the surplus, what is the effective profit being achieved here? And as you can, the results speak for themselves. It's just a sort of matter of presentation, really. I think they call it actual profit. One might call it surplus, total profit, surplus profit, super profit. That sort of thing, but it's the surplus. If what the next sort of approach would be to do, and they've done it in sort of high level terms, take that surplus, provide additional affordable housing, and then the actual profit would go back to the figures that have been agreed, essentially, as that surplus is reinvested. On the basis of my figures, the only reason there is a surplus is because of the change in build costs, which I'm sure we'll come on to.
Okay, thank you. So then that deals with the relative value of different mixes. I want you to deal next with any alteration in size of units. And you deal with that, I think, from paragraph 2.2.6 to 2.2.7 of your rebuttal, and in table 2. Can you just explain that exercise and what it shows?
Yes, I've adopted the size of 70 square meters for the 2 beds that were identified as being below a certain level. I should say I'm not a qualified planner, therefore whether that's appropriate or not is beyond my expertise, but that's what I've done. And this essentially is the results, the same cost assumption, same value assumptions at this stage, and as a result, one sees a residual land value, and again against benchmark land, and again a deficit. I go on to say, and I think this came up in Mr. Hester's examination, that the relative value differs depending on the size of a property, and the blended sales values in per square meter or per square foot terms, those are a result of the individual values of differing units. They're not sort of the value itself, and by increasing the size of units, the relative value in per square foot terms would be discounted, and I deal with that further in tables sort of 3 and 4 to show that actually in reality the value would be less, and that would have a further impact on the residual land value. I haven't run an appraisal because I've tried to maintain the agreements that have been essentially reached, try to minimise areas of dispute, but as a sense check I've done that.
Thank you very much. And then if we move into on that point, can you just explain how, in case the inspector wants to understand, how do your tables 3 and 4 help illustrate the point that you make, that by varying the square meterage, it can lead to a variation in the price per square meter?
So there are a number of types of 3 and 4 bed homes in the appellant mix, and you can see there they're ordered in table 3. They're ordered in size, and these are effectively the agreed unit values. And you can see that the rate per square foot generally, as the total value goes up because the home is bigger, it's worth more, it's worth more in total. The agreed unit values are more, but the relative value in per square foot terms comes down. And that sort of illustrates the points, that as size goes up, the value goes up, but when analysing in square foot terms, it comes down. I've then tried to consider and this obviously isn't agreed, but I've then tried to consider what the value of the 2-bedroom houses would be at that size, and then I've then applied that value to the mix, the appellant mix, with all the other agreed values to show what the total sales value would be, and how that compares to the figure just using the rate per square foot before it's adjusted.
Thank you. And just on a point of detail, I'm not sure whether this is the best point to pick it up, but there was a suggestion from Mr. Hester that you hadn't actually appraised the units that were in the mix, because there were, for example, houses of more than 2 stories and you hadn't assessed those. Do you remember that point being made?
Yes, there are, I think it's 76, are they 3-bed houses that are 3-story in the mix?
But is it correct that you haven't appraised the mix that was actually put forward? Have you omitted some of the larger properties?
No, we have included the mix. I think what I don't know if you're referring to the size of units that were used in the local plan assessment and the mix that the appellant is assuming.
I think it was a specific point that you hadn't assessed for 3-story houses within your appraisal, so therefore there might be some missing square meterage.
No, we have. There are 76 3-story. They're described, I think, in our report to them as 2.5 because the 3rd story, well, the floor space is there. I think this assumption would be that it's actually under the eaves and use of dormers, etc. So there are 3-story properties with the larger floor space. I think that's type I. You can see there that they're 102 square meters, 1095 square foot. So those have been done. Whether 76 is enough, too many.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can you turn then, please, to...
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I blocked out there. Can you hear me?
Just to answer your question, yes, 3-story houses are included in the mix.
Okay, thank you. Can you then turn on to page 6 of your rebuttal, where you've considered some additional considerations?
Yeah.
And the point I wanted you to pick up really is first the point at 2.3.2, which is a general point, I think. Can you just explain the point that you're making in paragraph 2.3.2?
Yes, I think it's Mr. Hester's sort of assertion that the viability shouldn't be given any weight. That's obviously a planning matter and beyond my brief. But because there's only because of the mix that's been assumed and it's not policy compliant, I think as he describes it. I think it's my own evidence shows that it's not possible to increase the level of affordable housing, and DSP referred to the numbers, and I said earlier the amount that would be needed. Guidance says that one doesn't need to undertake appraisals just for the sake of it. It's quite evident that one can't achieve 30%. Despite DSP's own evidence saying that, they say what they consider the absolute maximum to be. They don't reach 30%, yet Mr. Hester is still maintaining that. The other point sort of to make there is that they, and I think this came up in cross-examination, is that they, the maximum that they say is an additional 5%, so that would take us to 20, but that's only possible if you maintain a deficit that was apparent when the scheme went to committee. It's not viable. It's not the surplus over the benchmark and established guidance set out in the PPG, RICS guidance, etc., is that one has to test it against the benchmark land value, which is agreed. And indeed, DSP have done that, and they don't, I think, dispute that. Okay. So as I say, and I think you brought it up in examination, that it would only provide, using DSP's figures, the surplus would only result in a couple of units, 1 to 13%, 3%, something in that order.
Okay, thank you. On page 7 of your rebuttal, paragraph 2.3.6, there's a point about whether or not increasing floor space increases value. I think this relates partly to the point that you were making earlier, but can you just explain again the point that you wanted to make in relation to the approach a house builder might take?
Yes, Mr. Hester said that a house builder would seek to sort of max the size of units, and actually that's not true. That's quite the opposite. In fact, they would certainly seek to increase the number of units as much as possible. Obviously, planning permission, where planning permission allows it. I mean, this is up to 450 units and has been assessed as such. But in terms of the size, they would seek to maintain what's the most efficient size, and that's generally the smallest. As we've discussed, the highest value, the larger unit sizes have a lower rate per square foot, and inversely, the smaller units have the highest rate per square foot. And therefore, you'll find that actually most house builders will seek to keep the sizes as efficient as possible.
Thank you. 237, was there anything else you wanted to say in relation to benchmark land value and profits?
I think we generally covered it. I think the only other thing to say is that it was based on the local plan, arguably with the significant value increases that are applied here, one could consider is probably arguably conservative at that level, but it's an agreed position and I don't dispute it. So leave it there.
Thank you. And the next heading, please, local plan viability assumptions. This perhaps slightly more significant following the questions I asked this morning than when you wrote your rebuttal. When I asked Mr. Hester as to, and we'll come back to the cost point, but for justification or documentary justification that relating to changing the cost basis, the only document that Mr. Hester wished to refer to was the PPG at paragraph 8, which refers to local plan viability appraisals. And I just wanted you to explain really the relationship between those and what you would expect to see by way of level of assessment at a site application stage.
Certainly. I suppose there's two things here. One, as DSP states in their own notes, the local plan assessment was done before the explicit link that links sort of viability specifically back to the local plan. So it wasn't undertaken on that basis, and there is effectively no direct, well, perhaps there's an ask for a planner, but I'm just trying to find the relevant bit of the local plan was prepared and examined under the previous MPPF and related PPG, which did not create the current link MPPF. And so there wasn't the direct link there. Obviously, the FEA submitted setted out the evidence and the costs adopted and the reasons for those, and therefore the departures from the local plan, and those were accepted. I mean, evidently there has been a number of changes. The number of units is obviously one of those, significant costs, etc. Those were clearly demonstrated and accepted at the application stage. Yes, I think that's and I've maintained those assumptions. I think the other thing is that in those costs, a number of different cost bases were used and considered at the local plan stage, rather than sort of one at the cost of all others. And I've considered the costs in some detail, but we'll come back to that. I think the other thing I go on to is that in terms of sort of the starting point, as it were, the local plan, there are a number of other differences between the local plan assumptions and the viability assessment, the agreed position. In particular, I think we've heard mention of the profit margin. The local plan assessment adopted 20% profit margin. That would increase the cost by approximately 2.9 million. And professional fees were also higher at 10% versus the 8% that was adopted in the viability assessment agreed, and that would also increase the cost by approximately 1.5 million. So I think if one was to take a purely local plan assessment based appraisal and ignore the FVA, one would have to be consistent on that basis and apply all the assumptions rather than effectively pick and choose.
Thank you. And then on the local plan assumptions, your tables 5 and 6, please, on page 9. What do they demonstrate?
So, as well as the sort of minimum size, as we heard, as I said before, Ms. Hester assumes that a larger size would lead to a more valuable scheme, a more viable scheme, and I seek to address that here. DSP sort of go into the different sizes of units that we used in the local plan, which are generally larger. Helpfully, there are a number of housing types that meet those local plan assumptions, and therefore what I've done is I've extracted those and used those, otherwise at the same mix. So all 3 beds are now, for the purpose of this exercise, are now at the minimum 102 square meters, as was adopted as part of the previous mix. And this shows that with those values, and you get a much larger GDV, much larger sales revenue, nearly 121 million, but you also get bigger costs because the houses are a lot bigger. And as a result, in table 6, you can see the appraisal. The land value actually falls to 2.3 million, and there's a significant deficit of 2.4 million. So there's it's not viable. It's much less viable if you adopt the much bigger unit sizes that were adopted in the local plan.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to move on to the DSP note, please. And in your rebuttal at 3.4.1, you introduced the question of costs and the change between the BCIS estate housing for Kent versus mixed developments for Thanet. And that refers back to your proof of evidence at paragraph 4.5. And could you first of all just give us, well, if you could just explain really why originally it was agreed that the BCIS for Kent was the appropriate basis, and what evidence there is of change.
So, as I said earlier, the original assessment adopted costs in line with BCIS, that's the Building Cost Information Service, which collects data on the construction of various different property types. The median for the estate housing generally, and the sample was based on a default 15-year sample size rebased to Kent. That was considered by specialist quantity surveyors along with the costs for garages, abnormals, externals, etc., EMRC on behalf of the council, and they say it was considered reasonable, and they've adopted that. And I've maintained that. I've now just adopted the latest version at the date of my brief. As we sort of heard, TDC has changed that to the 5-year sample rebased to Thanet, and because that was discussed before proof, I've considered that in my proof of evidence. So perhaps I should go through that.
Yeah, just the main point, really.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So, I mean, I think, well, first of all, that it was accepted by specialist quantity surveyors, i.e. surveyors who are experienced in the costs of constructing properties, new build developments, they're their own specialist advisors, and they've accepted and adopted that. The evidence base for local plan shows that DSP had considered a number of different cost bases, not only the one adopted. I mean, specifically with some other points, I suppose one of the big differences is the location factor. The point that the location, the cost for sort of Thanet are comprised of only 15 schemes, which is a very, very small sample size. And any sort of one issue with one, it would greatly distort those figures. Whereas for Kent, it's 257. And therefore, I consider that to be a much more reliable basis on which to base the costs. I've also had a look at neighbouring districts of Canterbury and Dover, which are 111, 110 location factors, as opposed to 109. So they're actually higher than the Kent figures, but they're much closer to it. And I think that's a useful sense check. Thanet has a location factor of 106. They also have quite small sample sizes, obviously, in their 25 and 20 schemes respectively. So again, I think the Kent is more useful than, say, just adopting, a neighbouring, sort of an average of the three, for example. But it's a useful sense check. Some other bits, so the previously agreed rate, as is agreed, the other costs have been indexed up. If one were to adopt the cost rate previously agreed and apply the same indexation to that, one would result in a cost of £134.60 per square foot, much higher than TDC now advocate, and higher than I've adopted and based on the previously agreed position. I set out in a table a comparison between all the different cost bases, and which is on page 9 of my proof. You've got the median cost, the mean cost, and you'll see that the costs are adopted firmly in the middle, well, lower middle when you consider the mean. Yes, the RICS go on to describe sort of the use of mean and median, and indeed actually recommend the mean. In all cases, the mean is actually higher, but again, I've tried to be consistent with what was done before, and I've maintained the previously agreed basis. I've not departed from that. So this is, my costs are just an update. Yeah.
And you'll recall when I asked Mr. Hester for written suggestion that the Kent basis was inappropriate, the document he referred to was the PPG. Just for completeness, is there anything that you're aware of in the PPG that would suggest taking the Thanet cost base rather than the Kent cost base?
No, it doesn't go into that level of detail. It's what's most appropriate and most reasonable, and I consider the costs that have previously been considered by professional quantity surveyors, it's based on a better sample size, to be more appropriate.
Thank you. And final point, back to your rebuttal, please, at paragraph 3.7 and your table 8. Can you just explain what exercise has there been undertaken and what it shows?
So I've taken the the sort of the first line, appellant mix V, and I've compared it to the DSP's appraisals for ease. So that's their reference is V101. I've updated the appraisal. I've shown the residual land value and then the surplus or deficit against the benchmark, as may be the case. We've already discussed that one. That's early on in my reply. I've also then tested the mixes, and it's of no surprise that they have lower values as they did in DSP's appraisal. They have lower values in mine. They result in a residual land value in the case of the 2016 Sharma mix, a negative land value. So the landowner would have to pay the developer to take on the site, and which obviously wouldn't happen, it wouldn't be delivered. And the 2021 Smart mix, which results in a land value of 2.5 million and a deficit of 2.2 million.
And so when you look at the appraisals in the round, what, in your view, does it say as to the ability of the scheme on the having regard to the iterative mixes put forward by Mr. Hester? What does it say as to the ability of the scheme to carry more than 15% affordable housing?
There's no evidence that's been presented that any scheme can provide more than 15% affordable housing, and that's the maximum reason why. And indeed, that the mix assumed and relied upon is the most viable, most valuable, and therefore would provide the most affordable housing. And if one were to be, it will be doubt reserved matters, I appreciate, but if a SHMAR compliant sort of only mix was forced, then it might result in a lower provision.
Thank you. You have your conclusions on section 4. I don't ask you to read them out, but is there anything you would like to add by way of evidence in chief?
I think the only thing, sort of couple points. I think at some stage has been said that only one appraisal has been presented. That's not the case. We present. There was obviously a scheme appraisal in the submission. We've asked for what other appraisals should be tested, and have tried best to. I've considered that in my proof. In my reply, I've considered a number of different appraisals. So we have tested a number of different. I've tested a number of different assumptions, etc. So that's not the case that there is only one. Dealt with the provision of policy compliant. It's evident that the 15% minimum is the maximum. There's no need to provide a 30% appraisal. And guidance says one doesn't need to just take appraisals for the sake of them when the evidence is clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gawdry. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gawdry. Just aware of the time, we are sort of probably not very much lunchtime, but just one question from me, if I may. In terms of profit margins, and it's probably is somewhere in the evidence, what is the specific, there's been discussion or evidence given on the margins being generally between 15 and 20%. What's the specific reasons for the choice of 17.5% for this scheme?
So I think that was considered in my original report, and it was considered by DSP at some length. It reflects sort of the balance of risk in relation to the private housing. Affordable housing is a much lower 6% affordable housing on the basis that would be sold to a registered provider, housing association, and therefore is less risky. And it sort of reflects the level of risk of a scheme of this nature. There are, significant abnormal cost issues with site topography, etc., which do make it challenging. It may not be the largest scheme in terms of strategic sites, but it is a large scheme, and therefore has complications likely to go through ups and downs in terms of the market, and a developer will want a sufficient return to take all those risks into account. So that's been considered, and as a result of those issues, considered that 17.5%, that sits within an appropriate range. Neither the highest figure that was adopted in the local plan assessment, or as we heard in relation to Grange, an application done, I think Samson Grange, I think it was, or indeed the lowest figure, because that would be considered too low, as DSP quite clearly state.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question at this stage. So I think it's now time to adjourn for lunch. After lunch, we will continue on with obviously cross-examination of yourself by Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, just sort of without sort of obviously pinning you down to it, but how long do you expect to require for your cross-examination?
Thanks, sir. I'm hoping we can get through it in about an hour. It obviously depends how things go. Unsurprisingly, Gawdry and I may not agree on many things, but I think that's a sort of rough estimate.
Okay, so if we, just thinking forward after that, there'll then be re-examination, and then Mr. Ball, which will obviously we'll get the opportunity to get to Mr. Ball this afternoon, and hopefully with a good wind complete with Mr. Ball, but we'll have to see how that goes. Okay, we will adjourn for lunch. given this sort of time constraints, is everyone going to be happy with a slightly shorter lunch break, 45 minutes? I don't normally like breaking my 1 hour rule, but maybe just to save some time in this case. Is that okay for all the parties?
That's fine with me, sir.
Okay. Good. Okay. In that case, we'll adjourn for lunch and we will return at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock and it's time to recommence. Looks as though everybody is back from lunch. So before we move on with the cross-examination of Mr. Caldry, is there any housekeeping matters anybody wishes to raise? I've got none.
Nothing from us, thank you, sir.
No, okay. In that case, it's over to you, Mr. Upton, to cross-examine Mr. Caldry. Do you want to also introduce your drawings and things, not drawings, documents rather, that you want to refer to?
Hopefully this will be what we're going to cover. Obviously I have the proof and the rebuttal hopefully to hand. And I was thinking I wanted to look at the June 2020 initial report, which we have CD 110. It was the first assessment. There's then the update, which I think best reference is CD 222, which is a June 2021 document. And obviously the DSP report in Appendix B of Mr. Hester's evidence. And in terms of plans, well, like Mr. Hester, the parameter plan and the development framework plan, I think, would be useful.
Right. What are the, remind me of the core document number if you've got it for the parameter plan.
Yeah. The, I suppose the, sorry,
I've got an A4 version, but it's just too small. So that I printed off on my limited printer, but I think if I can get it on my screen, it'll be a lot bigger.
Yeah, it's the one that, where we have, unfortunately, the website got it as a version B, whereas actually it's version C when you go through. And
is that?
It's, I think you'll find it as CD 208.
Parameter plan. Okay, yeah. And what was the other plan?
And then the other one is the, I suppose, I think for our purposes, probably doesn't matter which version, because I know there's an update, but the development framework plan.
Oh, yeah. It's a 207.
Yes, let's see if that's, yeah, it's the revision J, which is hopefully sufficient in that, in those purposes. Yes, I should remember they were next door to each other.
The committee reports you referred to, just to make sure I've got all those, I've got the committee report from July 2020.
So it's the appraisal assessments that JLL have done. So going back to their, so it's part of the appellant's documentation. So 1.10 is the 2020 the initial assessment with its appendices. And then we have, I think, as 2.22 the June 2021 update. I think people may have obviously in different places, but that's those are the references. Hopefully we'll all end up in the same document when needed.
And the core document number for the update one again, sorry, I'm just a bit...
2.22. There's
22.
not entirely clear the difference between 21 and 22, but
right. That's so it's probably 20, maybe it's 21, because that's the JLL letter with appendices. Is that what you were referring to?
yeah, so unfortunately the CD reference has all the twos in it, but the actual date of the document is 26th of May 2021. But our core document reference is 2.22. Just
is that not updated 7th of June?
Sorry, 7th of June. What am I talking about? I've told you exactly what it is.
That's okay.
7th of June 21. Letter starting, Dear Robert.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's what I have open.
I've got that. I'm there, I think. Yeah.
Sorry to interject there.
No, thank you. For some reason, I've managed to print off what I thought was a copy, which has a 26th of May date on it, but I think it's the same document. I will just... I don't think there's any change. Anyway, as long as we have that... I was going to start with that document, fortunately. So now we've identified it. So good afternoon, Mr. Caudry. Can I just check your involvement with, obviously, the viability side in this matter? Because this is the letter, and as we know, it's June of 2021, signed by you, addressed to Robert Black of Gladman.
Yes.
And as you say, you had provided, just at the beginning of this letter, introduction and background, a financial viability assessment dated in June 2020. And obviously you summarise what's in that. And then, as you say, updated assumptions have arisen after the April 2021 committee. And you then set out the obviously the consequences. But as I say, I just wanted to check your, I suppose, status in the debate, so to speak. The recommendations about what the particular provision of affordable housing percentage can be are very much sort of in your name. You don't seem to be saying, I advise for you to consider. So was it essentially your decision what to offer, or how does it work?
No, that was by the applicant. I just set out sort of what's been done.
Right. Thank you. Because obviously, as we can see here, it's a useful summary that the initial assessment in June of 2020, the second paragraph, as you record, a scheme with 10% provision was assessed, and the residual land value was below the benchmark land value.
Yes.
Now, and then we get the updated assumptions. So this is now looking at it in June 2021. And it's obviously you've looked at it again, but I just want to go to the second page and the top of it, because this sort of particularly deals with the point. So based upon the above, we have calculated the scheme would provide an additional 5% affordable housing, 15% overall, while maintaining a similar RLV, which equates to about 67, as we know, 68, I think, in the end, affordable units. And we've appended a summary. That's what I wanted to check, is that maintaining a similar residual land value, basically, and I think your appendices show that the residual land value figure in June 2021 is basically the same sort of minus 1.7 million that it was in June of 2020, isn't it? It's sort of...
That's correct.
Yeah. So when you talk about a similar residual land value, that's the sort of figure you had in mind. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What I want to check is, in terms of the policy test and what the inspector needs to look at, we're meant to look at the benchmark, the residual land value as it compares to the benchmark land value.
Yes.
And it normally should sort of break even to be able to justify a percentage of housing. But here, and I don't know if it's on your authority or Gladman's authority, but certainly clearly what's put forward, there is a percentage of all housing put forward on the basis that a residual land value 1.7 million less than the benchmark land value provides the level of affordable housing that can be justified.
Mm.
Now, can we just unpack that? And a couple of questions. Right. Firstly, that's not the PPG test, is it? You normally be a sort of, is the residual land value greater than the benchmark land value? Yes.
And I think, I mean, going to your point, in my experience, there's normally a deficit, because if there's a surplus, then there'll be more affordable housing. Or there would be no viability because there'd be no need for one. So in my experience, there is always a deficit. But yes, it is against the benchmark land value. That's whether the scheme can viably provide additional contributions.
Mm. Because I suppose just this may not be for you, but on the basis of these figures, it would have been plausible to say we can't provide 10%. I mean, that's the logic of it, isn't it? Or was that?
I think I don't recall, and I can't. I'd have to look, but I think on the basis of those figures, the 10%, yes, would still fall below the benchmark. However, the applicant, wished to increase their offer to 15% on the basis of the improvements.
I mean, just to say, it comes in stages, because as of June 2020, it's minus 1.7 million in terms of the comparison, but they're prepared to offer 10%. Come to June 2021, with the same similar, I suppose you say, similar residual land value difference of minus 1.7 million, they're offering 15%. But it's a matter of the time difference. But as you say, that the 10% calculation becomes much more positive in 2021, but that wasn't relied upon. Is that fair?
Yes, it's certainly improved with the passage of time, and that's what the appellant seek to address. But I think.
Yeah, sorry, you momentarily froze there. Just be aware. But
sorry, and I think that's what the appellant sort of, the applicant, as they then were, sought to address, and they increased the affordable provision by similar amounts as it had gone up.
But is it? It's a point that Dixon Searle pick up in their latest report, that with a sort of negative comparison of 1.7 million, that's still within the range of 15 to 20%, if one does sort of the backward calculation almost. And as they say, it's just inside the 15%, and would be about 15.2% compared to gross development value.
So
that's correct, isn't it? I mean,
I think on their figures it may be, but of course they've reduced.
Well, sorry, just so you have the source. So it's page 11. Before they go into their figures, they just do an analysis if you're minus 1.7 million, and say that would actually be the equivalent of assuming a developer's profit of 15.2% on the gross development value. Sorry, yes. If you want,
sorry, above the table, I see now. Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Just so you know, I suppose it is fair just to go to the document itself. In Appendix B of Mr. Hess's brief, the Dixon Searle Partnership document, and then at page 11, just before you get to the tables, there's this paragraph about how one might approach the residual land value, and you highlighted in red as the minus 1.7 million, and how that relates if you were to do a relationship to the profit, as they have done obviously later on as well, that it would be equivalent to 15.2%. So that's the reference.
They say that. I don't quite know how they get to that. I've not tested that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you. If you haven't tested,
it's lower than the profit that's been agreed and is considered viable. But yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is what obviously the two issues arising here. One is the level of profit. And I'll come back to that because, as you know, that's an issue. But in terms of what is the fundamental comparison that's prepared to be accepted on this site, both in June 2020 and in June 2021, a negative figure of 1.7 million was accepted as acceptable to, I say, the owner and the planning consultants and the experts for this site.
Well, the test was whether the offer was, or the offer, is that the word? The submitted level of affordable housing was 10% at that time. Whether it was viable or not, was considered in my assessment and DSP's report. And at that stage, it was shown that there was a deficit, and therefore it was not viable to increase the provision of affordable housing above.
I mean, it might be. This is, I say, a planning question, but obviously relevant to the work you do and how the RICS advises you, that if you're to assess viability, you're assessing against pension land value, and it doesn't say in the guidance you can be minus 1.7 million, unless, as an owner, you're prepared to accept a lesser profit. I mean, that's the logic, isn't it?
I think that's, I mean, I suppose that's the logic, but we're there to provide an assessment, not to dictate what the owner does or doesn't do. You know, that's, or the applicant, because they obviously may not be the same. You know, and that, as I say, it's quite common for there to be a deficit against the thing. I mean, it'd be rather unusual, and maybe I've never done this, but perhaps I ought to say this is the technical level at which it's viable, you know, and drop it. But I don't, you know, and I'm not sure if that's what you're suggesting I should have done, should have lowered, you know. No, the application was for what it was for, and that was.
So I was exploring what your role was here, in a sense.
Yeah.
Because if you were just following, well, I suppose, can I unpack it? If you were just following the RICS guidance, you would just do the residual land value against benchmark land value and leave the planners to draw conclusions from it. But you didn't stop, did you? You said, and with that similar residual land value, an additional 5% is possible.
So I did do that. You've got the appraisal with the 10% affordable housing, and then said, you know, what we then did, I then did, which is, you know, increase the level of affordable housing at a similar amount that had gone up. So those were the sort of the mechanics of what I'd done, just in the same way that DSP have been instructed to test 15%, even though they're quite categorical, they don't believe that's the right answer. You know, essentially, you know, I'm presenting that, or at that, in that letter.
Can I put it this way? We look at your letter, and that paragraph, it says, I'll just read it again and then ask the questions. Based upon the above, we have calculated that the scheme would provide an additional 5% affordable housing whilst maintaining a similar residual land value.
Yes.
Now, it appears that those are your instructions, that a similar residual land value is what should be used.
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair, isn't it, that that's how the inspector should approach this particular site, that residual land value figure is the, so to speak, the benchmark for what's fair here?
Well, no, the benchmark has been clearly established.
Sorry, I've used the wrong word, benchmark. Sorry, because you're quite right. Benchmark land value is a different thing. Can I ask a question without using the word benchmark? So just one moment.
The text, I suppose.
Just let me ask the question, because I realise I muddled it up by using the word benchmark when I shouldn't do. And the question is this, is that in terms of this site and what is seen as acceptable in terms of assessing what level of affordable housing could be provided, the level of residual land value is taken as a similar figure of minus 1.7 million. That's the figure that one should bear in mind.
No, the planning guidance is quite clear. RICS guidance is quite clear that the benchmark land value is the relevant test against which the residual land value is compared when undertaking an independent assessment, as I've done. I mean,
But you see, you don't make the point, do you, in any of your reports, that this similar residual land value is the wrong figure to use. So one assumes, don't you, that you've put it forward as that is the reasonable figure to use and to bear in mind.
No, my reports clearly say one tests it against the benchmark land value. We went through my evidence and I tested all the appraisals against the benchmark land value. So I was quite clear that that's the approach that should be adopted. That was the approach that was adopted at the application stage and the viability assessment, Dixon themselves review, all subsequent appraisals have been tested against benchmark land value. That's the correct approach as established in guidance, not a previous result.
But I'll ask it one more time in a slightly different way. If another group of consultants came forward on this site and the council said to them, actually, the residual land value should be you should use is minus 1.7 million, they will turn around and say what you're saying. Well, that's not what the guidance says, but that's not what your team have done, is it? You've put forward a scheme on the basis to be considered with residual land value that can be accepted of being 1.7 million below benchmark land value.
We've shown what at the time the viability of that scheme with 15%, and sort of targeting, I suppose, the previous level as instructed. But the viability guidance is quite clear that one tests the benchmark land value, considers whether there's any additional improvement to be made. The offer, the provision of affordable housing, the proposal was increased at that stage to 15%, and that's what I was asked to show and to test. Indeed.
But sorry, and I'm aware of earlier you put forward 10% as the initial assessment, but I understand. Let's see if I got this right. In terms of making these assessments, it's a slightly iterative process, and that you're testing the level of affordable housing, and if you put in 10%, that changes certainly the other figures, whereas you put in 15. So you have to obviously check back. But if you're right about the guidance, there was no justification for offering 10%, was there?
Well, I think that the viability assessment just shows what the level is viable, not what. There are many proposals that provide above technical viable levels of affordable housing, and in fact, it would be hard pressed to not do that, because, as I said before, if there was a surplus, that would need to be reinvested into provide more affordable housing. So, I think the contrary is quite the case. You're right. There is an iterative process. We did test that. I can't remember what the technical at the application stage would have been based on the FVA that was undertaken. It would have been below 10%. I don't think it would have been zero, but a decision was taken by the applicant on the basis of those numbers to provide 10% at that time.
Do you know why?
No, not explicitly. I mean, I imagine because sort of 8.7% would, I presume a question of balance. I'm not sure. I think it's beyond me. I'm not sure.
Okay. So as I say, maybe a question for you, and maybe others can pick it up. But in terms of the end of what one does, can I just check in the June 2021 document, the work that you were doing then to compare, I suppose, the figures 1 year on?
Yeah.
The updated assumptions section of this letter is a useful summary. You do, in terms of house prices, you weren't doing the exercise of looking at values within the Thanet area. You basically took an index and applied that. Is that?
So we took an index that, I took an index that's based on nationwide. In the latest, that I think was proposed back, and in the Thanet proposed to use the land registry index based on nationwide, which we've adopted and accepted. That was in relation to the evidence now before us. But yes, at that stage it was an index, and in relation to the build costs, it was yes, also indexed as has been the case in relation to the infrastructure costs, etc. Yeah.
And it's fair to say one can see, I think it's plus 6% in terms of value and plus 3% in terms of cost.
Yep.
And that's obviously reflecting your figures. But then when we move from June 2021 to November, so a matter of a few months, quite a dramatic change again, haven't we, in terms of, I suppose I could use the word inflation, but that would be wrong. In terms of increase, both in terms of the house prices and in terms of build cost.
Yes, I suppose an unprecedented time. I mean, in relation to the values, the indices has changed. The nationwide index, I think, over a similar sort of period. So June to I think it would be Q2 to Q3 was more like 2 something, but Thanet adopted the local land registry rates, and in order to try and reach agreement as directed by the inspector. To minimise areas of disagreement, have adopted those. The build cost, the same indices has been used, and that is much higher. I think that is just reflective of the unprecedented nature of cost inflation, construction cost inflation, particularly. I mean, obviously We all know about inflation generally, and gas prices, etc. But the construction cost inflation is unprecedented at the moment, and that's reflected in the indices.
Yeah, and I'll put this in the broad way to start with. The increase in build costs for Thanet have not been they would be for somewhere like Sevenoaks or Mid Kent, have they? I mean, if you're seeking to build something in Thanet, you're not faced with that level of cost increase you would be for Mid Kent.
No, I think they're on a like-for-like basis, so they are the same. That's a good point, because by changing it, I mean, actually, DSP have effectively applied a reduction in build costs at a time of great inflation, and that's the point I'm making in my evidence. No, but this is a scene across the market of all schemes. I mean, obviously, some schemes will be differently affected depending on what elements are. Timber, I'm not a quantity surveyor, but I think timber's quite badly affected, quite high cost. Labour, these costs are applied across the board, whether it's Sevenoaks, whether it's London, whether it's Yorkshire, the private housing index. There's a big increase in construction costs.
But if one is to assess, I suppose, on a more site-specific basis. If we're taking values from the Thanet area, surely we should be taking build costs from the Thanet area as well. We're not applying Mid-Kent increases in value, that you have in, say, Sevenoaks to the revenue side. So why are you increasing it on the cost side?
Well, as I say, that they, we used the outer, I used the outer southeast index at that stage, and I considered that again when. And that shows a lower increase than Thanet have adopted. As I say, I mean, the difference there is the sample size for land registry, I think, is about 3,000 sales a month. So it's vast in comparison to 15 schemes that BCS has for Thanet. I think I've gone into that in some detail in my evidence. So I think they're very different. I mean, also in construction terms, a house builder doesn't operate at least a regional level, if not in some cases a national level, and so their costs are procurement maybe probably outside of Kent necessarily. So I think you're unlikely to see significant differences.
Can I just go back to this? It's not how big your sample is; it's whether you have a.
No, it is. I mean, that's
number.
Important.
Question first, and you can
sure.
come back.
Okay, sorry. Do apologise.
In terms of looking at the statistics, you can have 3,000 results of virtually all the same level. It doesn't, and after you've had the first 15, it doesn't tell you any more, does it? As long as you've got sufficient basic information, you can draw conclusions from the 15 schemes, can't you?
But the problem with 15 schemes is any variation in that will be greatly distorted by any one party. It will have and by having a larger sample size, you deal with that issue. That it's significantly more reliable, and it's a basic tenet of statistics. So it is a key. The sample size is a key element. So yeah. Sorry over you before, but
sorry, I suppose I haven't made it clear that in terms of trying to draw conclusions from a set of data, you need to be satisfied it's sufficiently significant, or there are enough results. And in certain, like put it asked in theory, in 13 circumstances, 15 results of schemes such as this, or other housing schemes, would be sufficient, wouldn't it?
Well, I think when using a broad sort of data set and without analysing it in depth, and I'm not qualified to do that, I'm not a quantity surveyor, then and making appropriate adjustment, one could get into that level of detail. But when using a broad data set, one has to therefore use the one with the sample. And applying it in the way that it has been, I just think it's not reliable, and it is not consistent with what was done, what was agreed, what was considered by the council's quantity surveyors at some depth. And indeed, we've talked about the cost increases, and the cost now reported to be, there's no step back and look. The costs that now reported to be appropriate are less than what was, previously agreed. So, yeah, I just failed to.
But looking at the sort of price increase problem, isn't it, that in increasing, and as time goes on, though you may be able to receive more revenue, the costs will also change.
Yes.
And that comparative figure is important, isn't it? You ought to really be comparing like with like. If revenues in Thanet have increased, then costs for Thanet are going to be the most relevant set of data, aren't they?
No, I think the relevance is about getting the right set of data. And I don't believe that the BCS rate restricted to a 5-year sample for Thanet is appropriate.
Yeah. Can I just, I understand the difference, but can I just check? It's a matter of detail, really. In the June 2021, you referred to using indices for the outer southeast.
Yes.
In most recent rebuttal, we talk about mid-Kent figures. Now, maybe not comparing like with like here, but could you just explain the difference between those two terminologies? What is outer southeast and what is mid-Kent, or is it?
So outer southeast is the nationwide index. It has a sort of inner southeast, which sort of the areas of effectively sort of London commuter belt type locations. So, I think Sevenoaks might be an example. Surrey, those sort of locations, which are and then you've got the outer southeast, so still southeast England, but slightly further out. I don't recall referring to mid-Kent explicitly, not in my evidence. There is a location factor for Kent. There is no location factor in BCS terms for mid-Kent, or there's location factors for different districts, and I go on to consider Thanet and then the neighbouring districts of Canterbury and Dover, which are higher than even the Kent location factor.
Yeah, so
that may just be a misdrafting or a phraseology from myself. I do.
No, it was helpful to have you just to explain when one's referring to the different sets of data, how they use it, and thank you for clarifying it. Because it is just, I suppose, the one question that arises from Mr. Aust's work, that he clearly has also used Thanet as the relevant cost base, given his experience of the Thanet area, and also looked at areas, house pricing values within Thanet. I mean, he's comparing like with like, isn't he?
Well, he's comparing those. One isn't comparing the two. One doesn't use one against the other. The cost basis isn't derived out because values have increased, and the values haven't been increased because the costs have increased. They are, I suppose, they are somewhat, one could argue, in a wider economic sense, interrelated. But they're not. They are their own things. Values go up and costs can come down, and the inverse can also happen. So he is using Thanet area, data from the Thanet, but I've addressed that. I think it's the right, where it comes from is obviously material, but it's whether it's sufficient or not. And as I've explained, the sample size for local land registry data is 3,000 sales, I think, a month when I looked at it, versus 15 units on the cost side. If there were 3,000 schemes in Thanet that were being, assessed, I'd take a very different line.
Yeah, I understand your point, but just on this point about 3,000 sales across Kent, you're going to then be...
No, in Thanet. Sorry, the sales in Thanet, yeah.
I'm talking about Thanet, right, okay. Thank you.
There's sufficient data within land registry. I mean, land registry has the benefit that legally every sale has to go to them, and therefore they have the benefit of collecting that data.
Yes.
We have a very good data sample size.
But it's the same point in a way, but you don't expand your sample of the revenue side in terms of increase in house prices to include places like Sevenoaks, do you?
Well, I did, because I considered the nationwide outer southeast, as we used before. That showed a lower increase in values over the period since this letter and the evidence. But as I said before, I put that indice forward. Thanet came back with the land registry. I considered that a good, data set, etc., and considered that was appropriate and wanted to reach agreement, minimise the area of dispute, and therefore, accepted that, adopted that.
Okay, but in terms then of what's the figures produced in the DSP appendix and your appraisals, the difference is that though you have both used the same increase in revenue, they have used a lesser increase in the BICS costs compared to you. That's essentially why you've come up with different figures.
Well, they've actually reduced the bill cost, but I believe yes. But yes, that is in relation to the first appraisal, the appellant mix. Then that's the only difference. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's the same. It's
although I think that I've now addressed the 70 square meter unit size, which I don't believe Gladman did, being the appellant mix.
The important thing was to try and have like for like in what we've called V101, just to try and keep the variables limited. And
in my evidence, my proof, as opposed to my reply, then that they are like for like, and the only difference is the bill cost. Yes.
Yeah. No, because I wanted to ask about the I suppose the assumptions we make about the scheme that you are asked to assess. Mm-hmm. And for these purposes, could we go to your assessment report, the first one that was done? And that's, I think, for our reference, core document 1.10, but it's the June 2020 report. And let's just make sure I've got the right document in front of me as well. It turns out it's going to be easier to go through the hazards of working from home. Someone's trying to answer the door. I'm going to have to just ignore. The report starts off in the initial section is about your assumptions. And I want to just start there. And it's the beginning, therefore, of the main report, introduction.
Do you have a page number?
Page number, it will be page 3.
On the bottom, yep. So.
Introduction, overview, report structure, and they say key information relied upon. Yeah. And here you say we have been provided with and relied upon the following key information. Yeah. And the first thing is accommodation schedule. So the accommodation schedule is not your work, is that right?
That's correct. That's not my work. That was provided to us.
Okay. And then you're also provided with BCIS cost estimates, costs about additional costs in section 106. And then just checking on the plans. One's a location plan. That's just simply where the site is. I presume it's not more than that. But the development framework plan, you've given a July 2019 date. Do you know what revision of that document you were looking at?
I don't, sorry.
Because obviously the early days, July 2019, rather different. We're on to revision M, I think, now. But okay, not to worry, because that's obviously the starting point. Can I then go through the report to your appendices? If people have got electronic copies, I wanted to go to Appendix 2, and electronically, oh, damn, I'm on the website, so that doesn't help. I should get it down. This is the hazard of doing things electronically. My nice electronic copy that was marked up has disappeared into what screen, I do not know. But Appendix 2 will be page 37 electronically. It says accommodation schedule. Yeah. And then there's a blank page, and then there's a table, which is electronically page 39. And I'm hoping we've then got a table that says schedule of accommodation, land north and south of Shottendane Road, Margate, dated June 2020. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, from what I understand, this is what you were handed. It's not something you had a input into. Is that right?
Yes, it was. That's what we were provided. We asked for, is there a scheme accommodation details? Yep.
Yeah. One of the points made in, I think it's the RICS guidance, that one seek to optimize the value on a site. You're not the right person to ask about that then, because you've been given this schedule. You haven't said.
Well, I've considered it. I mean, I've had another scheme where been told we just use the schma in that district, and I've said, well, that's not an optimized scheme. It's going to massively under-deliver the affordable housing, that's going to be pointed out by the other side, and they'll say you wouldn't deliver that scheme in that location, you should do something else. But this scheme is optimised, and that's evident from DSP's appraisals. It's the most valuable scheme. It's evident from my appraisals. It's the most valuable scheme. So it is optimised.
That's what I want to unpack, because you didn't, when you received it in June 2020, say, is this the optimised scheme? You just assumed it was that, I assume.
No, we did consider it in the sense of, look at it and then run values against it and consider, obviously there's a balance between.
And when you considered it, you came up with a negative residual land value. So what on earth did you do then?
I don't know. I think we still had a positive land value. I think we just may have had a deficit, which as I say, is not unusual. But as I say, this is, there's a balance between what is the most valuable. One can't just deliver 450 studio apartments. I don't think the local authority would give permission for that. That might have the highest value, but it may not be acceptable in planning terms. So there's a balance between that and the mix. But as I say, this was, looking against the mix and other things, this is the, optimal. But
yeah, but just to be, in terms of the sequence, you didn't, and from what point, sorry, you were not asked to assess a scheme that would comply with the Studio Housing Market Assessment, the SHMA 2016. That wasn't part of your role.
No, we were not explicitly. No, we weren't asked to adopt the SHMA mix.
And in June 2020, you didn't look at it.
No, I think we didn't include it in the assessment. That's for certain. Yeah. Yeah,
because one thing that's starkly missing is any one-bedroom units at all, even for affordable housing. Why is that?
Well, I think in this, this location, it's not sort of considered appropriate. Smaller apartment sizes are generally sort of considered more appropriate in inner urban areas, and that family housing is considered more appropriate in this sort of position location. But that's a planning issue.
Because I don't want to tempt you into things in a sense, it's better for me to ask the planning witness about it. But I do want to understand when you were looking at it from the point of view of the valuation, how much you explored the accommodation schedule. And I think my initial answer was, this is what you were given. And it didn't change. Is that?
It didn't change. This was what we were given. That's both correct. We did consider it where it's not, and as I gave an example, whether we would go back and say that's not appropriate. May need to consider something else. We do raise questions, but obviously it's only one aspect. As I said, the most valuable scheme is not necessarily the scheme that would be acceptable in planning terms. So it's not for me, or indeed any value, I think, to dictate what the mix should be. I think that's beyond our expertise, remit, etc.
No, but what you can, okay, sorry, I suppose I'm asking a question I should be asking Mr. Bull. One thing you did say, though, was that, but there are 3-storey properties within what I was asked to assess. If we look at the schedule, clearly not, are they? No 3-storey properties.
Yeah, 2.5, as I explained, they're classed as 2.5 because you have. Because that's just the way that we use it. Maybe it's not clear, but it's sort of because that room is not a full box, as it were. The floor of that height is sort of house builders have a better way of describing it, where the pitch of the roofs come in and you've got.
You see,
but it's the floor space is there, and you've got an extra floor. I mean, obviously, there's different housing designs. One could have a mansard roof and a sort of more Georgian townhouse like you might see in central London. I think it'd be out of odds in Thanet. But yeah, that's what was done. It's 3 stories. There are 3 levels, ground, first and second, of floor space. So 3 stories.
Well, this is why I want to have the plan.
No, that's why I did try to clarify that in my.
Yes, you see, it's why my ears pricked up, because I didn't understand your answer. That's
no, I'm very happy to clarify again.
Did we go to the parameter plan?
Yes.
Now, this was 116 in terms of core documents. Now, Sorry, 116 is the revision B. I knew I was going to fall into that trap of going for the ones rather than the twos.
Oh, so I'm also.
So to me, go to the correct one, which is the revision C, and
this. Can you direct that to me? Sorry, I've got CD 2.08, but I think.
Yes, I think 2.08. Do you have in the bottom right hand corner revision C?
I'm going to have to zoom in. Sorry. Just bear with me. Yes, revision C. Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
And you can see up above the dates of when things were amended. So just above the emblem CSA environmental, you've got revision A is 21st of May 2020, B is 3rd of June 2020, and C is 28th of October 2020. Now, I think part of the reason I got onto B is that June is when your report goes in. But for these purposes, it's the same notation. But can I ask a preliminary question? This is not listed as one of the plans that you were asked to consider. Is that the case?
We were. I do recognise this. We were certainly provided it, whether we listed it in our report.
Well, can you take it in stages? Because I can understand as these things progress, you get to see a lot more documents. But your report, as I'm sure you would want to confirm, is meant to record all the information you're relying upon.
Mm-hmm.
And at that stage in June 2020, you had been given an accommodation schedule, had been given the development framework, but it doesn't list parameter plan, even though actually it was available.
It doesn't list, the report doesn't list the parameter plan, no.
Yeah. And the thing I wanted to pick up, and it's a distinction that's drawn certainly by the planners, and I assume therefore by you as well, that in the notation you'll see there's sort of yellow areas marked. So the top right, this is where it's recorded. There's a overall bracket saying 11.73 hectares, and within that bracket you'll see different shades of yellow.
Yes.
And it goes proposed development area predominantly 2 and 2.5 story with a limited number of 3. Then it goes developer area 2-story with 2.5 story dwellings at key locations, and then it goes 2-story. So it draws a distinction between 2, 2.5, and 3. So you might have looked at 2.5. You were given that accommodation. You were not asked to consider 3, though, were you?
Well, I can consider I think the point was about floor space rather than design. I think that I presume, and I don't know, but there's a difference in certainly a design as to whether the volume of airspace within a floor has sort of the roof is effectively, or part of the roof is is horizontal. So I'm not an architect, so I don't may not be able to describe this, but that's sort of a 2.5. I think that's certainly what I understood to be, and is in the areas is 2.5, and 3 would effectively be, more a vertical box. So I don't think it really. Yeah, I don't see the distinction. I can see the distinction from design purposes, how it looks, but the sizes reflect, in terms of floor space, reflects a 3-story, 2.5. I'm not sure of the difference. I think it would mostly be in the design.
Because the accommodation schedule you've given, the only ones that are 2.5 story mentioned in the list are the 3-bedroom semis. So no 4-bed property at all is going to be any higher than 2 stories. I mean, that's a limit that one, obviously it's a particular choice, but that's not how the parameter plan would limit them, is it?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily limit them, but I mean, as I think we sort of said, additional floor space doesn't add value, and in fact, often not the case, particularly when one goes up. People prefer lateral space if at all possible. So it sort of adds cost. It adds some, limited. It does add value, but limited. Yes, but I mean, I don't know against this. Whether, I mean, they are there, the 3 beds, and they're in there. Whether it's a sufficient number is a matter beyond. That goes to mix, planning policy, etc. That's beyond me, I think.
No, fair enough. I obviously want to don't need to take it further. It's just there's a strange distinction. Can I then go through to another appendix in this report where these the accommodation schedule is then given some values.
Yeah.
Appendix 5, now electronically, that starts at page 59, and then the table itself is on electronic page 61.
This is 61 of my...
So we're still hopefully in the same June 2020 report.
Yes.
And Appendix 2 had the accommodation schedule, and then Appendix 5 uses those different typologies and then puts a value on them. That's essentially what the valuation schedule, as far as I can see, is doing. Yeah.
Yes.
And in terms of, I think you did say there might be some greater value to higher properties, but just wanted to pick it out. The garages, is that something that you determined where they were going to be, or is it again something you were given?
That was something that was provided in the accommodation schedule.
Yeah, because I think it added up to 77, but it's only for the 4-bedroom properties. Again, that's not a fixed factor, is it? Or is that something you can't answer?
My understanding with the permission is that it's not fixed. I mean, I think in reality, and it'd be addressed by Mr. Bull, that physically there is a limit. Even if planning permission was given for 10,000 units, they evidently couldn't be delivered on the site physically. But there's no, as my understanding is, there's no limit to the number of garages within the permission.
Yeah, but as you've canted it, and it comes across, garages are just seen as a cost. There doesn't really seem to be any added value.
No, there is an additional value, and I think that is addressed in my report. Certainly, something we considered. They do add value.
Right. But in this case, only to the 4 stories. The 4-bedroom. No other property has a look in. So it's a variation that's possible.
Well, I mean, in theory, you could have a garage, with a 1-bedroom flat. I mean, I think it's just, you see them on larger properties. The larger the property gets, in some cases, you even have double garages as we do here with the larger properties. So I think that's a reasonable, assumption. As I say, this wasn't undertaken by myself.
Yeah, because that's what I understand. As you say, it wasn't undertaken by myself, but the square meterage or the square footage is the same in a sense. That again is something that was given to you, not that you checked. The accommodation schedule was provided, including the areas. So, as you know, the point that's been raised that the national standards for space would be expected to be applied. Was that news to you? I think it's beyond my expertise. It's a planning matter. Obviously I have heard of it. Yeah, and
I think my understanding is that all of the units do apply, apart from the 2-bedroom houses, and I can only assume that there was I don't know what's happened there, and indeed whether or not that's unacceptable. I mean, that's a planning matter.
Okay, so do say if it's sort of appropriate here, but it just something obviously.
Sorry, I'm trying to help where I can, and I apologise if I stray into areas of. So I'm just.
No, but it's important to draw a distinction about where you are able to comment and where, since it's just your general knowledge. But so please do stick to bits that you're comfortable talking about, because the other thing that could arise, and it is relevant to general factors, is the number of people that might be expected to be in any property, because that then will affect the size you would expect it to be. You're aware of that point, that a 3-bedroom property expected to accommodate a larger family will expect it to be a larger property than if it was a smaller number of people. I mean, is that again something for planners, not for you?
Well, I think so. I know that it does say number of habitable rooms, for example, bedrooms, and it does talk about number of persons. But I think doesn't one lead to the other? Like, the number of persons doesn't dictate the property. I don't know. It's certainly beyond me. Okay, fine, because it does affect the minimum sizes, but that's, again, if it's not for you, then I won't ask you that further. That's fine. I think we can then leave the appendices and move to your proof of evidence, if you could, please.
Certainly.
And now, I'm just going to pick up some of the updates that you've done. The first thing, where you have obviously looked to update the figures, as I understand it, is the what we then find at your page 11, I think it is. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And as we know, this is seeking to update revenue and also costs. We end up here with a difference of minus 437, 457. Obviously, well within the residual land value that was used in your previous assessments. Why are you not using the same standard that you did in June 2020 and June 2021? And now, I thought I'd addressed that at the time. The benchmark land value is the test against which viability is done. That's established in planning practice, guidance on viability, on RCS guidance on viability and planning. I suppose, but you are applying a different standard now, aren't you, in your proof to the two earlier reports? No, my report has always considered the benchmark land value. I was just saying what the mechanics are. One could set out, just as GSP have done, they've tested against the benchmark land value. They then said this is what the extra increase sort of would equate to. But the test is against the benchmark land value. That's consistent. And can I then put it this way? If you were using the similar residual land value, there would then be a surplus that could be interpreted as additional affordable housing units. If that was the benchmark land value, say, let's put it in those terms, and that was the correct figure to adopt, then yes, evidently that would be right. Just in the same way that, you know, if a higher surplus that DSP came to, they've come to figures, and that was the land value you should use, then there would be a deficit. But that's just a matter of, you know, maths, essentially, you know, one minus the other. But it's like, no, but I need to ask you, because there might have been more complication to it. I'm glad that, as you say, it is a matter of simply looking at the figures and analysing that. And as I understand it, just taking a point about the maths, you don't take issue with the maths of DSP's sort of high level appraisals. It's the assumptions behind it that where the issues lie. Yes, I've not examined their appraisals in detail, but I don't. I think there are some issues around some of the other appraisals, which perhaps we'll go on to. But in terms of their assessment of this appraisal, the only difference is the costs. Yeah. But yeah, the maths, I suppose, the calculation, the appraisal itself, we both use the same software, for example. Yeah. And just picking up in terms of the maths, and you've made the point about the stat landing, but where you end up with a fraction of a unit, in this instance, it's not of significance, is it? We sort of 0.1 of a unit is not going to really change the figures overall. You're talking about one or two either way. Oh, in terms of their mix, in the 2016 SMAR and 2021 SMAR that they adopt. Yeah, I mean, I addressed that. I adopt the same because I just made the point that in reality you wouldn't have 0.7 of a 4-bedroom house being delivered. It couldn't happen. But it's means to an end, and I think it would all work out in the round. But once you rounded it back to the nearest numbers and worked itself out. Yeah, thank you. I can understand the criticism, but equally the consequence of it, as you say, is not really in the round. No, and that's why I've not sought to change it or dispute it. I've adopted the mix that they've adopted. It's their mix. That's helpful. Saves a few questions. But can I then check in your proof? You talk about the alternative mix you did look at. Yes. So that's section 5. Yeah.
Or section 5, and I think you've explained when you were giving evidence in chief that you had originally thought the alternative mix was just going to be for affordable housing, and that's therefore what your work reflects.
Yes.
And therefore you hadn't looked at the potential alternative mix for the private housing.
That's correct at that stage, yeah. I go on to do that in my reply, but yes.
But at this stage, the alternative mix, as we can see it at 5.2, looks at the, I suppose, just the affordable housing 68 units and the sort of type of unit, number of beds it would be, and then you talk about the tenure in the next table at 5.2. But when we look through to your, I suppose, your valuation, I suppose the consequence, just trying to see how the maths fit together, because obviously there's a change in 2-bedroom units of 22, but when we get to your, what is the table just under 5.4.2, you'll see the number of units there is
so
be 88. So it's not as if it's simple maths of taking away the affordable housing units and left with the private. It looks like you've changed some of the private.
No, I have had to change the private to accommodate the affordable mix, and I explained that in the report. So I think the mix required more. I think it was 4 beds that in order to provide a sufficient number of 4-bedroom homes in the affordable. Some private units have effectively in the mix been changed, and to maintain, so there's been sort of some toing and froing, I suppose, between the sort of private allocation and the affordable allocation. But I suppose the affordable mix is compliant as a result of that with the 2016 SHMA. The private mix is not a direct copy of. It may be compliant. That's a matter for others. But does that follow?
Well, I suppose it just shows that there is some variation to be made, but I suppose it just shows. Yes. If I wanted to, obviously, it's the headline, isn't it? That's most important. It's what then happens in terms.
Yeah. So as a result of the change in the mix, both the affordable and the private accommodation, the values change because the values that have been agreed are built up by the component parts, and so if you're changing the component parts, then the build-up changes, the values changes, and that's what I've done there. So saying, well, if we've lost 4-bedroom units from the private, but we've increased the number of 2s and 3s, the mix changes. Here's the number of units. So in that case, I think the value per square foot actually goes up in the private accommodation, and that's because you've got smaller private accommodation, higher values in square foot too.
Yeah, because when we look at what the consequence for this particular variable 5.9 appraisal results, the difference here is minus 212,775 rather than what would have been the minus 437 that you originally had. So there's a increase in the revenue side by doing this change.
Yes, it is. It's still below the benchmark, but the value is approximately 4.5 as opposed to 4.3 on the sort of a submitted mix, I suppose.
Yeah. Now this, but I obviously looked at the change to the affordable housing. Could you just tell me which is the equivalent appraisal in your rebuttal that does this change for private housing as well? Because I could locate it.
The equivalent.
Well, in here we have your alternative in your proof was just looking at, well, if we change some of the assumptions about the affordable housing side.
Yeah.
But we don't change the assumptions about the private.
Yeah.
And as you said, that was because your understanding at the time that it was just to be looking at the affordable housing, but no, it's the equivalent of where you could change the mix on both and have smaller units for the private as well. Where is that assessment? I wasn't sure I could locate it in your rebuttal proof.
So having had both parties obviously exchange proofs, at that point I'm informed that one should adopt the SHMA for the private as well as the affordable, and I've considered that in my proof. So I assume at that point the alternative, I think, what do I call it? I think I call it the in section heading of section 5 or alternative, or I said, that's not acceptable. So I then consider what is considered acceptable, which is the 2016. Well, is that what you? Yeah.
And I suppose I know you may have multiple documents over, but if one goes to your rebuttal, let's see if I can get this perhaps land in the right place. In your rebuttal proof,
yeah,
is the, so to speak, equivalent to what we've just been looking at as the alternative, but just for affordable housing, is the equivalent your table 2? Is that where we get to?
Sorry, Mike.
In the rebuttal.
In the rebuttal, what page am I meant to be looking at?
Yes, I knew I'd have to take a bit slower. Is it?
I'm sorry.
Page? No, I appreciate we're having a lot of documents to juggle. In the updates that you have done, we end up with table 2.
Yes.
That's on page 4. You've got updated appraisal summary, and you've done the amendment for the 2-bedroom. But I suppose what I'm just trying to explain is your table 2 updated appraisal summary. Is that the one where we see the, so to speak, the update to your table that we have under 5.9, or is it a different one?
No, I believe it's what would we call the Pelham mix. It's the equivalent to DSP's V101.
So, thank you.
And therefore, in section 4 of my report, page 11.
Because what I then have is table 6 in your rebuttal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where you say, let's assume larger unit sizes. And you've increased the size of the market homes because of that assessment. And that's what table 6 is. But that table 6 doesn't appear to be a refinement of your table at 5.9 in your proof. It seems to be something different. Is that correct?
It's a refinement of the table 2 appraisal, the with 70 square meters, I suppose. So it's meeting that minimum standard, 70 square meters, and then it's saying, well, actually, let's go on the 3 and 4 beds. Let's go larger, as was the local plan assessment figures.
Yeah. So yes, so thanks for confirming it, because then it's looking at that scenario.
Yes.
Scenario that you had assessed in your proof at paragraph 5.9 hasn't been redone for the private houses, has it?
That scenario, no, because I was seeking to reply to the points made, and I'm told that the policy compliant mix, or it's the council's case, the policy compliant mix is the SHMA mix, and so obviously, yeah, that's what I've tested, and go on to test in table 7.
Well, I did wonder if you might have worked the figures through but not produced them, because you say what you're focusing on. Because 5.9, when one changes the affordable housing side, produces greater income, smaller units being assumed. Surely it would do the same for the market housing side. If you were assuming some smaller units, there would be an increase revenue, but not such a great increase in costs, and therefore the residual land value would be even more positive.
Well, it would. Sorry, wait. Sorry, can you? Which praise am I meant to have updated?
I've used paragraph shorthand in your proof where you've just updated the affordable housing part of the mix.
Yeah.
and shown there was greater revenue available.
Mm-hmm.
And I was asking, and I'm not sure if you'd have done it. The question was, if you do it for the market housing as well as for the affordable housing, that exercise in changing the mix, does that not also produce further revenue?
No, it makes it worse. That's the 2016 Schmar mix, and that's the and that, I mean, in my figures, it leads to a negative land value.
But I think,
sorry, I may have misunderstood. And obviously, if you're increasing,
this is why one has to be slightly careful in terms of.
I haven't won this appraisal, evidently, but I'm happy to try and consider what the results would be.
Yeah, because your section 5 goes through an alternative mix, and just does it in terms of the affordable housing and increases, therefore, suddenly we have some 1-bedroom units, for instance.
Yes, yes.
But they're all on the affordable housing side.
Yes.
And affordable housing gives you less revenue, as we know, as opposed to private housing would. I mean, that's how it works. So if you had some private units at 1-bedroom value, you would surely have greater value from them, and they wouldn't cost as much to build. So,
well, I mean, the problem is one doesn't build 1-bedroom houses, one builds 1-bedroom apartments. You've then got the extra area, which is not revenue driven. I think in this location, they wouldn't have much value from a private sales area, and that's obviously not something that's considered at length, and there would be quite a risk to do it. In fact,
I can understand the reasons why it may not. But I was really asking for expert view for having shown, if you change the assumption and add in some of the smaller units on the affordable side.
No, if you do it to the private, it's worse. That's what the 2016 appraisal shows. That the V102 is DFB referred to it. So that's why it was limited to the affordable, because I assumed that's what they meant. That's where the need, and obviously I appreciate I was wrong in that, but I was just trying to assist the inspector, the inquiry, into doing an alternative appraisal. I assumed it was the affordable mix that needed changing on the basis that that's where the need of housing that was needed for that, and therefore I tested that. In the council's proof, they then test the whole of the 2016 Schmar mix. That's significantly worse. So as I say, it is worse. I'm not 100% certain I've understood you correctly, the appraisal, but if I have, then that's the results.
Right. As I say, I had to ask the sort of slightly theoretical, because I didn't find that exercise within your.
Well, the 2016 mix includes the mix, and
now in terms, I think one then has a clear feeling for what the figures come out with, and you've already commented on the DSP work as terms of the math, so I'm not going to seek to go back on that. But can I just understand, in terms of the local plan appraisal that was done, just a general question to start with, that's not something you looked at specifically yourself? Is it something you just left to one side, you've not looked at before?
No, I certainly considered it at the time, but I deal with it in a benchmark in my report, considering that I also look at other local plan assessments in relation to the benchmark, and come to the figure that I do, and that's assessed and considered and accepted, etc. I looked at the other assumptions, but this is my assessment. This wasn't a carbon copy of the local plan assessment. This allocation was for 550 units. This allocation is for this planning permission, so should it be granted, this appeal was for 450 units, and I assessed, and I used assumptions that I considered were reasonable, and some of those were favourable to the outcome in terms of viability of affordable housing, as I've outlined in my report: lower cost for professional fees, a lower profit margin.
But it included, doesn't it? So in terms of sort of margin for error or buffering, there's sort of £10 million for planning contributions, for instance. So there's
in the local plan assessment.
Yes. So much larger allowance factors that.
Well, that's the that there is a £10 million. I'm not sure what you're asking me though. That's
just identifying it, but hopefully having to go to it because obviously you're familiar with it. But the one thing you were referring to was that it used a 20% profit margin. You may recall that point. That, of course, builds in, doesn't it, a greater margin for error, if I can use that, so a greater sort of pot of money. If you're showing something is sound and deliverable with a 20% profit margin, then if someone comes along with using 17.5, there's a margin to be used to accommodate sort of greater costs, isn't it? That you should come out ahead, if I put it that way. If
that's the only change you made, then that's right. I don't know whether the 20% is adopted as on the basis that it's a buffer in itself. I mean, the local plans test different typographies, they include sensitivities, etc., but they are essentially meant to be done on the same basis that a scheme is assumed to have planning for which it is tested.
Yeah, and the sensitivity shows plus or minus in terms of the revenue or in terms of build. Yeah. But the point really is that 20% used at the local plan level is not forward at the development management level, because I suppose you have much greater certainty about what's being looked at, don't you?
Well, no, I adopted because I considered it was appropriate. There are many schemes where 20% profit margin is adopted and considered appropriate, and I don't, as I say, the scheme assumes that the whatever's being tested, whether it's at the local plan typography or the scheme that has planning permission. We're at a outline planning permission. There's still a reserved matters application to go through. There is still planning risk, even once this appeal is resolved one way or the other. If it were to be granted, there would still be planning risk. But the viability assessment shouldn't distinguish between that. One wouldn't reduce the profit margin at if there was a reserved matters application stage. It's deemed and in fact the site doesn't have planning permission, so one doesn't amend the profit margins as a result of that. So yeah, I don't think it sort of works in that way as you've described.
Well, what does appear to be the case, you've not previously relied upon the local plan 20% for your to argue for 20% here. I mean, that's not. No,
I know I'm not arguing for 20%. I consider 17.5% to be reasonable. It's I've considered set out why it's within the range. I'm just sort of noting that when parties have said one should adopt the assumptions in the local plan, if that's the case, then one should also consider the other assumptions in the local plan. And one should take a balanced view. One shouldn't just
yeah. But the other issue where 20% was used was Salmerston Grange. I mean, is that something you looked at before, or was it only risen as part of the inquiry for your purpose?
It's only risen as part of the inquiry.
But one can see there from the report, there's a reference to, I suppose, greater level of uncertainty.
Yes, it still applies with the cost increases we're seeing, etc. And one, I'm sure one might argue, maybe other parties would argue for that. Yeah.
But those points were available for people to argue a year ago or 2 years ago, and it hasn't arisen here, has it?
No, no. Some parties are now arguing for a lower profit margin. That bit,
I was just trying to say for the 20% point that it's not been argued that similar considerations that might have applied at Salmerston Grange now apply in January 2022 to this site.
Well, I think they may, but I think that goes into.
Do you or do you not say it should? I mean,
well, I think it goes into the round. I'm not saying that 20% should be adopted, but those issues are still prevalent. There is still, considerable uncertainty into both the, revenue and, but considerable might be strong, but there is, there are risks around that.
Can I put it this way? That you appear to be saying that similar issues arise, but even with those bearing those in mind, you would recommend 17.5%.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I understood. But the point I just want to understand is that obviously in terms of this range of 15 to 20% that's mentioned in the PPG, that if one looks at the residual land value that was previously used by you indeed in 2021 or 2020, it's still within the margin of 15 to 20%. I mean, it's that results.
Yes, but it wouldn't. Well, it may be. I don't know. I haven't done that. But it's not what's considered by either party to be, by DSP or other, and myself to be the appropriate level.
Well,
it may fall within the recommended, within the guidance, but that's the range at which it should be considered. It's been considered, at some, and the adopted, margin is 17.5% on the private revenue, 6% on the affordable.
I think just a short point in terms, though, of comparing to the local plan. I know you say this is for 450 rather than 550.
Mm-hmm.
Why was it that you didn't sort of use that as your starting point? I mean, just to understand it, that you seem to have come in anew.
Well, the scheme is, assess the scheme that's before me, the proposed, as application, and I was provided there's 450 units. Well, how have you got to 450 units? I was provided this accommodation schedule. There's obviously been plotting work behind it, and that's what I've assessed, and that's the starting point. I've looked at the local plan, appraised assessment assumptions. They're admittedly, as DSP say, high level. They predate the changes to the MPPF in terms of detailed local plan assessments. So I had considered it, but I considered the appropriate assumptions, and those have been considered by DSP. Some of those were, a couple of them were disputed and resolved and then agreed.
Okay. I think I may have covered the points I need to, as the rest. Can I just go quickly to your rebuttal?
Yes.
And just to check a point on table 2, where you come up with the, having looked at the revenue and cost updates that might apply. There's a difference of minus £37,075. Yeah. Now, just to see if I got this right. That's means that on this particular layout, it would achieve 99% of the benchmark land value.
Well, that's adopting the agreed rate per square foot, rate per square metre. As I go on to say, actually it wouldn't, because the build up to that was on the basis of the smaller unit sizes, and if one had a larger unit size, you'd certainly have a larger unit value, but it wouldn't be as big pro rata. There would be a quantum discount, and I go on to sort of consider that as a sense check, and that sort of the revenue sort of £570,000 lower, which would feed, which would obviously feed through to the residual land value by a similar amount. So actually, may actually be worse, depending,
Yeah, but in terms of the maths, it's about 99%, which suggests that if it was to, so to speak, be a zero-sum game, it would be looking at a 17.36% profit, and you get to the figures matching. I mean, is that a fair way of doing the maths? 99% of 17.5%.
I'm not. I don't think it is quite as simple as that, unfortunately. But
you can see my sentiment, I suppose.
I can see your sentiment. Yes, I can. See
trying to get a feel for how far off it is, or within the range it is. Okay, that's very helpful. Well, look, thank you, Mr. Cordy. That's what I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions from any interested party opposing the scheme, as I think all the interested parties are, of Mr. Coldry? If so, if Mr. Coldry, are you happy just to continue now without breaking, or how long have we been going for?
Just over an hour. I'm happy to continue, and depending on the length that it'll be obviously if it's going to be another hour of cross-examination, I might ask for a short break.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I'll see what the appetite is for questions. And before I do, it's purely for questions to be asked, not for comments or further submissions to be made. So, is there any interested party who would like to ask a question of Mr. Coldry? Okay, I don't think there is. I've got nothing further to ask. I think over to Mr. Williams. Just Mr. Williams, in terms of your re-examination, how long do you expect?
15, 20 minutes, perhaps.
Okay. Do you want a short break, Mr. Coldry, or do you want to go straight into that? We'll break having now or after that. It might be you want to get it completed. It's up to you.
I'm here at your up to you, sir.
So I think it might, if I may suggest, it might be easier to complete Mr. Coldry while we've got all the documents out, and then we can use the break partly to reset our table.
Yeah, refresh before Mr. Ball. Yeah, and yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Preference to continue and.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coldry. I'm going to go back and start and go through from the beginning, as it were. So my questions will relate to the first few questions you were asked.
Okay.
And the first topic is the question of comparing the residual land value against benchmark land value or some targeted deficit, if I can call it that.
Yeah.
So first of all, can I look at CD 1.10, which is your original appraisal? And I think for this purpose, just go to the executive summary, actually, at the beginning on page 1.
Sorry, I'm a bit behind you. I didn't have that. I closed that one. Yes.
And in the table in which you set out your figures.
Yes.
And in your concluding, well, on page 1, the penultimate paragraph, what is the basis of your assessment of viability of the scheme?
It's the residual land value compared to the benchmark land value.
And thank you. And what do you say is the correct approach by reference to whether you consider an identified deficit or a benchmark land value as a surveyor assessing viability?
Benchmark land value.
And where does that come from?
It's in the planning practice guidance on viability. It's in the RICS guidance note on viability and planning, which has been endorsed by, certainly been drafted in consultation with the RTPI, I believe. And
in terms of, should we just look, please, at the benchmark, at the PPG on viability momentarily, please?
Recharge my glass if I may.
Long as it's water. I don't mind.
Is this the extract, Mr. Williams, or is this the actual PPG itself?
It's the extracts that we had earlier. I'm afraid I've actually got a paper copy of the whole thing, but it's PPG 10.
Okay. Cool. Yes. Paragraph 10. Is that?
Yes, 10. Yeah. 10. And there are a number of questions about this, and I just wanted you to talk us through, by reference to paragraphs 10 and 13 of the PPG, why you say one uses the benchmark land value, and also what the benchmark land value represents.
Yes. So as set out in paragraph 10, it's sort of, I suppose, the starting point. Viability assessment is a process of assessing whether the site is financially viable by looking at the value generated is more than the cost of developing it. This includes looking at key elements: gross development value, costs, land value, landowner premium, and developer return. It sort of goes on to deal with sort of different matters. If I move on, I think it will be, oh dear, my next page is blank. I don't know if that's an issue with my computer or the printout that I have.
I think my page is as well. So it must be the document in the core document.
Yeah. Am I okay to look it up online? It is readily available. If I just sorry. So I'm just going to the government.gov guidance/viability, which is where this is taken from. Sorry, now right, paragraph 11. How should gross development value be defined? But we've dealt with that. Should cost be defined? I'll deal with what is, I think, I can't remember when. How should, and then, sorry, paragraph 13 deals explicitly with how should land value be defined. To define land value for any value assessment, a benchmark land value should be established on the basis of existing use value of the land plus a premium to the landowner. The premium should reflect the minimum return, which is considered to be a reasonable landowner would be willing to sell their land. And I think that's been discussed, and both part, I think even Mr. Hester referred to it as on that basis the minimum return.
Thank you. And if you assess against not the benchmark land value, but a deficit of, say, 1.7 million, what does that actually say about whether or not the proposal is viable?
Well, it wouldn't be, because the land wouldn't come forward. It wouldn't be the minimum return that a land owner would accept and would therefore deliver the land for the scheme.
Okay, thank you. You can put that away, please. The next question relates to increase in build costs. And I want you, it was put to you that you ought to consider increases in cost and sales values on a like-for-like basis. And you said that if you considered the cost position as approved by DSP and the cost position taken now, there would actually have been a reduction. And I just wanted you to explain what you meant by that.
Yes, I think that's in my expert report. So the costs. Sorry, bear with me while I find the relevant section in there. I think it's section 4. Yes, so the TDC paragraph 4.5.10, which is page 8 as printed. I'm not sure the PDF number. TDC's revised rate of 126.26 is lower than the rate set out in the accepted June appraisal update, which has not been challenged at any state. Indeed, it's blah blah blah. And then I go on to consider that they've accepted they've advocated and we've accepted a 6%, or I think it's technically 5.99%, based on the BCIS private housing construction index rate, and applying that rate would to the previously position would result in a rate of 134. But as I say, their rate is lower than that set out in the previous agreed appraisal.
And how does that sit against the evidence that you've seen about the general pattern in cost movement as between June 2021 and your updated assessment?
Well, the counter position that the current position is that costs are going up significantly. That's based on the experience that I'm having on schemes that I'm dealing with. and is also there evident in the BCIS index data, as is included in my report.
You made the point that costs and values in an area aren't like for like, because you could have costs going down for extraneous factors in a period when values were going up. Can you just expand upon that in the context of the submission, as I understood it, that you ought to look for an appropriate geographical area for an assessment of cost and value?
Yeah, yes. Once you look at an appropriate geographical area, as I've done, and I've considered the data and evidence, in that basis. But I think what Mr. Upton was saying in his cross-examination is that I should adopt the Thanet cost because it's the same as the value cost, and that they're essentially extrinsically linked, and that's not the case. They are two differing items. As I said, costs can go down, values can go up, or the inverse can happen. The build costs do not dictate house sales values, and house sales values do not dictate build costs. That's dictated by labour, materials, the elements that go into constructing a house.
And what was the position of ERMC, as the cost consultants in relation to this issue?
They adopted the cost that we adopted, the Thanet, or the Kent estate general 15-year sample.
Okay. Thank you. The next question relates to the accommodation schedule, and you identified that you were provided with the accommodation schedule, that you considered it as to whether or not it represented a good value, optimal value scheme. Have you seen or been asked to undertake by the council any appraisal based upon a different mix, or been provided with an appraisal that shows a higher value mix?
No, the only mixes that we've been asked to consider, or that I've been asked to test, is the 2016 SHMA and the 2021, I think it's now referred to as SHMA, but it might be local needs assessment. And those both show a lower value. So there's not been any mix that provides a higher value.
Just on a point of detail on that point, could you go back to CD 1.10, please? That's your appraisal. And you were taken to Appendix 2. I'm afraid I don't have the PDF page.
Maybe up to 38, I think, of the PDF. 39 is a blank page. 39 of the PDF. The actual, I don't think, yeah. And
you were talking about the 2.5-story type, which is a 3-bedroom house, and it's house type I. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we just take as another example, house type E, which is a 2-story, 3-bedroom detached house.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
The square footage is lower.
Yes.
And I then want you to take up your rebuttal report, please.
Yeah. Yes.
And go to table 4.
Yes.
And here's, you've set out the unit values.
Mm-hmm.
And if we look at the taller unit type I, there's a unit value of £281 per square foot. Do you see that?
Yes.
And house type E, which was the two-story 3-bed, unit price £337.
Yes.
And can you just explain the relevance of those sorts of relationships in the context of an argument, implied argument, that by assessing taller buildings, higher buildings, you might have increased value across the scheme?
Well, there's a number of factors here. There's the element of quantum discount, as I described. So as the buildings get, as the units get bigger, and that's sort of better shown by Table 3, the value, the actual sales value generally increases, but the rate per square foot drops. In this case, because it's the amount of floor space is spread over 3 floors, a lot of that usable space is lost by staircase. Purchasers generally, and obviously not everyone, but the market generally prefers sort of 2-story and floor space spread over laterally rather than vertically, and that's demonstrable in values, in evidence that you'll see a townhouse, a 3-story house set that's the same size as the 2-story house sell for less.
Thank you very much. Similarly, in relation to garages, you'll recall the appellant offering to run appraisals prior to the CMC on any assumptions that the council wished to put forward. Has any appraisal ever been, any criticism of any appraisal ever been raised by reference to the treatment of garages in relation to value or cost?
So in terms of the sort of the mix, certainly not. The officers endorse the mix in their committee report, as I think has already been referred to. In terms of value, in terms of cost, in terms of value, I believe not. In terms of costs, I do recall that Mr. Orst criticised the cost and in his note report, and that was dealt with in my proof. If it's helpful to turn to, he's desperately trying to find it, section 6. Garage costs, 6.9. It's page 21 as a printout. I don't have the PDFs open, so I don't know what that is. Apologies. They say it should. Is it helpful if I just deal with?
Yeah.
Yeah. So PDC consider the cost of £8,500 per garage should have been applied. No evidence been provided. No consideration of the type of garages have been applied. The costs assume different costs given the size, whether it's a double, a single, or an integral garage. So these were the costs were provided by the plan that was considered by the council's quantity surveyors. Did not consider reasonable. I've also received a cost plan from another party, which set out the cost at equivalent to sort of £14,000 to £23,000, and I'd also been provided the internal costs from both a regional and national house builder, and in all cases they're significantly higher than the costs adopted by Mr. Orst, and indeed supports the costs adopted in the assessment, or suggest actually that they're rather conservative and could be higher.
Thank you. Next question I'd like to ask you about is, you were asked in your proof, you were asked questions about page 16.
In the proof, yeah.
Which was where you had varied the Gladman mix in order to incorporate affordable units more in line with the 2016 SHMA. And there were various questions about what would have happened if you had updated in order to reflect private and affordable units in line with the SHMA. And I just wanted you to look at your rebuttal evidence, please.
Yes, I didn't quite follow the question at the time, but as I think I later got onto, I have tested that explicitly.
But if we go to 3.7.1 and table 8,
yeah,
can you just tell us what is the 2016 SHMA mix there that you've been testing?
That's the mix that was provided in DSP's note. I've adopted it verbatim. Is that the right word? I think.
And is that in relation to private and affordable?
Yes, in relation to both. Yeah. So the mix is identical to theirs.
Thank you. And finally, you were asked questions by reference to your rebuttal table 2. You'll recall the minus 37,000 deficit against the benchmark land value being 99% of the benchmark land value. Do you recall?
Yes.
I just want to be clear as to the role of table 2 in relation to the size changes and the paragraphs that follow table 2, 2.2.8 to 2.2.14. Can we just be clear, please, as to the role of those paragraphs and as to whether or not table 2 is put forward as the concluded financial viability appraisal in relation to a specific scheme?
No, I don't suppose it should. Well, that appraisal adopts the value that reflects the mix with the smaller unit size, and what the subsequent, and that results in the figure that it results in, and that results in a deficit of £37,000. Those figures were agreed in relation to the appellant mix with the smaller 2-bed size, 63 or 64 square meters, I believe. I've then just applied that rate to the extra floor area. I then go on to consider the issue of sort of quantum discounting, as it's referred to in the profession, and actually consider the value of that unit in more detail. Obviously, that all other units are effectively agreed as a value, but that unit isn't, because there was never a 70 square meter 2-bed house originally assessed. So that's why I've separated it out. And as you can see, it's sort of paragraph 2.214. Actually, the revenues would be much lower than that's in the appraisal summary, and that would affect the residual land value.
And I know that you can't do an exercise without changing all the variables and rerunning the software, but the figure in your 2.2.14, you suggest the revenue side would have to come down by £571,000.
Yeah.
Do you provide that figure as an indication of the materiality of the point, or can we read anything into that?
Well, yes, that the deficit would be bigger than £37,000, I suppose. I don't know what the precise figure would be without doing it. It would be, it would be in that order by a similar amount, because effectively that loss of revenue just comes off the land value. As I previously explained, that it's revenue less cost. So if the revenue reduces by £570,000, then broadly speaking, the land value does. And so the land value would reduce, the deficit would, by some amount, the deficit would increase by a similar amount. So you would get to a deficit of sort of, broadly £600,000 or just below. Now there are some variances and details, and I can't do a precise number in my head.
No, that's fine. Just wanted to understand the role of that figure. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to run that and provide it as a supplemental if the inspector, so if you need that figure or any other. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Caldry.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and thank you, Mr. Caldry, for your evidence today, and another quite a long shift for you as well. So thank you for persevering through that. We're going to have a break now. I'll just come to Mr. Dickman in a second, but we're going to have a break. And after that, we'll be moving on to Mr. Ball. And I will, Mr. Williams, how long approximately do you think it will be for your evidence in chief with Mr. Ball?
I haven't had a chance to catch up with Mr. Ball at all today. I would say about 45 minutes.
Okay, so that is, I think, given my sort of 5 o'clock sort of finish time, I think that's probably as far as we're going to get today. So the cross-examination of Mr. Ball will be left till tomorrow. So maybe after the evidence in chief of Mr. Ball, if again we can have a little bit of discussion about the timetable for tomorrow, that would be helpful for me. Mr. Dickman, you've got your hand up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Would it be appropriate for me to ask Mr. Caudry just one question? I'm not sure the procedure.
I'm afraid that sort of chance has passed by, to be honest, because it was
no problem, sir.
I've got to sort of, because this is a formal part of the meeting, I've got to obviously sort of stick to the programme, and the opportunity for questions was after cross-examination. So unfortunately not, I'm afraid. But I just was going to say, actually, either at the end of today or tomorrow morning, when it comes to closing submissions, of which one is normally expected from the Rule 6 party, Mr. Dickman, are you still there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Yeah, sorry, you disappeared. So I am, obviously it's up to you, but you will be sort of fully expected to make a closing submissions along with the other two parties as well. So just to let you know that. But it's important that there's no new evidence in that.
No, it was just one of clarity. It was just one of clarity, sir. But I'm happy to ask it tomorrow.
Okay. Good. Okay. Let's break for afternoon tea or whatever. Let's have. I think based on the sort of timings, we can probably afford to come back at 4:05, and that will still give Mr. Williams a chance to do his evidence in chief with Mr. Ball, and then we can clear up any sort of timetable matters at the end. So we'll break now. We'll adjourn now until 4:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, it's 5:05. Good afternoon, Mr. Ball.
Good afternoon.
And time to continue with evidence in chief for Mr. Ball. Over to you, Mr. Williams.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Could I ask you to take out your proof of evidence, please, Mr. Ball?
I have that.
And turn to section 1.1.
And there.
You set out in 1.1 your qualifications, being a Bachelor of Science degree in Geography and Geology from the University of Manchester, Master's degree in Urban and Regional Planning with distinction from the University of Sydney, a Master of Science degree in Town and Country Planning with merit from the University of West of England. Is that all correct?
That's all correct, yes.
And then you set out your experience and employment history and your current responsibilities at Gladman. And is that all correct?
It is, yes.
And you provide a statement of truth at paragraph 1.2. And can you confirm that the evidence you've given and will give represents your true professional opinions?
Yes, I can confirm.
So again, I don't want to go through the proof or summary we'll take that as read if that's acceptable, just highlight some main points. Section 2 of your proof, please. You introduce the planning application, you explain some of the pre-submission history alongside how it was handled by the committee at the various stages. And I just wanted you to give an overview, please, of how the application was handled and the approach that Gladman took with officers with a view to arriving at a scheme to be put forward for planning permission.
Sure. As outlined at paragraph 2.2.2, I provide an introduction to the pre-application process that we went through as part of our involvement in the sites. I've not referenced dates. It may be of assistance just for your notes, and hopefully Mr. Upson won't take umbrage with this, but our first pre-application meeting with the council was on the 25th of July 2019. I reference a planning performance agreement that was signed in October 2019. Our submission then followed in July 2020. For that period, in the year up to submission, the planning performance agreement secured us 4 pre-application meetings with officers from Thanet District Council. Officers from Kent County Council were also involved. Throughout that process, we were involved in carrying out what we call site due diligence work. So by that point, we had instructed our entire consulting team. They were looking into the background work and feeding through results. And the team was coordinating together behind the scenes to look at the site, the constraints, the policy requirements, and the overall site master plan.
Thank you. Was there anything else you wanted to say by reference to section 2?
I think most broadly that the preparation of the application was an in-depth and detailed process that involved officers from county and district, informed by our consulting team. I think moving forward through my evidence, what I then do is talk more about the scheme's evolution.
Should we turn, is that in section 4 that you have in mind?
That's correct, yes.
And in relation to that section, could you just explain, because obviously you heard my discussion with Mr. Hester. We've also heard from Mr. Travis, it's Caldwell. Mr. Nearer about how the scheme was arrived at, and there seems to be this suggestion that more could have been done to provide additional housing, and that 450 is a compromise. Could you just explain, as you do in section 4, why the scheme is as it is?
Of course. For this part, sir, it may be helpful if we turn up, and I'll go a bit slower just for the benefit of people watching, my appendix 2. And also a plan which we may be familiar with, which is in CD 158, which is the flood risk assessment, and it's PDF page 75, which we may recall is the overlay with the surface water flows.
Which PDF page of the flood risk assessment?
It's
quite long, wasn't it?
75, sir.
Got it, thank you.
So obviously,
Is this drawing 11?
yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Carry on.
So obviously, when you're looking at the site, you have to bear in mind constraints. You also have to, of course, take into account policy. In this instance, the local plan allocation designates the requirement to provide a distributor link road through the site. In providing that road, it has to include a roundabout on Shottendane Road, a roundabout on Manston Road, and a junction on Hartsdown Road. There are also other policy requirements which have been referred to elsewhere by the parties as part of this inquiry, which refers to the requirements to deliver on-site public open space. Also within the policy is a requirement to carry out heritage impact assessments and to take into account mitigation where necessary. When preparing the scheme, the surface water flow pathway that's already been referred to as part of this inquiry is a fairly big constraint that runs through the northern parcel. We're aware that we can't build within those surface water flows, so that in effect excludes where that surface water flow pathway is identified on Plan 11. The requirement to provide a link road has to be built to distributor standard in accordance with Kent County Council guidance. That limits access for private driveways onto the road. So when you put in relation to the northern parcel, you have to have that requirement to provide the junction onto Hartsdown Road. When you're putting the road down, you have to avoid the surface water flow path. We obviously have to cross that flow path. Best practice guidance stipulates that you cross that once, but notwithstanding that, this feeds into part of the site's abnormal costs because you have to maintain free conveyance and flows under it. The proposals are that section of the road which sits over the moderate hazard area would have to go under a box culvert. As you exit that site, you obviously have to provide the roundabout, which has a bearing on site design and master planning. So just focusing on that northern section of the application site in general, it does really quite restrict how you can plan around those constraints and around those policy requirements. Now, just focusing on not just drawing 11, but also the framework plan in my appendix. Also, another factor that has to be borne in mind is the safeguarded land area which Kent County Council require, which is at the western end of the site and is marked by a lighter shade of beige, I suppose you would call it, which Kent County Council require to deliver an offline road solution for Shottendane Road. So within this northern parcel, we have to bear in mind the constraints, policy requirements, and what that really does on delivering a form of development that meets policy and deals with site constraints. As we move into the southern parcel between Shottendane Road and Manston Road, the extent of the distributor road has to go up into Manston Road. We know that through policy. That has to have a roundabout. If one was to say consider move the roundabout's location for, let's say, an alternative design, you're going to have to take into account the safeguarded land area. This part of the site is the area of the site that rises with the highest topography. The link road itself has to be an acceptable gradient. So on the basis of our design, we looked at how to optimize providing the link road at an acceptable gradient without having unacceptable land take and loss of developable land to the road. So a potential alternative option, for example, is you could try and snake the distributor link road through the site, but that's going to have more land take and it's not going to work as a link road. So the option we chose in preparing this design alongside our engineers and our highways consultants was the scheme before you. As you come into the rear of the site or the southern end of the site adjacent to Manston Road, you have to take into account heritage buffers with the cemetery and listed assets. There's also the archaeological exclusion zone. And centrally within the site, you'll notice there's an area of green open space, pocket park. That's there because that's at a ridge point within the site and required as part of the LVIA to break up the massing of the development from long range views. So all up, as part of our pre-submission work and the year that we spent at pre-submission stage preparing this design in consultation with planners at the council, county council, and alongside our team, we worked to optimise the site and deliver the most dwellings that we could around the site constraints.
Thank you very much. Was there anything else you wanted to say by reference to the plans or section 4 of your proof of evidence?
Not at this point, no. Thank you.
Okay. Can we turn then, please, to the development plan? And for this, it would be helpful to have CD 5.1 available, which is the extracted policies of the 2020 local plan.
CD 5.1.
It's in the council's core documents.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. And so in section 5, Mr. Ball has set out quite a detailed analysis by reference to the development plan. We're not going to go through all of that, but I think it would be helpful if you could just give a bit of history to the allocation, Mr. Ball, and its role within the local plan in providing the relief road or the link road.
So the site is obviously being identified for housing within the local plan. The relevant policy is SP21. The history of that site as part of the local plan process, I believe it was originally, Gladman weren't the promoters at that time. I think the northern parcel, as set out in the evidence of Mr. Hester, was identified by the council and subsequently a different parcel came forward by the landowner. In terms of its purpose within the plan, it is quite an important allocation insofar as it provides residential developments on a strategic housing site and also a distributor link road. If I could ask you, sir, to turn to CD 6.02, which is on the Thanet District Transport Strategy. And it should be a plan dated July 2018.
Thank you. I've got that. Yeah.
So what this plan shows is the draft infrastructure plan and what's called the inner circuit road improvements schemes. It's quite a low scale. So if you zoom in, you can see the function of the distributor link road, which is at points 35 through 35, 8, 9, 10. And what that does effectively is point 12 within the site is known locally as Coffin House Corner. That's a junction that's over capacity at the moment, and the purpose of the allocation is to provide a bypass route around that junction. But also linked to that, and we've referred to it previously, is the Salmston Grange site, which sits between point 10 and 11 on that plan. And between 12 and 11, as part of the conditions related to the Salmston Grange, is a requirement to close off that road and turn effectively reduce the number of junctions down on number 12. So delivery of this site is quite an important, or I would say very important component of this part of the inner circuit road improvement scheme, as is reflected in the consultation response from planning policy.
Okay, thank you. Could we then look at your proof at 5.5? And what you do here is identify policies that have been identified as relevant within the development plan, and you go through them one by one effectively in order to assess whether or not the scheme complies with those policies, and then you go on to consider whether or not it complies with the development plan read as a whole. I think we'll take the overall exercise as read, but could we go please specifically to the policies that Mr. Hester mentioned as he had concerns in respect of compliance with SP 21, 22 and 23, and you deal at 5.6.19 with the requirements of that policy. Could you just talk us through, please, your view as to whether it complies with SP 21 and why?
So SP 21 is the strategic housing allocation site for the site. It splits the site and creates up to development quantums for land north and south of Shottendane Road. Within the policy, there are certain additional criteria that proposals must meet when they come forward in order to comply with that policy. To try and simplify my assessment of the proposal's compliance with that policy, I've looked overall at what the requirements are. I've separated out in a table that begins at 5.6.19 of my evidence, and looked in particular at the additional criteria set out in the policy and how their proposals accord with them. Just to address some points that have come up as part of the inquiry, there's obviously a question mark from the council's side as to whether the proposals are in accordance with this policy, given that they are for up to 450 dwellings. In my view, that they are in accordance with that element of the policy, because the policy is blatantly clear that is for allocating land up to. In regards to public open space, unlike the up to, that is phrased as a minimum amount. And I believe there's a quote in the local plan inspector's report that specifically refers to minimum amounts in order to achieve high quality design on site.
Can you just pick up there? You've got a figure at page 28 in the box of 5.22 hectares of open space. And do you recall when I asked Mr. Hester what particular part of SP21's wording did he identify any conflict with? It was that requirement for a minimum of 4.4 hectares of open space. So can you just deal with whether it complies and why it provides the amount of open space it does?
In my view, minimum states the minimum amounts. If you overachieve, that's not a conflict with policy. So by providing 5.22 hectares, it's in compliance with policy. The 5.22 hectares is a reflection of the requirements to provide things like the heritage buffers from the listed buildings, and also a reflection of the fact that you have that surface water flow pathway that runs through the site, and the requirement to provide overall usable public open space as part of a well-designed scheme. So I don't see that there's a conflict with that element of the policy by providing 5.22 hectares on site.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other points? As I say, that was the point that Mr. Hester drew attention to. Were there any other points you wanted to make specific comment about?
No, not on this, but as a reminder in relation to SP47.
SP22 then, please, and we can look at the wording of the policy in CD 5.1. Yeah, you heard Mr. Hester. He was concerned that because the viability appraisal appraised a particular scheme that differed from the SHMA figures, there was non-compliance potentially with the policy. Can you give us your view in relation to that, given that this is an outline scheme?
And just to check, we're at SP23, sorry.
Yeah, SP22, types and size.
Sorry, my mistake. I think this was picked up in one of your initial points to Mr. Hester, sir, which is in relation to an outline planning application and the relevance of mix and type that aren't set. My assessment of SP22 is set out in my evidence, but just to read from the policy itself, proposals for housing development will be expected to provide an appropriate mix of market and affordable housing having regard to the SHMA. In this instance, mix is not set. Mix would be a reserve matter that would be dealt with at reserve matter stage. In my assessment, based on the work that we've looked at, it's clear that the policy of the site can accord with policy SP22 at reserve matter stage. So at this point, there is no conflict with SP22 on the basis of this being an outline planning application.
Thank you. SP23 then, please. The same question.
SP23 is the affordable housing policy. Sorry, sir, are you looking for documents?
I was going to say, I've just seen a hand go up. I think it's from Sir Roger. Sir Roger, we're in the sort of formal part of proceedings now, so I can't sort of accept any interventions or questions, but there will be an opportunity for questions of Mr. Ball after cross-examination, which will be tomorrow. I just wanted to make that clear because I saw your hand go up.
Apologies. I will endeavour to be present tomorrow, but I can't guarantee it. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry for that interruption, Mr. Williams and Mr. Ball. To continue.
No problem at all. You were just about to comment on compliance or otherwise with the policy SP23 of the local plan.
So SP23 obviously states that residential schemes for more than 10 units, the council will seek 30% as affordable housing, and there is an exception caveat at the end of the policy that states the above requirements will only be reduced if meeting them would demonstrably make the proposed development unviable. In this instance, the application included financial viability assessment work, which we've already discussed. Throughout the determination of the application, that financial viability assessment was updated. And in assessing whether the proposals are in accordance or not with the policy, I've referred to officer reports and the finding of officers. That's 5.6.32 and 5.6.33 of my evidence. Overall, I mean, I read this policy fairly clearly. There is a target requirement for 30%. This will be reduced, reduced if meeting it would demonstrate make the development unviable. Evidence was submitted as part of the planning application that was agreed by the council's independent experts that proved that meeting that policy requirement would demonstrably make the development unviable. The council's decision notice does not allege a breach of policy SP23. I've not seen within the council's evidence a breach of policy SP23 referenced in written evidence. My view is the same, that policy SP23 is not breached.
Thank you. And it's not a policy that's featured in relation to the council's evidence, but could we look, please, at policy SP, this is just in your proof, SP 47 and strategic route, your 5.6.72. It's concerned with the delivery of the road schemes, including the link road. And in relation to third-party concerns, there's been a suggestion that infrastructure was sort of wrongly being prioritised above affordable housing. And I just wanted to know, how does the combination of SP21 and SP47 require those matters to be addressed?
SP21 contains the requirement to deliver the on-site link road. SP47 sets out strategic routes within the plan. And just for the benefit of those that don't have access to the local plan, the policy is broken up. Within the opening section of the policy, it refers to a policies map, and it aims to safeguard land for the provision of key road infrastructure. Part of that key road infrastructure at point 4 is the Shottendane Road, Manston Road, Hartsdown Road housing site. The caveats, or not the caveats, the follow-on text after those list of safeguarded land states, the following strategic routes are sufficient in their existing form to provide for the growth of the plan. So in preparing the plan, certain strategic routes were identified, including the road that runs through this site, and they are there to provide for the growth of the plan. So there has been no sacrifice. These are policy requirements that must be delivered on site. If I could just move on slightly and diverge away from third-party comments, I think there was a suggestion previously in the evidence of Mr. Hester that by providing 450 units, that we are shortchanging the contribution pot, as it were, by not paying our proportionate contribution to off-site highway works. Now, the link to this, for your reference, comes towards the end of policy SP 47, which states the council expects all new development to make a proportionate contribution to the provision of this key infrastructure. This key infrastructure is additional works required off-site to assist in the functioning and capacity of the highway network. The county council has accepted a reduced quantity contribution from this site on the basis of 450 units, because it stands to reason with less units, there is a lesser transport impact that arises from this development. But notwithstanding that, any requirements for making contributions to pots applies to all development that comes forward in the district. So there is no loss to the pot overall.
Okay, thank you. And just dealing with some final points on section 38.6, please. In terms of the principle of development, in light of some of the third-party comments relating to matters such as loss of agricultural land, for example, what's the role of SP 21 in relation to those sorts of in principle matters?
SP 21 identifies the site as allocated for residential development. In allocating the site for residential development, it establishes that the principle is acceptable. To go one step back, the local plan is accompanied by a proposals map. The proposals map incorporates the site, which means that it falls within the urban boundary of Margate as defined within the local plan. So principle is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. And section 5.7 of your proof at page 42, you set out your conclusions on the development plan, and you'll recall I had an exchange with Mr. Hester about the proper approach to section 38.6, assessing against the policies of the plan read as a whole. Can you just summarise your key conclusions on the development plan, please?
Well, just as a header, I obviously carry this out because section 38.6 of the Act is clear. Your starting point is the development plan. Through the preceding chapter, I carry out an assessment of the proposals against the important policies. I conclude that having taken into account all relevant or all important policies, that proposals are in accordance with the development plan. There is no conflict. I think the relevant paragraph for your reference is 5.7.22, which is the overall conclusion. Applying the flat balance as under section 38.6, I consider the proposals generate significant benefits that clearly outweigh the development's effect on landscape, certain breeding bird species, significance and heritage assets. It's therefore my evidence the proposals accord with the development plan.
Thank you. And then you turn to the NPPF. It's common ground that the tilted balance applies. Can you just explain, having looked at section 38.6, how you see the tilted balance fitting in, or what's the sequence of considerations in relation to this appeal?
So obviously my evidence is that the proposals are in accordance with the development plan. If, however, you find that there is a conflict with the development plan such the proposals are not in accordance with that plan, the presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged by virtue of the fact the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year land supply and has failed the housing delivery test. Those factors are agreed. I refer to it in my evidence as a procedural trigger by virtue of the 5-year land supply that engages the presumption and important policies are deemed out of date. That therefore takes you to the second limb of section 38.6, which allows you to consider other material considerations. The NPPF is a material consideration, obviously, on the basis that there is no 5-year land supply and HDT has not been achieved. Your next consideration would be the tests under, and I always forget, with the new framework under paragraph 11D.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The so-called tilted balance.
Okay, thank you. Just pick up here, I think, under the heading of other material considerations, you've got a brief section on third-party representations. These were expanded upon in some of the earlier sessions, and I just want to run through. Obviously, drainage ecology has been dealt with. Concerns were raised in relation to GP services and provision. Can you just explain the position reached with the local planning authority in relation to that and why?
As part of the planning application, the CCG issued a consultation response in relation to the application. That response included a request for a planning contribution to secure additional facilities at the line practice. In order to, well, from a planning point of view, we have to mitigate our development's impact. The request from the CCG is what we have to base that planning contribution on, provided that is secured through the legal agreements. Then it is essentially making the development acceptable from that purpose.
Thank you. Loss of agricultural land. The appellant produced a position statement on that. Can you just summarise the position, please?
As part of our background work, we employed an agricultural land and soil specialist who carried out on-site testing to determine the soil quality on site. It's set out within the position statements. Through their on-site testing, they determined, make sure I provide you with the correct splits. That 50% of the site was subgrade 3A, 49% of the site was subgrade 3B, i.e. not best and most versatile, and 1% was non-agricultural. Also within the statement of common ground, there is a reference to soil quality. And effectively, although I can't find it at the moment, what it effectively says is, as part of the local plan allocation process, the council will have considered the loss of agricultural land in order to meet its housing need. That loss has been acceptable, that loss has been found sound, or the strategy of the plan has been found sound as part of the examination process. I think it's the relevant policy is E16 in the local plan. Let me just double check that.
I think it's 3.2 of the statement of common ground.
Thank you. 3.2, yeah. The application site comprises undeveloped greenfield land. Soil tests were undertaken by the appellant, which confirms that 50% of the site is 3A, 49 subgrade 3B. The loss of agricultural land has been considered and weighed against the need for housing through the local plan process. The parties agree that policy E16 of the plan provides an exception to sites allocated for development under the policies and the general presumption to safeguard best and most versatile land. The exception applies to the appeal proposals on site allocated for development.
Okay, thank you. Also, a third-party suggestion that the scheme is not in an accessible location in a way that would be overly car dependent.
Well, obviously we're within the urban edge of Margate. I would again refer to the statement of common ground at 2.9, which refers to sustainable travel choices accessible from the site.
Thank you. Final third-party point, I think, was a number of speakers referred to a concern of a domino effect in relation to various matters if this was granted planning permission. Your view, please, on where that fits into the general approach of planning to decisions in relation to an allocated site.
Decisions must be made on their merits, and each case must be assessed on a case-by-case basis. So this application must stand on the application and the evidence before it.
Thank you. Going back to your main proof of evidence, please, section 7. You set out here at paragraph 7.1.1 by bullet points the benefits that you have identified through the scheme. It's common ground, but in relation to heritage balance, that's NPPF paragraph 202, what's your view, what's your conclusion as to whether or not any heritage harm found is outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme?
I set this out at just for your reference, 8.1.10 of my proof. As has been previously discussed within the inquiry, my view is the public benefits outweigh the minimal heritage harm or the negligible heritage harm that has been assessed. However, we can't turn our attention away from paragraph 202 of the framework, which is clear that where development proposals lead to less than substantial harm, you must carry out that public benefits weighting exercise. In carrying out that weighting exercise, bearing in mind the array of benefits that come forward as part of this proposal, my conclusions were that the public benefit test has passed.
Thank you. And in terms of the weightings that you give to the various benefits, if we turn to paragraph 8.3 or section 8.3, again, won't ask you to read it out, but that's where you set out your weighting to the various benefits that you've identified. Is that right? That's correct.
And I would also add, as well as identifying the degree of weight, I also provide some commentary as to how I've arrived at that weight.
And so, can you just perhaps give us your view? You've explained that under section 38.6, you conclude that in fact, all of the policies are complied with, but equally that the development plan read as a whole is complied with. Now, move beyond that, if you like, into the tilted balance and assume that there is a degree of harm by reference to the affordable housing provision being 15% rather than 30%. How would you invite the inspector to approach the tilted balance in those circumstances, in what goes on the harm side and what goes on the beneficial side?
As you'll note within my evidence, I have not identified a specific harm by not fulfilling the 30% affordable housing. The process in relation to policy SP23 has been considered on the basis of evidence. Policy SP23 obviously allows viability evidence to be considered where it is a concern. In this instance, although it's unfortunate that the scheme can't support 30% affordable housing, it still leads to the delivery of 68 affordable units at a time where there is outstanding need. On my basis, I think it's better to have affordable housing come forward than no affordable housing come forward, which is what would happen if this proposal was refused, or if the appeal was dismissed. No new housing would take place. There'd be no overall benefit, on the basis that pre-existing affordable housing need is not a harm that's arising as a result of this development. This development contributes to addressing that need, so it can only be considered as a very significant benefit.
Thank you very much. Was there anything else you wanted to say under the heading of planning balance?
No, not at this point, thank you.
And could we just then take up your rebuttal just to identify the points that are dealt with, and you'll let me know whether you have anything further to say in light of the evidence you've heard today. The first point you deal with in your rebuttal at paragraph 1.2 is concerns in relation to the provision of 450 units. And obviously earlier in your evidence in chief, you explained the site constraints and the response to them. Is there anything you would like to add to what you've already said by reference to your rebuttal evidence?
No, it's just really emphasising that the expression in policy does not refer to, it refers to up to amounts, and the work that has taken place in preparing this planning application spanned over a year, involved heavy influence from, or heavy involvement from the planning officers of the council and the district council, from the consulting team. So I don't think it's fair to say that this is the only show in town and more could be fit on this site, a very significant amount of work was undertaken, including by professional officers within Thanet District Council. And the proposals are very well considered and conceived.
Thank you. The next topic you deal with is SP22 and the mix. Again, we've addressed that, but is there anything you want to draw attention to under that heading?
I think the only thing I would point you to in addition, sir, would be at 1.2.22 of the rebuttal. Which is taken from the opening of the 2016 SHMA. In particular, the first part of that sentence, the SHMA does not set housing targets. Although it's more in relation to policy SP23, but I think it's worthwhile going there. Bear with me. I just need to find it in my main proof of evidence. Sorry to have to jump around. Doesn't come immediately to hand. Effectively, it was, and I can try and find it for cross-examination. Effectively, it was a similar caveat in relation to affordable housing, and it's in there somewhere, that effectively says that affordable housing set out within the local housing needs assessment is not a target, and it's based on what can viably be provided on site.
And in relation to the points you make here in your rebuttal about SP21 and SP22, and as the planning consultant with conduct of this case through the application and the appeal, can I ask you, has the council through or since the determination of the application or through the appeal process put to you any different layouts that it wished to see, or any changes it thought were required to the parameters plan, or any alternative financial viability appraisals that it wanted to see run other than those in the Dixon Searle note?
No, it hasn't.
Thank you. If you then turn to the final question in your rebuttal, final topic on page 9, Gladman as a promoter, I asked Mr. Hester questions about this, and you set out how Gladman works. I think it might be helpful for you just to give a summary of how the role of Gladman as a site promoter bears upon the assessment of viability for an identified scheme.
So I'll be careful so I don't stray into valuation evidence, but I set this out in response to what appeared to be a criticism within Mr. Hester's evidence about Gladman and our profit, and the interaction with our profit and an overall viability assessment profit. Gladman is a land promoter. The way that we work is promotion agreements with landowners. As part of that promotion agreement, although the terms are not set out in evidence because they're not relevant as part of a viability assessment, we agree a fee to take on the risk of promoting the site, securing outline planning permission, and that fee would come out at site sale. So our involvement in quote unquote terms as part of viability appraisal sits wholly within the EUV plus the existing use plus value of the site. The landowner has brought us on board to take on the risk of securing outline planning permission.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to say in your evidence in chief, Mr. Ball?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and thank you, Mr. Ball. Can I just ask one question? I'm conscious of time, so I don't think it will take too long. But when the master plan was drawn up, was it drawn up with a policy compliant housing mix in mind, and with the sort of, and also in terms of house sizes, nationally described space standard, etc.? Was that drawn up with a view to sort of meeting those policies? The reason I asked that question, obviously, I don't want to go back into talk about viability because you're the planning witness, not a viability expert. But in terms of meeting those policies about housing mix, etc., is there a sort of confidence that the master plan would deliver that?
Yeah, and I suppose this is where comes the separation of financial viability appraisal and policy on policy SB22. The master plan that was drawn up, it goes through many stages of evolutions. And when you're coming towards the end of that, we consider what's called a proving layout, which is instructed through architects that work alongside house builders. And that takes into account the types and sizes of housing, just to make sure that the amount of development that we're applying for could actually be secured on site. So we are confident that what is set out in the SHMAR can be achieved on site. What feeds through to the valuation, as has been made clear in the evidence of Mr. Caldry, was an optimised scheme to secure the highest level of affordable housing on site.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. That's the only question I've got for now. So that is the end of your examination in chief. So thank you for that. And obviously we'll continue tomorrow morning at 9:30. That time is okay still for everybody with your cross-examination by Mr. Upton. So just before we close tonight, just in terms of timetable, bearing in mind Friday's our last day, last scheduled day, just sort of thinking through the timetable as best we can. First question for Mr. Upton: how long do you expect you'll need for cross-examination? Obviously, approximately.
I approximately was going to say an hour, but I'm conscious that, for instance, I said that for Mr. Caldry, it took a bit longer. So, you know, but I'm hoping by now the issues are fairly clear. But it's yeah, I mean, should we say an hour and a quarter? Yeah. Okay,
give yourself a buffer on. Okay, so if let's just think, so that will take us through, let's just work this out in terms of a timetable. That will take us through till, say we kick off, if there's any sort of early stuff that needs to be resolved or whatever, housekeeping stuff, that will take us to 9:45, 10, quarter past 11, I think. So it's late in the day, so I might be getting this wrong. 11:15, let's say. And then examination, re-examination.
Very hard to say before the cross-examination starts, but let's guess 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So approximately 11:30, and I appreciate, yeah, it's difficult to predict at this point, but 11:30, there might be some questions to break. So then we're going through till, let's say, around about sort of quarter, with a break, after the break, 11:45. So that will be all the witnesses dealt with and the formal evidence, which means there's a good chance of, next is conditions, isn't it? So conditions before lunch, there's a few points I want to ask about the conditions. From experience, invariably that's going to go on for an hour or so. So that will take us to lunch. The planning obligation is going to be difficult to say. There's a few things I want to ask, but I need to sort of read it again this evening as well, so there might well be more things. But say 3/4 of an hour.
So can I just raise a point on that? Do you remember when it was sent in on Tuesday, I said there was going to be a there's going to be a need for a moving of the review mechanism, the agreement element to the unilateral element, and that has now been done, and the final versions with a summary of how it operates has been sent to Miss Dutton.
Right. Okay, let me just turn to my email screen. Right, the last email I've got from Miss Dutton was the updated suggested list of conditions, which I'm grateful for, so thank you for those. But no, I've not yet got through the 106, and looking at the wonders of this, you can tell who's not been working for the last hour. So I don't think Miss Dutton's any longer in the office, or her office, from what I can see. So I've not got that. So I will. I mean, I could probably look at that over lunchtime, I would hope. So because I presume the actual basis of the 106 and the unilateral is not significantly changed from the draft that I received on Tuesday in terms of the main.
I think the drafting's been tidied up. There's been one or two minor changes that the county council had negotiated, and they've provided the letter. I understand that they're happy with the content of the agreement. And again, I haven't read what came into my email this afternoon, but I understand it's to do with the move of the review mechanism into the unilateral, which has some consequential changes for dispute resolution, for example.
Okay. Well, I've not got that. That will hopefully come through tomorrow morning, and I can review what I've got this evening, and in terms of any questions that I've got, and I can catch up on anything tomorrow during the lunch break. If not, then we'll have to just make the appropriate time for it. So that brings us then on to the question of closing submissions, going back to what we talked about during the opening, in terms of the two of you and Mr. Dickman having enough time to form those, etc. So is that something that you think would be a reasonable possibility to do for Friday afternoon? Is my first question.
From my perspective, yes.
I'm working on that basis, certainly. Clearly, I'm going to have to try and anticipate what Mr. Ball may or may not say, but broadly speaking, that there's obviously a little bit of time whilst conditions are going that I can anticipate a little bit where it's going. So I'm certainly hoping.
Okay, good, thank you. Because I don't want to have to sort of, for you to Mr. Dickman as well. You're going to be, I presume, Mr. Dickman, you want to do a closing submission as well, and I.
Well, most certainly. So I suppose the two questions there would be: do we have to submit that? Does it have to be seen by other parties? And secondly, a rough estimation on what your expectation would be for a submission
in terms of time. Well, it'll be up to you, but sort of they tend to be around about what are the expected closing submissions for Mr. Williams and Mr. Upton, before I sort of predicted what they might be.
Well, as I'm sandwiched in between, I'll try and gauge the time and set it accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, but if they're sort of 15 minutes, then that's would be sort of
similar to the opening statement.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's whatever they be, but obviously I don't want them to be going on for a sort of sort of hours, and so they're normally sort of fairly concise, but also they're very helpful to me as the inspector in terms of summarising the cases of all the parties. So they are a useful document, and that's why I want to make sure there's enough time for them to be done. So it appears that with a good wind, we can complete by tomorrow, albeit a bit later. I imagine I've got more lengthy distance to travel than anybody else here, but anyway. So I suspect we can finish tomorrow, and I'd much rather do that than have to sort of go over into next week and all the complications that would cause. And I think it sounds like we can do that. We've got to discuss the site visit, and we've got to any cost applications as well. So all that has to be fitted in. So I think we can do it. Does anybody think we can't do it?
I suppose it depends how late on Friday you're prepared to sit. But I mean, one safety valve measure would be perhaps to do the costs applications in writing, because you may want that in writing anyway. But as long as it's set to sort of in a very short timescale, it's one way of relieving the pressure. That's really
Yes, I mean, I know that all the guidance says that all the costs should be dealt with actually during the actual inquiry time, but I, in the past, have left it in writing, and that seems to have worked reasonably well. So that is an option. I don't know, Mr. Williams, do you have any view on that?
I will, sorry, slightly tongue-tied, but because the application relates to the evidence rather than anything procedural, it will cross-refer to the closing. So I think the cost application itself will be succinct and can cross-refer. So I will prepare that to be in a position to deliver it tomorrow.
Okay.
I can understand that you can't do these things really until you've heard the evidence. And I can understand from Learned Friend's point of view, he's in a similar position in relation to Mr. Ball tomorrow. But I'm going to work on the basis to try and do both tomorrow if I can. But I'm very open to other suggestions in relation to costs when we get to it.
Okay. Thank you. That seems like a reasonable way forward. And finally, with the site visit, I think, mention the possibility of next Tuesday for a site visit. Do the main parties have any view on whether or not that's going to be possible for me to do it on Tuesday? It'd be Tuesday morning, late morning, I imagine. Mid-morning to lunchtime would be the slot I would imagine I'd preferably do it in.
I think Mr. Black's raised a hand, so he would be attending the site visit and organising it for us.
Yeah, if I may, sir, I've been in touch with the landowner, and we're happy to allow us to access the site as and when we need to. So, but Tuesday morning is fine for me, and I think, I've got a fair distance to travel down to Margate, so it'd be handy to know sooner rather than later, so I can arrange accommodation and etc.
Yeah.
Okay. I have circulated a walk-in list, which followed on from circulation from Mr. Hand earlier in the week to Mr. Hand and also Mr. Livingston. So we're just waiting for comments on that, so we can hopefully offer that up tomorrow for you, sir, in a fully agreed form.
Okay, that will be very useful. Thank you. Mr. Dickman?
Just to say, we certainly will have somebody there, maybe me, but whoever it is, obviously because we're locals, we have a good knowledge of the land as well.
Okay. I know from an email that Councillor Farrance has already suggested that she comes along as well. So
obviously, you don't want to. So I say you don't want an entourage, obviously, but we will.
I would much rather, not, particularly how we're going to be doing. There's going to be quite a lot of walking around, and also I think from my point of view, it is easier just to look at things, make notes with a few people rather than having about 20 people. I don't think, to be honest with you, it doesn't add anything to anybody's case having lots and lots of people there. And the only thing that you can sort of talk about with me is pointing out things. There'll be no discussion of merits or anything like that. And Mr. Upton, is Mr. Livingstone, I don't know who will be doing the site visit from the council's point of view.
I think Mr. Livingston may comment. I think there was certainly an option, Mr. Livingston or Mr. Hester, but certainly Tuesday, as I understand, is fine. But Mr. Livingston may certainly have an update.
Thank you. Yes, it's likely to be Mr. Hester. I believe he'll be out of isolation at that point. So yes, Tuesday morning is fine for us, sir.
Okay, that's good. Well, let's firm that up then as Tuesday morning. I'll think about overnight about a time. Without giving my location away, I'll still have quite a journey to get to that, but I probably will be able to do that in the morning. So anyway, let me think about that today, and then I'll propose a start time tomorrow before we close. But that sounds satisfactory. So yeah, thank you for all your input in that regard. Okay, anything else that needs to be raised? No? Good. Well, thank you again for everybody for all your contributions. I'll adjourn for today and we'll recommence tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.